Excellent. Now, there's something else you have to see. This is if you think that is something, this is straight up in your face. You have to see this. Like, okay, what are you showing us now, Rabbi? No, not really. No, what we're watching is Astronauts Gone Wild. This shit is the coolest fucking thing. I love this so much. So, what is this? You'll see in a moment. Go into the playlist. This is Kennedy. This is the Zapruder film. But basically, what Bart Sibrel is saying here is the same powers that could kill a president in broad daylight, November 22nd, 1963, could fake the landing on July 20th, 1969. There you go. There's the headshot. Okay, so did you see in that video that we watched that those guys were faking the moon landing and that they were, or not faking the moon landing, but faking that shot?
I'm saying that could be a probability so they can delay the fact that they were there first and kind of have your own kind of like dismay about how long it takes them to wire to get to the moon.
I don't follow, but that's okay. This part is the cool thing. So here, the next thing we're going to see is another video by the same person, Bart Sibrel, and it's called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he asks all these astronauts to watch the video that you just watched. And it's absolutely hilarious. Elle, have you seen this?
I've seen Women Gone Wild. I haven't seen Astronauts Gone Wild.
Hell yeah, my man. Well, now you'll have both. It is. Somebody gets punched in it. An astronaut punches the filmmaker. So here we go. This is very cool. And I want to just thank my man Jacob for watching this. So he's going to get punched. Boom.
Oh.
That's right. So check this out. Look at these guys' reactions. And you tell me if they're innocent. This is a phenomenal documentary. The guy runs away. Here's Neil Armstrong.
Absolutely. And with all of that packed into some 30 years now of being...
Here's Buzz Aldrin running away.
Tell us about your involvement at the 27th annual superhero kung fu extravaganza.
Ed Mitchell kicks him in the ass. Literally. There you go.
Well, he just kind of eyeball on his deck,
Not one of these guys acts normally. They all are aggressive.
The implication though is that we've never been to the moon. It doesn't implicate that at all. It just simply says that we delayed the Russians a period of time before we actually went there.
I don't follow that, but that's okay.
Only there's arguments on either side.
I can agree with that. So just watch their reaction. Elle, you're going to love this one. It's very confrontational. It's phenomenal.
At San Diego Comic-Con Room 6A, you will be hosting a meet and greet where individuals can come, meet you, and really just learn from you because you have an encyclopedic knowledge of just martial arts and action films. What all beyond that can attendees expect from this meet and greet?
exclusive footage from the film. You'll also be able to see other actors that you might recognize. I think Cynthia Rothrock is one of the people who will probably be there. So you'll see other martial art performers as part of the panel.
I absolutely love it, and I know you have some other projects in the works that you have coming up. What all is on the roster for the rest of this year and beyond?
Right now, I'm putting together a project with Fred Williams. I've always wanted to work with Fred Williams. Terminator after the Warriors. So, like I said, Fred Williamson is just one of my heroes. And, I had an opportunity to work with Dolomite. Me and Dolomite worked together for 8 years. So a lot of those black heroes really made an impression on me. And actually, one of my focuses is to, highlight the African American presence in martial art films. Because the African American audience that these films does great work. Martial art action films. Bringing a vision of just more African Americans participate in martial art films. Because I think different flavors. Things like good things like people really have martial art into the African American culture, which is kind of like in the DNA of it.
Listeners on our journey and keep up with
You can find me on social media, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram. You can look for Ron Hall or Tumblr Grove, Ron Hall Tumblr Grove, and you'll find me somewhere.
He is Ron Hall, actor, writer, choreographer, director, and producer of martial arts action films. I'm telling you, he is a bona fide legend, and he is hosting a meet and greet this coming Thursday, July 25th at San Diego Comic-Con, Room 6A. Be there or be square. Brother Ron Hall, thank you for joining us today and taking us through a little bit of your journey, good sir.
Walter Shaw, thank you very much for the interview, and I hope to see you guys in the movie. Thank you very much.
This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's head on over to the KFI 24-hour newsroom to get the latest.
SoCal airports, ports, and government agencies are recovering from yesterday's massive global technology outage. The problem was caused by a botched software update from the cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike, affecting users all over the world. White House Dr. Kevin O'Connor says President Biden was affected by a strain of COVID-19 that has caused a one-third of new infections in the U.S. He says the president's symptoms continue to improve steadily. Chinese authorities say at least 11 people have died and 30 are missing in the partial collapse of a highway bridge in the northwestern part of the country after a round of heavy storms and flooding. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and warm, lows in the mid-60s at the beaches tonight, low to mid-60s for Metro LA and Orange County. Weather is brought to you by Allstate. We're going to check the 210 when we come back.
Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with it. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use the iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Podcast from iHeartRadio. I've been searching for the persons responsible for the abductions and murders of 4 missing girls in my hometown. For over 50 years, each case has remained unsolved. I've spoken to anyone remotely involved. Family, detectives, but it wasn't until this past year that things took an unexpected turn. And after 11 years of investigating, a breakthrough.
Somebody just punched me in the gut. And the tears just ceased.
Decades-old questions and some closure these families have been searching for.
Number one for music, radio, and podcasts.
Keeps you on top of our culture. It's been over 2 decades since all rock quartet sixpence on the winter hit the road, but they'll return to the touring circuit this fall. The announcement comes after the January return of drummer Dale Baker following his 2001 departure, with vocalist Lee Nash, guitar and cello player Vance Slocum, and bassist Dustin Carey completing the lineup. This fall's 24-day tour starts October 10th in Knoxville, Tennessee, and is currently set to run through November 4th. The song The Tide already moves to the stage has been set for additional music from Sixpence None the Richer, but the list of tour dates and ticket info is online at sixpencenonthericher.com. That's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio. All the good stuff, yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. They produced this sci-fi thriller based on the Chinese novel series Remembrance of Earth's Past, which documents humanity's first meeting with an alien civilization. The show has had a bumpy ride making it to the screen. It began production in late 2021 for a planned 2023 release, later pushed back to January, then March of this year, receiving solid 79% certified fresh ratings from both critics and audiences on Rotten Tomatoes. Now the plan appears to have a season for each novel in the trilogy, which producers say will allow them the time to tell the story the way they had intended. We may see the second season of Three Body Problem next year on Netflix, and season 1 is streaming there in the meantime. Hi, and that's what's poppin'. I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Loves basketball court on wing because the players get dribbling on it.
Dad joke, corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off for school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Hollywood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health Services and iHeartRadio Digital, presented by iHeartRadio. You know, I was listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to one of your favorite FM stations nationwide for free, iHeartRadio also has a team of people who are as passionate about music as you, working round the clock to hand curate playlists perfect.
Human beings, even though we got lots of intelligence, our brains are amazing, our eyes are amazing, we don't we're not narrow as command. If we get too far, well, don't do well. It's all we give our don't do well.
Playlist curated with the best hits from every decade.
We do that, do well.
Every genre. Playlist discover all the playlists available free from iHeartRadio. Number one for music, radio, and podcasting, all in one app.
iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, on the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen and can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. iHeartRadio.
Hey, Steve Gregory, coming up this week on Unsolved, we highlight another cold case or challenging case that needs just that one little piece of evidence or a witness to step up. It's the only show in Southern California that gives investigators a chance to go deep on a case.
They stay with you. The ones that are unsolved, they stay with you.
Unsolved with Steve Gregory, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Maywood, in Canyon, Winnetka, and in Bear City. This is Soul Counseling. I'm your host, Wallace Sharp, and I am so mad I'm not going to be able to attend Ron Hall's seminar or panel at San Diego Comic-Con. I love San Diego Comic-Con. I mean, for I don't know how many years did Mo and I get to broadcast live at Comic-Con? Several times, but I was going to Comic-Con since I think my first Comic-Con was maybe 87. It was the first time I was maybe 87, maybe 88. But we're going down to San Diego Comic-Con for the longest time, and it is just, again, it is nerd mecca, just a gathering of some of the greatest nerd minds, comic creators, authors, pencilists, actors from back in the day, and just some of the panels that they have on creating comics and teasing some of the projects that are coming out. It's a spectacle. It is something to see all the booths that they have there previewing things that are coming out, vendors there selling some of the most hard to find collectibles. It's the greatest event for all of nerdkind, and we haven't been down there in a minute.
I'm with you in solidarity on this. I'm in here geeking out myself because I am also a huge Comic-Con fan and nerd, and I am also very sad to be this year.
It's so heartbreaking.
So I'm with you in solidarity, my friend.
It is. Thank you. We gotta stand together because, man, it is. I love it. I love to broadcast live down there. Again, I know it's been such a hard time just organizing the broadcast again, but we will be back down. And I think now, more than ever, one of the great things about Comic-Con is we really don't even have a badge. It's gone beyond just what's going on in the convention center right now. The Comic-Con Plaza, it is full of activations that pretty much anyone can go down and take part in. Right now, they have coming up the 15th, so it's happening now through the 28th. They have Julian's Auctions Spotlight Series, Harry Potter and Other Heroes, where if you are a collector, you can register for Julian's Auctions, Harry Potter and Other Heroes Auction. Get your hands on one-of-a-kind swag. And 2131 Pan American Plaza, San Diego. And in addition to the auction is $25. They have the Her Universe Fashion Show on July 25th. That is at the Manchester Grand Hyatt, One Marketplace, San Diego, where Mattel is going to be back at Comic-Con with their Geek Chic Her Universe Fashion Show. Overnight banner founder Ashley Epstein and actor Michael James Scott with a line of some 25 pre-selected designers showing off their work.
There's no way to pass through the perimeter.
Fantastic event because Mattel's also giving away products like
Of course, given how busy you claim that no one has ever been to space.
So this is just free. First come, first serve. Again, you don't have to have a Comic-Con badge. There's an art show happening at the Manchester Grand Hyatt the 25th through the 28th. The show is from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Thursday, 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Friday, and 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday and Sunday. One Marketplace in San Diego. Just all types of original sculptures, painting, jewelry, and more from your favorite comic properties. There's a cosplay repair station. So if you are down there, okay, you're a cosplayer, your costume rips, tears, or you have a prop that breaks, the 25th or the 27th at 330 Park Boulevard, San Diego, the cosplay repair station will be open. They are going to be helping you supplies, adhesives, 3D printers, and even more. And that's been going from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Thursday through Saturday and 1 to 4 on Sunday. So much happening down at San Diego Comic-Con. Again, you don't even need a badge. I'm going to have super producer Kayla post some of these things on the website because it is something to see. It is something to see. And Heather, you are absolutely right. It is painful not going.
Let me ask you this. Are you a wait outside of Hall H guy? Are you one of the ones that gets up early and waits in line?
Oh, hell no. Hell no. You know what? And every time we broadcast down there, we broadcast right at the restaurant, right across from Hall H, like right in front. Yeah. And so we see the people lining up, and all we think is you, funky SOB. You're out there all day just full of nerd funk, and that is a nasty, stinky funk. Oh, nerd funk is so nasty. It's dirtier than this SoCal beach water. Nerds. We are also a filthy bunch because days on end, no bathing, cosplay, costumes on.
Just head-to-toe costumes in the heat, walking around. And then they take it into the floor, and there's like, you're just shoulder to shoulder with like all the nerds. But honestly,
there's nothing like it, nothing better. Coming up after this break, we are going to be talking to our SoCal Saturday, Small Business Saturday Spotlight guest. We are going to be speaking with Aria Elon and find out what Aria Elon products are and more. So don't you go nowhere. But right now, let's head on over to the Campfire 24-hour newsroom with guest Heather Brunner.
The brush fire burning near Glendora has burned 330 acres and is 30% contained in the Angeles National Forest. The fire started around 3:30 yesterday afternoon near Glendora Mountain and East Forks Road. Highway 39, East Fork Road, Glendora Ridge Road, and Glendora Mountain Road are all expected to be closed throughout the weekend. A woman has been killed in what may have been a samurai sword attack at a home in San Dimas.
Deputies found the woman suffering from lacerations. This man who lives a few houses down says he and other neighbors are shocked.
Right, it's a very, quiet neighborhood, usually safe. It's crazy, so it was shocking.
Video footage from Thursday shows deputies ordering a woman to put a samurai sword down. She was walking while holding the sword and bleeding. Investigators say the woman led them to the home where they found the other woman who had been stabbed. In San Dimas, Blake Trolley, KFI News.
An apparent bad patch from a cybersecurity company has knocked out computers running Microsoft Windows around the world. The patch from CrowdStrike caused systems to crash.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Since it was established in 1861, there have been 3,517 people awarded with the medal. I'm Malcolm Gladwell, and our new podcast from Pushkin Industries and iHeartMedia is about those heroes. Listen to Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Alexa for your favorite radio stations, and iHeartRadio will be there for you. On your Alexa smart speakers, Alexa-enabled Fire TV, or anywhere you use Alexa as your smart assistant. Your favorite AM/FM stations, artist radio stations, and podcasts, all from iHeartRadio, and all you have to do is ask, Alexa, play the Stuff You Should Know podcast on iHeartRadio. Make sure you open up your Alexa app and sync up your iHeartRadio account so you can pick up podcasts where you left off, listening in the app on your smart speakers. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Amazon Echo, Dot, Show, and any device that uses Alexa. iHeartRadio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
iHeartRadio countdown on the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Starting us off this week, once again, is the new season of Mayor of Kingstown on Paramount Plus. That's followed by season 2 of Interview with the Vampire on AMC Plus. Staying at 8 for the second straight week is the new British superhero drama Supercell on Netflix. The Star Wars series The Acolyte on Disney Plus falls back to 7 this week, while Dark Matter on Apple TV Plus hangs tight at number 6. My Lady Jane and Fantasy Romance on Amazon Prime Video stays at number 5 for a second week, followed by House of the Dragon on HBO and Max, falling out of the top 3 back to number 4. The top 3 starts with the debut of the new Apple TV Plus drama Sunny, starring Rashida Jones. That's followed by another Apple TV Plus drama, Presumed Innocent, starring Jake Gyllenhaal. And for the second straight week, the new season of The Bear on FX on Hulu is your top streamed show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio.
How would you like to get a $220 AC tune-up for just $88? This is but you don't want just any tune-up. You want a precision tune-up and professional really just what $8 to repair. Our comprehensive 26-point tune-up takes about 9 minutes and is super thorough. Everything is tune-up and is in perfect working condition. The best part, our $220 precision tune-up is only $88. If you call today, call 833-777-7787.
Aaron here, the founder of California Deluxe Windows. A lot of companies get their windows shipped from all over the globe. That means inflated wait times and inflated prices. At California Deluxe Windows, we design, manufacture, and install our own product, so you get fantastic windows at an affordable price. And our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
If you're looking for California Deluxe Windows, they deflated their prices too. Right now, get 30% off every order.
It's California Deluxe Windows deflation sale.
Get 30% off your entire order. Call California Deluxe Windows at 800-956-8800. 800-956-8800. That's 800-956-8800. Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLP number 7.
Together, we are limitless.
KFI is the only station that covers LA and Orange County from the ground
And in the air 24 hours a day. Local driver, KFI in the sky.
I can't tell you how many times we've rolled up on an accident scene where the app says it's open and it's still closed. There's no way some computer can replace a pair of human eyes giving you the information live over the air.
rely on the block station that has actual human eyes watching from the skies.
With Southern California's only airborne traffic reports, local driver, KFI in the sky.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Malibu, Lakeview Terrace, West and Baker. This is SoulCal Saturday. I'm your host, Walla Sharp, welcoming you to another SoulCal Saturday, Small Business Saturday Spotlight. Today, I want to introduce you to Aria Elan. Aria Elan offers beautiful artwork created by her daughter, Grammy Scholarship recipient Eden Edwards, on various merchandise like baby onesies, children and adult t-shirts, phone cases, and everything else you can imagine. And 10% of all sales of Aria product goes to the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation and Katrina's Club to promote peace and feed children. Welcoming now to the program, the owner, the creator, the founder even, Miss Aria Elan herself. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. That's the best intro I've ever had in my life. Thank you.
Well, I am glad to do it. It is my absolute pleasure. And tell me, what got you into creating these specially crafted pieces of work in the first place? Like, what drew you to doing this?
Well, all praises to the Creator for gifting me with my special daughter. And she is the artist who has done illustrations. She's done my covers. I am a singer-songwriter and award-winning poet for my poem, A World Without Borders. And a lot of people believe erroneously that autistic children and autistic people are somehow slow, or they even use vile words like stupid. But I'm here to tell you, I have lived experience that is the exact opposite. You just have to find out what they have a passion for, encourage that, and the guy is doing it. So, yeah, she is what got me involved with the artwork because I wanted to give her a platform.
And you know all too well that when it comes to autism awareness, that holds a very special place in my heart. And while I am not here, I do work with children with autism at the Autism Academy. I know for a fact that children with autism are just children who process the world differently. They process the world at a pace that is unlike you and I. Some children may process information at hyper speeds, and some may have to mull over information at a slower pace, but it is literally just a process of learning and expressing themselves differently. And I love that you have found a way to bring your daughter Eden's work to life through these products. How long does it take from the point when you receive an order with all of that said about how children with autism process the world? How long is it from the point when you may receive a customer order for something to the point when you are able to
I tell people up front, whether they're sneakers or vans, and you want something definitely worth the wait. So it depends. Sometimes you can create something in a couple of days. Sometimes I tell them, like, honey, you are a perfectionist because it might take 2 weeks, 3 weeks. So I really have to people when it comes to that because the business, the underlying cost, because I am definitely a woman of faith. My late father was a pastor for 50 years, and he taught us he taught us to help people, and that's why I passed that on to her, that everything that we do, we have these nonprofits to carry, for example, the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation. A lot of people have never heard of them. They're right here where I was in Santa Barbara County. Okay, and their thing is waging peace, but it's very diplomatic. So people care about all the best care of people, knowing who they are and which conference they've been to, which leader they've spoken to. It's for the song, because we are living in an age where anything, can happen at any time. So that's one of the reasons that I always have to tell you about Katarina's Club or any of these other types of wonderful programs that help feed people. Because that is just big. If you say that you have a love in your heart, then that agape love will definitely want you, to help others. And that's basic. Housing and food, you can't get any basic for that.
And so it is, and so it will be. I absolutely love your mission. I love what you are doing with your daughter. And I love the fact that each and every piece is as original original as your daughter herself. This is something that is coming from her. These are not products where you all have printing press or something like that, like you said. These are handmade works of art that can be worn, that can be carried, and as you said, go to very, very worthy causes. And from my understanding, you have a couple of events coming up where you will be sharing not only some of your daughter's artwork and some original pieces, but you will also be performing as well. Tell me about some of those.
Yes. On August 6th, I will be performing one of my spoken word pieces, one of my poems from my forthcoming book at the Nuclear Peace Foundation Peace Day event. So that's on Latino. And then on September 1st, I am like an organic gardener, health advocate, and I will be presentation in terms of uplifting and motivating people, wherever you are, that you definitely can achieve your goals. It's not the instant thing, which just take your pills and then boom, it's a process, and definitely this is going to be just wonderful. It's in Scottsdale, Arizona, and the link to the event will be on my website, ariaelan.com, and that's ariaelan.com.
I absolutely love it. I love you. I love your daughter. I love what you are doing for us here in Southern California to not only help provide us with something that is increasing the awareness of autism ability, but to also benefit such worthy organizations like the Nuclear Age Peace Foundation, Catarina's Clubs, and other. And I just thank you for joining us today to take us on this journey and letting us know what you do with Aria.
I really appreciate it. I'm a big fan. You and Mo, I'm telling you, you guys are just so wonderful. And I just want to know that. I thank you for this opportunity.
This is KFI everywhere on the island. Now let's head on over to the for our news to get the latest.
Two people have been critically injured and 3 were hurt after a food truck exploded in midair. It happened near 67th and Greenleaf Avenue just after 9 this morning. The brush fire in Aurora has burned 330 acres and is 30% contained in the Angeles National Forest. The East Fork of the San Gabriel River is closed and will remain closed over the weekend. In a statement on X, U.S. Representative Mark Takano, the top Democrat in the House Veterans Affairs Committee, has called for President Biden to pass the torch to Vice President Kamala Harris. Southern weather from KFI is warm, lows in the mid-60s at the beaches, low to mid-60s in Orange County. The weather is brought to you by we are going to check the 105 wet weather.
And start listening now. Free never sounded so good.
I wouldn't want anybody chasing me around the fucking Bible either.
Dog, if I was on the moon, I would sit around and tell everyone about it.
Jehovah's Witness funds.
house. It stopped us from starting our family. And this poverty-stricken home.
8% doesn't really seem like a lot, but I guess it's a lot when you're looking at $12,000 and then over the course of years. I just woke up one day, it was $39,000. You just don't know what to do. You're paralyzed and you get depressed. I didn't sleep for like the first year because I was always worried something's going to happen. Along with those stories, we're also going to hear from experts who want to see change. Billionaires like Mark Cuban, thought leaders like Seth Godin, and financial experts like Dave Rothschild. There is a lot of money to go around here. You guys, we built a system. And the system of because everyone else I'm George Campbell. For the next several episodes, and offer a solution that could change the economy in generations to come. Follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. All the good stuff. Yeah. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. Jane's Addiction is back on the road in the U.S. this year with all four of its 1986 through 1991 members taking part. Upcoming co-headlining tour with Love It. First time since attended Barry Farrell, Dave Navarro, Avery, and Stephen Hawking struggle with the COVID seems to have eased. So far, this year's Jane's Addiction and Love It announced St. Louis. Other stops include San Diego, LA, Atlantic City, New York, Boston, Milwaukee, Chicago, and JamesAddiction.com. And that's why I'm Camps on iHeartRadio.
Volunteer with you now to help homeless in my community. Basic resume. I don't just wear this shirt. Give, advocate, volunteer, Live United. Go to liveunited.org. Brought to you by United Way and the Ad Council.
All the good stuff. Camps keeps you on top of pop culture. The MC Theater Chain
This is Robert.
lost in 2020. Take a guess where a good chunk of the loss came from.
They're walking the street.
Company's CEO pocketed $1 raised the previous year. The next four best compensated officers over the same period. $2.4 million. So together, the executives were paid $3 million in 2023. 10% of the company's loss for the year. No wonder they keep jacking up the price of popcorn. This isn't unique to entertainment. As the CEO of Boeing, who's stepping down by the end of this year, amidst another round of high-profile equipment failures, cashed in to the tune of between $24 and $33 million last year for filing by that company. No word on his 2024 compensation or the golden parachute of bonus payments that most executives are gifted with when they leave, voluntarily or not. That's what's
Discover one of the CIA's illicit Cold War initiatives on the iHeartRadio original podcast, Operation Midnight Climax, an undercover brothel dosing unwitting Americans with LSD, a mind control experiment gone horribly wrong. The 50s government letting you watch Elvis Presley shake his head.
I wouldn't do it either, man. That's harassment.
What are your thoughts on this so far?
Operation Midnight Climax on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I believe that every human behavior is designed to attract a mate, keep a mate, expel a mate, or hedge your reproductive odds. That's why I talk about the science of love and sex, parenting, family, workplace relationships. It's what I think and breathe all day long. How about Dr. After Dark?
Dr. Wendy Walsh, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. We're on the iHeartRadio app in Quartz Hill, San Marino, La Palma, and Rio Grande. This is Soul Cal Saturday. I'm your host, Wild Shark, wrapping up the show with a few things that you can get into this weekend and beyond. You already know the Orange County Fair is here. Yes! I love it. I love everything about the fair. Some of the things that you can see at the fair this year. There is the Explorium, which is an exhibit that teaches guests about the Orange County coastline. It returns to the OC Promenade with new activities. There is live band karaoke in the Plaza Pacifica, which allows fans to live out their live band fantasies. Kids can watch and participate in the magic of Great Thurston. Ooh, I love magic. Guests can also meet some of the fair's famed costume characters like Strawberry Jam, Olivia Orange, Sunny
Very suggestive. I like it.
Cornelius Corn. What? I love it. There is an all-Alaskan racing.
Jacob Rothschild is talking.
Racing. I love it. Racers can also be showcasing their talents in the hopes of winning a coveted blue ribbon in categories like photography, fine art, woodworking, floral arrangements, table settings, and more. It's fantastic. And of course, the popular $5 Taste Fair menu also returns daily until 4 p.m. where you can try some of the fair's most exotic, insane, and crazy foods. Love the fair. Also, this Tuesday, we will be giving tickets away to this event on later with me and Kelly, but Barbie the movie in concert featuring the Barbie Land Sinfonietta. Saturday, July 27th at the Hollywood Bowl. Barbie fans of all ages are invited to dance the night away with the groundbreaking live-to-film concert experience coming from one night only to the world-famous Hollywood Bowl, immersing fans in the scoring songs of last year's record-shattering film, produced and orchestrated by celebrated Tony Award-winning conductor Macy Schmidt for the Barbie Land Sinfonietta. Majority women of color ensemble. Barbie will come to life through an immersive color outdoor sound experience. But again, you will be able to win a pair of tickets this Tuesday, the 23rd on Lakewood County. So make sure you tune in for that. And next week, we have another Small Business Saturday guest joining us, Raul Smith.
We have Tisha from She Is Hope LA. It's a nonprofit that helps single mother families get back on their feet through education, jobs, and housing opportunities. It's going to be good. What's your name again? Tisha. She Is Hope LA.
She Is Hope LA. I'm going to that conversation. I want you to make sure you join us next week so you can hear that and everything else that's going on here in the Southland. Super producer Caleb, thank you for putting together such an amazing show. Love you. Thank you for holding it down on the board. All these good singers.
Thank you. Love you guys.
Yeah. And thank you for joining us here on Soul Gal Saturday. We truly appreciate your time and we do not take it for granted. Coming up next is Unsolved with Steve Gravery. So don't you know where to keep it right here on KFI AM 640 live everywhere.
Spurtogremon, come to my Discord. Come to my Discord. I sent you an invitation. Come to my Discord. We're watching a movie. Excellent. We'll see you there. Check your direct messages.
Never sounded so good.
This is the story about two guys on opposite sides of the street. Blame dangerous gangsters in the country. Some of the toughest men in this country. Some of the deadliest men in this country. Guys who are this story from the
Boy, it kind of degrades everything that they've accomplished.
now for the
I can understand that point of view of being angry.
from the people who live it. Listen and subscribe to Fight Night.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for
Sprotogrammer, I'm sending you a message. Excellent. Okay, do you see that we're in the BC? No, you can. I'll get it to you. Yes, go in there.
Estrada says during some of the robberies, the men threatened to kill employees who were just trying to make a living. Two men were convicted Thursday of October. Churchill Downs has lifted its suspended suspension of trainer Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit failed a drug test. ABC's Chuck Stevenson says the Hall of Fame trainer can now resume racing his horses.
Baffert issued a statement in which he took responsibility for Medina Spirit's failed drug test. Kentucky racing stewards disqualified the horse the winter after the 2021 race.
Track notes that Baffert has completed the penalty and promises to comply.
Sproto, did you find it?
Another House lawmaker from California wanted President Biden to withdraw from the 2024 election. He says Representative Guinness offered a close ally, former Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
To Biden, Lofgren said, quote, your candidacy is on a trajectory to lose the White House and potentially impact crucial House and Senate races.
Biden issued a statement yesterday saying he would be returning to the campaign trail next week as he spends time in Delaware recovering from COVID. The Israeli army says it has hit several Houthi targets in western Yemen. The attack comes after a fatal drone attack in Tel Aviv. A Houthi spokesman said the attacks will only make the people of Yemen and its armed forces more determined to support Gaza. Today's attack hit storage facilities for oil and diesel at the port and on the local The San Diego Air and Space Museum is celebrating the 55th anniversary of the
Sprotogrammer, what does it say when you try to join?
The museum honored astronauts Edwin Buzz Aldrin.
It doesn't say anything. It's just not joining.
Okay, let me...
The smartphone in the join voice, and it's not working.
Is that you?
Let's take a look at your traffic this evening. Looks like we got a crash on the 101 in Hollywood.
Yo. No way. Hold on. Okay, so the movie's over. I want to thank everybody for watching it because you guys are really good friends because most people will be like, I'm not watching that bullshit. Yes. Yes, but I was watching it on my phone. Sprotogramma. Sprotogramma. Okay. Oh, okay. Sprotogramma, can you hear me? What happens when you try to join the chat or the VC? Okay. Send me what it says. Hey, Jacob, thank you so much for watching that. You're an amazing person for doing that. And I just want you to know from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate it. While we may not agree on the subject, you can now see the evidence that we have. Excellent. Sprotogramma. So we're going to get you in next. You're going to send me what it says when you try to get in, correct?
Why is your interior of your cabin made of plywood? Oh, it's a garage. Actually, like a car garage. Oh, have to turn up your volume. Say that again? It's a two-car garage. You live in the garage? Yo, is that your crib? It's still garage. I don't smoke in the house. Okay. How far are you from Arizona, Jacob? I'm in Kentucky right now. West Kentucky. West Kentucky strong, baby. We got rattlesnakes, panthers, and bears and shit. You have bears in Kentucky? Do you hear that, Mr. Rabbi?
Yes, I do.
I seen one like 2 weeks right after I moved in 2019, 2020. I mistook it for a dog wandering wounded kind of hunt. And then like I got close and it took off into a tree like, no, dogs don't do that. Wow. Me and Michael Rothschild are working on a product called the Bear Scare. I don't know if you've heard of it. It's a revolutionary bear spray product that not only shoots longer distance to combat strong winds, which negates the effects of typical bear spray.
Can you hear me?
But you can't get a bear scare at Walmart, which incorporates sound deterrent and visual deterrent and bear spray. But the strongest bear spray on the planet, all in one device.
Sprotogramma. Sprotogramma. What are you doing? Wait, just join it first. Just join it. Just join. Fall asleep in there. Hold on. I'm going to walk you through it. So what happens when you click that link that I sent you? Oh, okay. Let me look. Oh, it does nothing when you tap join. Did you start and restart your the Discord app? Oh, you know why it doesn't let you in? Because you're in the video chat, perhaps, of the Telegram. Leave the Telegram and come in.
drinking today?
I drank the rest of my Long Island margarita mix. I had like 6 or something. Shots in it.
6 shots. Holy fuck. How are you sustain like life and positivity taking that many shots? Like, does alcohol not make you depressed? It's fucking the brain.
People grew up there their entire lives. Well, you were talking about this.
Yeah, you don't feel sad the next day? Like, it feels like I lost a bunch of brain cells and I'm just sad the next day. Why are you putting on a Joe Rogan episode, Rabbi?
Why not? I mean, you can still talk over it. Just mute it if you don't want to watch it.
I appreciate Joe Rogan, but I don't really believe in everything he says. It's more or less than, catered for satire than anything else.
Sproto Gremlin, are you there?
What would it take for you to join the UFC? Because if you're in the UFC, I feel like you fucking have the potential. Me and Rabbi as your coach, you're fucking up whoever walks in the octagon if you're fucking crazy ass. Am I right?
Like an MMA challenge?
Yeah, what would it take for you to convert? Do you have a job right now?
I currently take care of my brother. He has to have constant 24 around the clock watch. My parents don't really have the physiological capabilities to take care of them on their own.
I'm going to count that as a job, but what would it take for you to convert to MMA fighter? Because you look jacked from the photos, or from the video, it's like you got some muscle mass there, so. I imagine with some margaritas with 6 shots of vodka in it, you would go to town on whoever the fuck walks in the ring.
Or just think about peeing.
They're not completely shaved on the sides, but there's hair on the sides. But the
have you been in a fight before?
Wider strip, and it goes.
Yeah, but that was kind of like a forest fight. People just start throwing fists and shit. It's like, okay, we're doing that now.
Rabbi looks like he's been in negative firefights his whole entire life.
We're dog. I've always been able to use my mouth to be able to get me out of it.
And you don't want to, like, obviously encourage any of that. I don't like violence either, for sure, but there's money involved, I suppose. I can get violent. That's some great potential.
There were witnesses who saw the individual get into the vehicle, and they said there was at least 2 others.
The whole jury behind
the SUV. They were both described as African American, approximately 20 to 25 years of age. One was driving, and the other was in the front.
Would you do an MMA fight, Rabbi?
Yeah, I have to be able to fight Mark Zuckerberg and whoop his fucking ass, though.
This was a target attack.
He's pretty good, though. He's fucking talented, that guy.
Dog, he's like 5'1". I'm gonna destroy him.
I would definitely up to the cost for that one. I'd like to.
I'd be swapping out Rabbi's mouth guard in between rounds. I'd be that guy squirting water in his face, telling him, wake the fuck up, Rabbi. It's game time, motherfucker.
Dog, all you'd hear is just that fucking mouth guard in my mouth. It would just be like, and you'd pull it out and it'd be like, I eat pussy, motherfucker. I'm the best motherfucker of all time. Go fuck yourself. There ain't never been anyone prettier than I am. And then you'd have to put it back in.
Also,
MMA, man, I like MMA too. Because you can use more than one technique.
I want to see Rabbi hopped up on a
adrenaline. When he's in the midst of a UFC fight, let the chirps come out. At its peak are whenever I take out his mouth guard. It's got to be some unfathomable level of chirp coming out when he's all adrenaline up.
Let's try to visualize this. You've got the two guys that are walking out from this house. You've got Demetrius and his relative. They're walking down a sidewalk. Someone comes up on him. Does he come up on him from the street, or does he come up on him?
Of course, he changes it from Chinese physicist to Joey Diaz.
Word.
Who's the fucking king of the fucking, like, Brooklyn or whatever.
New Jersey.
Obviously, on the side Demetrius is standing, which would have been.
Is he from New Jersey?
Well, he's technically was born in Cuba. He lived in Manhattan for some part.
You know his car dealer stories,
Some of them.
Was hit by errant gunfire, like, the external gunfire, or do you think it's also part of the I think the relative was because
He worked at a car dealership.
as I said, it was approximately 12. They were in a grouping, and so
Jacob Diablo Blanco is the real Mexican name.
I don't know what the killer thought, but I'm sure as he
No papers.
that he possibly could hit the relative also. When we come back, I want to dig a little deeper because you mentioned earlier that sometimes you who the victims were, in this case Demetrius Brackets, and you say you had to kind of peel back the layers of his life. So we'll do that. We'll explore more of the case from 2018 in Compton. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640.
Hey, Al, when you're pissed off, what do you say?
I'm Heather Brooker, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Fuck you, you little bitch.
Hell yeah. That's what I like to hear.
Officers responded to a hospital.
You're dealing with right now the world's biggest fucking panic on the fucking planet.
Hell yeah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah, wah.
President Biden with Hawaii Governor Josh Green. Experts believe it's a sign that Biden's campaign is forging ahead despite continued calls for him to bow out of the 2024 race. And the spooky season.
When was the last vacation you took, Rabbi? It seems like you're due for a vacation.
Dog, I've been doing this for so fucking long. It depends how you define vacation. Before this, I took a little trip up to Santa Barbara. I also spent some time in San Diego. Beautiful.
Beautiful. Water's green because of the algae.
Hourly updates from Paris. Bring the summer games with you everywhere you go.
Do you like the city of San Diego?
Yeah, it's wonderful.
Live updates from Paris. Only on iHeartRadio. The exclusive audio.
El Cajon is like the Navy retirement capital of the world, probably.
The free iHeartRadio app is number one.
There's a big, like, Navy base down there, isn't there?
Word. Ever see Top Gun?
50,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. A Rube Goldberg.
Top Gun base in San Diego?
Word. That's where Top Gun Flight School is. Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard? Dog, I'm fucking Maverick. You know I'm Maverick.
Found dead in her home in the late hours of the evening.
The Rube killer murdered 2 other people in Sierra Blanca.
El, what's your favorite episode of Joey Diaz?
Since then, authorities have written off the murders as
I just think he's a hilarious individual who is just really not afraid to express whatever the fuck he says. That's why I admire him.
Word, dog. How many of those fucking things have you drank?
heads of Sierra Blanca.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one.
No, L.
What did you say?
We were doing fractions earlier, and you were like, normally I do 2/3 of the amount. So, how many have you done this far?
I don't understand my question.
How many beers have you had?
I'm only on my fucking third one right now. It's only halfway finished though. But I'm a little wavy. I don't know if you can tell that.
You're a little lazy or a little wavy?
Wavy.
Yeah, I can tell it. That's good. I would have picked you at about 3 beers right now. Excellent. I agree. Have you ever had Colt 44? Wait, Colt 45, thank you. Have you ever had a Colt 44? So what are your thoughts on Colt 45? Hell yeah, dog.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. If you're listening on the app, you can send us a tip about a case, a story idea, or a comment about the show. Just tap the red microphone on the app and record your message. Welcome back. We're inside the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Homicide Bureau, talking with cold case detective Rich Tomlin about the case of Demetrius Brackens, a 46-year-old black man who was gunned down in front of a home in the 2000 block of North Parmalee Avenue in Compton back in 2018. So, Detective, before the break, we were talking about how you sometimes have to go back and peel back the layers of the victims, of those who were killed. And in this particular case, what do we know about Demetrius? You said he had gone to prison. He really wasn't a bad guy per se on the surface. But do you know any more about him?
Just talking to family members that he was more of a loner and that he sometimes would lose touch with his family. But he was, as far as seeing them in person, however, he was consistent in staying through telephone contacts and what have you. Married? Demetrius was not married. He was 46 years of age. 2 years older. And again, because of his age, one would say, again, you have to look at all angles of a shooting. What's a possible angle? Could this be a gang shooting, let's say, per se? He's got no gang ties. He's an older gentleman. Again, the timing of the murder. Of course, violence can happen anytime, at any moment of the day, but this is a Sunday. This is at 1:35 in the afternoon. I don't think, well, again, I can't say that for sure, but it's kind of shocking, and that's what it is. But this is shocking, the time of day it occurred, where it occurred, and that the amount of gunshots that were fired. So,
Could this have been mistaken identity?
How you living, Pimp?
This is why we are pleading for the public to help. We don't know. We have no idea of why this occurred. But obviously, and I have to reiterate again, this is 1:30 in the afternoon on a Sunday afternoon. Yeah. There are people out. There are people in the area, as people who step forward and give a description of the individual, people who step forward and identified the suspect vehicle. We feel very strongly that there are people who actually know who is responsible for the shooting. and we are asking the public's assistance to help. Because if it's not safe to walk out of your home at 1:30 in the afternoon on a Sunday, when is it safe to walk? Detective, based on your experience, who shoots a 46-year-old man? Because that's exactly
Sounds familiar. Enlighten, please.
that was the target all along.
Alright, so he's artist, he's multiple season Spice documentary series with Vice, for Vice, apparently, where it films hitchhiking across America, and he's this very famous artist. He has a wonderful podcast, by the way, called BBBASA. He appears to be more where he interviews various people or just bloggers about whatever. He's super funny. One of the episodes he interviews Saber, which is a famous CD artist, Sasha Gray. Sasha Gray is the same episode.
No, who's that?
And he's a Sasha Gray, dude. It's like some famous porn star.
Okay.
His series on hitchhiking across America, and he hitchhiked across China. He's very inspirational as well as his artwork, and made his money by doing a mural for Facebook for $50,000, and Mark Zuckerberg offered him, you can either take $50,000 cash, which he supposedly needed a lot at the time, or you can take stock in Facebook. And so he took the stock, he's a gambler, and he's been kicked out of various Las Vegas casinos. And then the stock, his little $50,000 of stock in Facebook moved to like $300 million. He's a big whale Facebook goat. And genuinely, he's a very likable guy, and he's done interviews with Stevie Levy, which is Bobby Lee's brother, who's a very awesome, hilarious Asian guy. So you should check it out. I don't know if you ever considered hitchhiking on a train hopping, where you hitchhike on trains. Entertaining. You're fucking really? Were you interrupting the radio to understand where their destination was, or were you just reballing it?
Because of the tragedy that
He almost got robbed once on a fucking nice little piece around my ear, right? They wanted to fight. He was used for a necklace. It's kind of strong from there. It's like a good long term place, you know. He's pretty cool.
Can you explain that more? Just come over and
my meter, right? Like this, a class that I'll together.
Was some other train hoppers trying to rob you?
Do you think they saw the same look? Same
It was more else like it's how it's fast. I was coming back from Greek Fest. So I was like a half a tag in. It's good to the entire way there.
The vehicle also.
Wow.
That is
fucking admirable
we have ways of
determination and
with the right individual.
Yeah.
Rich Dolan, detective with the Los Angeles.
So how many times have you train hopped?
Thanks for your time, and we'll get all this posted.
I used to like the game. I used to bring up railroad tracks and go apart.
A 13-year-old boy and a 19-year-old executed inside the First, this is Unsolved. KFI AM 640. Time now.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I'm Heather Brooker, live Live from the
You have any
crazy
stories from your
set a trial date for the man
hopping
charged
days?
with attempting to murder Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Nicholas
Not
Barnes
really.
is accused of flying to D.C. and going to Kavanaugh's home with a gun and burglary.
Any of you trains moving? Like the loud
That's
noise?
kind of hard to avoid if you're fucked up, you know what I mean? I gotta figure this out before I get back on this top.
Beaches in Ventura County are among the cleanest in the state. Illinois released its annual report card grading beaches from A to F based on water quality samples from April 2023 to March 2024. County Line Beach, a popular surfing spot near the Ventura and
Where would you be going to? Like you didn't want to take the fucking regular car rides or whatever.
I used to ride a train back and forth all the time to go from my aunt's house to City to my house. Oh, no.
September 20th and 21st, streaming live only on Hulu.
Yeah.
Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com. That's AXS.com.
Small businesses are great. Skyline growing up in the background.
Get a quote and find why over 1 million small business owners trust them at the
Did you ever
Hartford.com.
fuck with graffiti at all?
The free radio app is number one for
Like graffiti, or when you write a moniker on the
Discover
side
a
of
new
the
podcast
frame?
from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles.
I'm not really good artist. At least when it comes to like painting, expression, and all that.
2007, the NBA's worst nightmare came true. Tim Donaghy is a convicted.
I'm not a good painter at all. I paint your face. I'm not really good painter entirely. You can get by numbers.
Actually, we're gonna watch concerts.
I like shit. That's what you're talking about. Make everything neon. I'm sure that's okay.
I see that I could have never dreamed of seeing men. Namely, the stakes. The main money is the TV money. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars. This is big business. And the question is it being acted out fairly? I 100%
Hell.
that they can program the outcome of the game.
How long does it take you to shotgun a beer?
I don't have any room to shotgun a beer right now, but if it was just like the first one, probably you second.
Would you be ready to fuck shit up afterwards? Hell yeah.
I don't think we're too work too well now if I try to probably instantly vomit all this shit out.
Have you ever vomited and then ate your own vomit?
Yeah, a couple times. I mean, it's like, why let that beautiful vomit go to waste when I can just eat the vomit?
Right. Regurgitate it. Recycling. You Canadians love that.
I mean, I'm all for the planet, so why would I be recycling my vomit?
That's right. Well, that's nice. Do you like to tell this story to group homes and children's t-ball teams?
I often enjoy just stepping in as a part-time coach for the local t-ball team and introducing them to stories of how I consume my own vomit.
That's amazing, Doug.
It really gives them a little pep in their step so they can crush those local balls out of the stadium.
Amazing.
Music Festival presented by
Hello.
To Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st, streaming live.
Do you know that sometimes I just say did when I don't want to say ditto? I just say did.
There's two ways to say ditto.
Right, so I just say did. I think that's probably the coolest thing ever.
This is a really cool expression, actually.
Did. It's just like, I'm so fucking lazy. I'm gonna make up my own goddamn word, and you're gonna know what it means.
Goddamn fuck. You have goddamn fuck. Oh, no. That's a fucking documentary on the ground. We already watched.
No. We're good. We're gonna watch a concert. You wanna know what a really cool concert is?
I'd rather watch fucking Hitler giving speeches in fucking German than fucking documentary.
Have you heard those Hitler speeches in English yet?
I feel like there was one Joe Rogan Instagram clip where they converted it to fucking English, and then Joe Rogan was like, "Oh, Germans sound so angry, but when you convert it to English, it's like, oh shit, this thing that he's saying is like really anti-Semitic and it's totally rational." Do you know anything about the streets of Washington, D.C. and how they relate to the Freemasons / Illuminati?
Fuck yeah.
Apparently the architecture of the streets in Washington, D.C. is very edgy.
Weird dog. The architect was named like Le Petit Soleil, some fucking French thing. It's like Le Petit or something like that. Anyway, yeah, it's basically designed in a very esoteric manner, and it's like spokes of a wheel, but also very triangular, so that it doesn't run on a grid. It runs basically out of spokes, with the center spoke generally being like the Congress building. Is that the coolest shit you've ever heard in your entire life? Word.
Yeah, I interviewed this artist from Washington, D.C., and he was telling me about how the streets are all Masonic and shit.
Word, dog. Dog, we have so many fucking documentaries that should play. I don't even know if it's gonna fucking work. But I'm gonna get a, I'm gonna put a little timer on my phone that whenever there's a message that comes up that says, "Hey, are you still there?" And to avoid that little message coming up, I'll just have the timer automatically click it every so often so that it thinks I'm still there. Word, dog. Apologies, I didn't mean to make you watch this documentary again. We're watching the next one, yo. Hey, Jacob, do you know Caspian Sea? Do you know Caspian Sea?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I talked to him a couple times on here.
Excellent. Okay. He'll be back like around August 8th, and I wanted to make sure you knew him. Excellent. So,
I'm looking forward to that guy's trip report of what the fuck scale was like for 25 days.
right.
I want to know this one. I'm sure this guy will come up with some MacGyver hacks to fucking make it
Doug,
horrible.
I didn't tell you, but he called me, and I missed it. Here's why I missed it though, and I can't really be too mad at myself. I have a setting on my phone. It's an iPhone, and it's like the setting is something like don't ring the phone if it's an unknown number. And I used to just take all calls, but I gave out my telephone number on Telegram, and this one guy kept calling me from an unknown number all the time, thinking it was funny. He'd call me in the middle of the night and just to wake me up. So that would piss me off, though I knew I was asking for it. So what I ended up doing was just turning on that setting that says don't ring my phone if it's an unknown number. And obviously I don't have his jail in my phone. So it like called me, but it never rang.
You're telling me that you missed out on some fucking
Jail call.
Caspian Sea from the inside an American penitentiary. You were too fucking skeptical of them Telegram scammers.
That's exactly right.
That's right. Describe your definition of this case, and I don't mean to be flippant about it, but
that's really unfortunate. I feel like
shooting
several
in your
things
as an executioner.
Oh wow. The whole bottle of white wine here. Oh my goodness.
Left side of the chest.
That's on the color. Have you seen the trailer park episode, Mr. Michael Rothschild, where they made fucking, it's like booze out of fermenting orange peel, like a plastic bag.
In jail?
Yeah. Have you watched Trailer Park Boys Jail?
No, I've never seen Trailer Park Boys. Is it funny?
Are you fucking kidding me right now?
Dude, you have to understand something. It's Canadian, and because it's Canadian, it's not pushed that hard in the United States. Though I do know that it's a funny show. It's just since it's Canadian, people don't really talk about it that much. They talk about it a little bit on the internet, and I know it's a funny show. But like, if you ask the average American, "Hey, have you seen Trailer Park Boys?" They won't even know that's a show because it's not American.
Oh my god. Alright, we have to go to Trailer Park Boys Marathon because that show's fucking hilarious.
Is it on YouTube?
It's on some streaming website illegally somewhere for free. Maybe you can buy it. I'm sure you can get it. I'm flabbergasted that you haven't seen Trailer Park Boys.
I'm not actually saying I don't watch it either. I'm not an idiot.
See?
You guys are missing out. I'm telling you, you guys are missing out. It's the funniest fucking show ever.
Doug, I'm going to look it up right now. I don't think it's on YouTube, but if it is, we'll watch every episode right now.
You do have a podcast which is on YouTube, which I also enjoy. Because surprisingly from the show, the characters in real life are not astronomically different from the TV show, so still very enjoyable. I feel like the show is a little bit.
Yo, Doug, people tell me all the time that I remind them of, what's the guy with the glasses, the Coke bottle glasses? Yeah, they tell me that all the time. Oh, you're just like Bubbles. And I'm like, who the fuck is Bubbles? And they're like, oh, he's on Trailer Park Boys. And I'm like, oh, are you fucking Canadian? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, then we have this whole fucking conversation.
I asked my mentor
Is it wrong to terrorize?
Oh.
You definitely are a little bit like Bubble.
Yeah, so we're going to find out about that guy right now. If episode 1 is on YouTube, we're going to watch it right fucking now. Trailer Park Boys, episode 1. It's at least not available using this thing.
Some theories sound really great. But he says the bottom line is you have to have evidence to back up that theory. So
probably DM it to you on streaming website.
Dog, I know I can get it. That's not the issue. It's about streaming it here.
It's all meaningless.
Alright.
And right now, in this case,
So in the meantime, you're going to watch a PBS Frontline documentary on black money. And it's not on what you think it is.
let's dig a little deeper on what could have been
It's not on 50 cents fucking money.
Dog, I wish. When I first saw it, I was like, damn, this is a hardcore fucking documentary. They just come out and say like straight up black money. I figured it was gonna be like, I don't know, like moguls and like, you know, successful people in the African American community, but it was not. It was on the shadowy world of international bribery, which is still actually really, really cool too. But I would love to be watching this if it was on moguls.
Not sure why, but your mic is really in and out.
Out. It's in and out. It's in and out. Yo, baby, can you hear me better? Yo. Hey, to my man, Riser, you need to understand something. You need to know something right now. You ready for this?
I'm fucking ready.
Excellent. Damn it. What did you just say?
My name is fucking Al.
Before that.
Lil Wayne.
Oh, yeah, Black Money. Yeah. What was I saying? What does it have to do with that? Word, dog. Okay, we're talking Trailer Park Boys. And did it have something to do with that? That wasn't the purpose.
Chains AMC and Cinemark cash checks for $25 million and $50 respectively. And Amazon's number 2 behind owner Jeff Bezos just paid $1.4 million. Though a stock grant he got in 2021 is now worth $1 billion with a B dollars. And at least one analyst noted that next pay level set is
real wild west.
Word, dog.
Can you imagine Rabbi Rothschild wearing like his red and white fucking uniform, shooting off fucking buses?
Hell yeah, dog.
Civil War reactor.
You know what you're listening to right now. Did you know that at iHeartRadio, one of the pet peeves is dead air? That pause you get between the songs when you're listening to a baller playlist or the gaps in your soundtrack when you're trying to set the mood. It kills the energy, destroys the vibe. See, at iHeartRadio, you believe it's not just the music curation and playlists that matters, but also figuring out how to guarantee
I've been through there a couple times.
seamlessly bridge one song to the next.
I went to a wedding once in Georgia, and actually, I think I've been through there 3 times. I went to a wedding once in Nashville. I went to a wedding once in Georgia, and then I went to Charleston, South Carolina, and I passed through there. I remember being. I've only really been that I recall. I mean, I remember being there, but and I went to the Kentucky Derby. Louisville. What in the fuck are you saying, Lexington? Get that shit out of here. That's in Louisville, son. Right, Mammoth Cave, is that right? Right. My friend, I stayed with him when I went to the Kentucky Derby, and he was very smart. He ended up going to Harvard, and then he also ended up coaching soccer at Harvard. It was very tight. We didn't have to pay. He just knew people, and we just walked in. It's like, I don't know if you could do that now, but back then, it was like, Kentucky was a little bit different. It was kind of a little backwoods, where if you just knew the right person, they could open a door for you, and then all of a sudden, you're at the biggest horse race in the world. Did you ask if I'm a betting man? It was actually, I put in a bet like the day before, and it hit, and I won, but it only paid like 2 to 1, so I could sit and wait in line or just hold on to the ticket. And so I think that's what I did.
Every second, 2 seconds is cutting out there.
Yeah, I hate this shit so much. I don't fucking understand it. It's so fucking annoying. Hold on a second. Yo, dog. Can you still hear me? Yo, dog, can you still hear me? Yo. Can you hear me? Yo.
I don't know if it'll cut out every 2 seconds, but yeah.
You
can't see conforming of it cutting out?
No. Can you hear me? Dog, this shit sucks so much cock. Apologies. Okay, can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay. Excellent. So, apologies for the last 3 fucking hours that thing just was like, dog, I have done everything I can to try to figure out the microphone issue. It just turns out if you have too many microphones that are open at the same time in a room, it's just almost impossible not to get feedback.
I mean, you have 3 in the same Discord right now. Is there a reason to that? One is just the lurker, no video stream.
Yeah, let's talk about that one for a second. I don't understand. Let's see here. We got this one. I can see that. Hold on. The lurker. You know, that lurker is a very good question. What is that one even doing? I don't even know where it is. No, it's an excellent question. It's like, okay, you just have a random ass one in there. Hold on a second. Join. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. All right, so even if I just turn this one on. All right. Yeah, there was just some kind of bug with one of my phones. It didn't go away. Can you hear me, Al? Al.
The voice that you're speaking into seems to cut out abruptly.
That's what I needed to know.
I'm not sure why.
That's what I needed to know.
One that's muted.
Dog.
You have one that's muted.
Dog. Okay, so the phone on which you hear me now, it cuts in and out, correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, just a moment.
Could it be robbery? Yes, and I'll tell you why. If we haven't discussed this, this area of Linwood, extremely high crime rate, with vastly different types of criminals.
Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you. It seems like the quality of the audio has dropped, which I'm not sure is a good enough trade-off or the fucking either constant shitty quality or on and off good quality.
Exactly.
Which is fucking lovely dichotomy to have.
Word, dog. Okay, hold on. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Yo, dog. Hey. Hey, can you tell him to unmute this one and see if it sounds better? Yo. Can you hear me?
I'm not sure what motive is behind that.
L, tell, Jacob, tell L to unmute the far camera. Yo, L. L. Yo.
I'm here. You have Rabbi on mute? No, he muted himself.
No, one of them you do. Can you hear me? L, unmute that far one and see how the microphone goes.
Okay. I have the volume. Oh, I'm muted now.
All right, can you, now just one moment. Let's see how it is. All right, now I know I'm going to sound far away, but does it cut in and out?
It sounds like you're talking from really far away.
Well, that's because I am. Can you hear me?
You're fine now. I can hear you, but bring the mic in closer, maybe on the third one.
Dog, you want me to do so much fucking shit? Okay, I'll do it, dog. Just for you. No, you're good. Okay, I just unmuted one. No, you're good, dog. You're good. I appreciate this. I need your help. That's why I'm giving you shit, but I do need your help. All right, here we go. I am doing all this for my friend Al and my friend Jacob. Here we go. This is fucking amazing shit. And if you're like, oh, Rabbi, what makes you say it's so fucking amazing? Check out how athletic I am. Look at this. People can't wrap their heads around how fucking athletic I am, how much athletic prowess I have, how much I'm like poetry in motion. Yo, dog. L, can you hear me?
I can still sound a little, or not really even a little, like, I feel like this one you're gonna have to talk like really close to it.
Dog, you don't even know what I have in store for you. Just calm down. It's gonna be fucking amazing. Wow, dog. Do you know how much fucking work it is for me to fucking unplug one of these fucking devices, shut off the fucking microphone to that device, re-plug in another phone, and plug that one in, and the fucking chargers aren't even the same chargers? Do you know what kind of horse shit this is? Yo, dog, can you hear me? Wow.
Loud and fucking clear.
For the first time ever.
I mean, the other mics were atrocious. This one is fucking crystal good.
Oh, that's what I needed, Al. We've only been fucking dealing with this bullshit for fucking months. Hell yeah, motherfucker. Hell yeah. Dog, you are so right. Oh my word, you know my nickname. Biggest pimp of all time. Oh, dude, that's amazing. I'm glad that this fucking thing works now. So you can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. It doesn't appear to be cutting in and out.
That's tight as fuck, dog.
What device is this on?
It's just like an old Android phone.
Well, the audio is actually tolerable and seems to have a consistent stream. It's weird that how different devices connected to the same internet would have different consistencies and latencies for the stream.
Dog, people are gonna study this at a university level, and we'll leave that up to them to figure out all those nuances.
University of Vancouver, where we've studied this for decades.
Dog, you're absolutely right. Hey, have you told Jacob about the University of Vancouver? Hold on, wait. Before we do this, Jacob, how many people do you think attend the University of Vancouver? That's a great guess. L, how many people attend the University of Vancouver? Go.
You hear that, Jacob? You hear that number? It's a fucking goose egg, bud. 0.
It doesn't exist. Not yet. Dog, doesn't that sound like a really good university? The University of Vancouver? Exactly. It'd be like the University of Toronto, the University of Chicago, NYU, UCLA.
They have a University of Saskatchewan. You know what goes on in Saskatchewan, Jacob? They fucking plow fields of fucking wheat. That's what happens at the University of fucking Saskatchewan.
Man, fuck Saskatchewan.
Yeah, fuck Saskatchewan.
Donate to the University of Saskatchewan.
Fuck the entire province of Saskatchewan.
Dog, Saskatchewan sucks so much cock, it should get on its knees and start sucking off Manitoba. What are your thoughts on Nineveh? Dog, I love Nineveh. That's why I mentioned it. I think it's the coolest fucking place in Canada, maybe.
You know, I'm starting to fucking university called University of Nineveh?
Now that's a good idea. Are you going to ensure that indigenous people who are, what do you call them?
Underprivileged in education.
No, there's a word you can't use. There's a word you can't use. These people are known as, dude, it's like a short word. No, you can't use that word. That's not the right word. Doesn't it start with an N? Yeah. No, it's it's like the Ninook people or something. Ninook. Dog. I'm gonna look this up. But you don't want to say the E word anymore. That's like a hate term. Yeah, you don't want to say that. That's not what they're known as. Oh, Inuit. You call them Inuit, dog. You don't call them the other thing. That's a hate term. That's like a bad word for Inuit people. Can I tell everybody? There's a certain group out there for whom I am looking out, or out for whom I'm looking. Those are MILFs in society. In addition to MILFs, there's a certain group of people in Nepal that are known as Sherpas. And these people have gotten really, really good at climbing mountains, but they are not all mountain climbers. There are some Sherpas that do other things, but the term Sherpa has just been colloquially used as anybody who's like a pack animal person to go climb fucking Mount Everest, and I am standing up for them. That they're not all fucking pack animals. Some Sherpas do other things. Don't you think that I will be seen in the future, perhaps, as a great trailblazer for Sherpa culture?
I did not know that. I thought that Sherpas were specifically designed to carry the white people's luggage out Mount Everest while doing a large fraction of the work that it takes to escalate those high elevations.
Right. So
do they have these Sherpas other than attending to the yak?
Well, so here's the thing. Some of the most famous people who have done this are not Sherpas. They're like Chinese people. And those are two separate groups of people. So the proper term is a porter. Porter. Someone who takes things from one place to another. So I want people to know, don't call these people Sherpas anymore. Sherpas are a group of people who live in Nepal. The people who carry shit on the mountain are known as porters. A lot of Sherpa people are porters, but it's offensive by you saying Sherpa and assuming that everybody who is a Sherpa is a porter, because that's not true. Also, I want you to know that the steepest and also the highest altitude airport is located in and around Kathmandu. Do you have any other questions about Nepal? Because I think at this point, I'm a fucking Nepalese expert. No other motherfucker from Nepal's over here saying, hey, I'm standing up for the Sherpas.
Yeah, I've watched, I've read documentary or two in my day, and you're fucking right on there.
Thank you, baby. Thank you. I appreciate that. Dog, do you like the sound that you're hearing out of this phone? Well, I have to ask Elle because Elle complains about everything.
I don't complain. I'm just giving you valuable feedback. And the quality of this microphone so far has been sublime.
That's phenomenal. That's fucking phenomenal news, dog.
You're damn right it's phenomenal, Rabbi.
This is phenomenal. Yo, welcome. We got Palo here. Palo, you are wonderful. We got Palo here. We've got Nigolo. We've got Dante Cito. We've got Valinago. How you doing, friends? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Welcome. Hi. I'm very well. How are you? Welcome. Wild. All right, well, I'm live on YouTube right now on 6 different streams, so you can check me out. Type Vila Rabbi in YouTube, filter by live. It's the biggest event in global history. Do you know about Kick? Okay, that's cool. Well, we're watching this little documentary. Do you know who Joey Diaz is? Dog. Joey Diaz is a stand-up comedian based out of North Bergen, New Jersey, and he's hilarious. Everybody loves him. Everybody loves his podcast. I have a feeling that these people either speak English, not perhaps. Hey, what's going on? How are you? Yo, welcome. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace.
Hablaba lento que yo hablaba lento de Blaquito. Speak low, please.
Speak low, like silently, like a whisper.
What I mean by that is he's still a person of interest.
Elle, can you translate?
Since 1992, there's nothing in the case file.
There's a somewhat foreign language speaker. I need to speak low, Rabbi.
Oh, okay, cool. Welcome, everybody. We love that you're here. We watched a documentary tonight that had Spanish subtitles, and we want you to know that we love you. We're happy that you're here. Thank you for coming. I love that you're here. Welcome. Watch whatever you want. We're watching documentaries. We got Joe Rogan. You guys know who Joe Rogan is? It's amazing. Check this out.
Have done all of that. He would have taken all the bribes. All the bribes. And in India, he just kind of knew that's how he knew the culture. He knew how to navigate. He knew how to grease the wheels and all of that, how to talk to people to get what you want. Here, he's not charming because he doesn't know English well enough. Right. There, he can get anything he wants. Here, he's just struggling, trying to figure it all out. And so I've become keenly aware of, like, I don't know if we as immigrant kids appreciate everything our parents had to go through to get here. For us. I'm not here without that.
Well, if my grandparents, it was actually my grandparents' parents that moved here, but if they weren't the type of people that were so gangster they were willing to get on that boat,
yeah,
I was in Europe somewhere.
Yes.
I'd be in Europe hanging out in a cafe, smoking cigarettes, talking shit.
Yeah, I would be a fat, spoiled piece of shit And it would have been fun. I'd have been a rich kid. But growing up in India, I wouldn't have been this, what I am here. I know that.
Yeah, you want your own ability to carve a path. And there's a lot of countries where that's not an option. You can't really carve a path to do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
That's not available to everybody everywhere.
Yeah, man. Hopeless poverty. I'm not saying there's not extreme poverty in America. There is, but I've seen hopeless poverty in India where it's just like, I don't know how you'll get out of this. 3 generations in.
Yeah, when you fly into Brazil, one of the things that happens when you fly into Rio, we would do UFCs there. You go through the favelas, the airport, and the drive from the airport to where the beach where we're staying.
Yeah,
you drive straight through the favela. So all to the right of you is shanty towns, and you see extreme poverty.
Yeah.
And have you ever seen that movie, The City of God?
Yes. Yeah.
Whoa, yeah. My friend Eddie Bravo said that next Boys in the Hood looked like Sesame Street.
Truly, I remember thinking it was going to be an uplifting film, so I was horrified watching the whole thing. But yeah, it's crazy, man.
And my friends from Brazil say that's exactly what it's like. That's exactly what it's like in the favelas. It's bad.
The kids that take over like 9 years old and they end up killing people. Yeah, unbelievable.
They have no respect for life, no understanding. I mean, the frontal cortex isn't even beginning before.
Yeah.
They're not. You're 25 before you figure out what the fuck you're even doing with yourself.
I remember riding a train in India with my mom. My mom has like fibromyalgia, all these joint issues, and then we had to move train stations, all this stuff, or like platforms or whatever, and everybody's just rushing, and people are like screaming, trying to get off the train. So many people are getting on. People are like screaming, like, please just let me get off. And I'm like, yo, people are going to die doing this. And then we talked to family in India, and they might have just been saying it flippantly, but they said the cheapest thing in India is a man's life. They said that in Hindi, but like, the idea that you just grow up around so much trauma and whatever that it is what it is.
When there's a billion people, that's what it is.
Yeah,
a billion
on a land a quarter the size of America.
So a quarter the size of America, 3 times the population.
Yeah,
that's nuts.
Dude, the 0.4 of India's population, 1.4 billion, is bigger than America.
That's nuts.
So bigger plus a billion.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
You have to think a quarter the size of America and 3 times the population. If you really put that all together, you're just
crazy.
Like, what?
Yeah.
It's madness.
And I love India, and I love going back, and I also just understand how privileged I am that I was raised here, and I feel like we as immigrant kids take that for granted sometimes.
Isn't it interesting how like some places just, I guess it's the older ones, right? Like think about high population places. It's China, which is like our oldest civilization.
Yeah.
China has thrived economically for 4,000 years.
Yeah.
4,000 years.
Yeah.
So of course they have a billion people.
Yeah, true.
Obviously there's serious poverty and all sorts of problems in China, but the point is they've been a unit for 4,000 years. So people have been fucking.
Yeah.
They've been fucking for 4,000 years, so much that they had to say you can only have 1 kid.
Yeah.
And then they ruined everything. That's a stupid idea. They ruined everything. So there's so many more men than there are women. So now they have like a real problem.
Yeah.
And then they realized that they were going to have a real problem, so they started changing it so you could have more kids. I think you can have 3 now, right? Is that what China's policy is now?
Are you not worried about China as a threat to America for global dominance? I guess is I can't think of a better way to say it. But are you worried about
China? Already won.
Yeah.
They've been infiltrated all of our universities. They give grant money. They pay for things. They buy up farmland. They've been buying up farmland around military bases. They sell America cheap cell phone towers and internet routers. They sell them cell phone towers at a discounted rate so that they can have their cell phone towers around military bases so they can listen to everything that everybody fucking says.
I mean, yeah.
And then they get caught using like third-party access to like Huawei got kicked out of America.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you can't.
I forgot about this story. Yeah.
I was ready to buy a Huawei phone because Huawei at one point in time had the dopest phones.
Really?
Bro, their phones are so dope. Their phones are incredible. They had cameras and batteries that were so much better than iPhones or anything that was available in America at one point in time, and they were just making these insane phones. And I remember they made a Porsche design phone. It was a Porsche design Huawei phone. I'm like, this is the craziest phone I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden they put a ban on it. And I'm like, there must be some real shit going down with the United States government.
Yeah, we let them get away with a lot.
What does it say here, Jamie?
fine, or there was a social upbringing fee or a social maintenance fee.
Oh, in China, if you had more than one kid.
And then it says the Sichuan province abolished the 3-child policy, making it completely
allowing parents to legally have as many children as they want. The real problem is the lack of women. It's the difference. What is the population difference between men and women in China? I think it's like 60-something% men.
Yeah.
That's a problem. That's a real problem because the reality, at least in America, America has a very high level of men who are single and have no sex.
Yeah,
it's pretty high.
I was one of those for a long time.
Here it is. 720 male inhabitants and 689 female. That's not too bad. Yeah. That is, what is that about? That's not 60%.
No, it's a little over 50. I think like 54, probably 53, if I had to guess.
Okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
China's total population decreased for the first time in decades in 2022, and population decline is expected to accelerate in the upcoming years. And that's because of the population of women versus men.
Yeah, and then the gap in genders could increase because the older people that didn't have the 1-child policy, they're going to start dying off.
Exactly. And so in America, like there was some study recently that they were talking about the amount of single men and men who don't have girlfriends.
Yeah.
And it's crazy high.
Yeah.
Because everybody's got super high standards.
Yeah.
A chart that shows the distribution from China from 1950 to 22, and it seems like it's almost the same the whole time.
Interesting. Even after they had the 1-child policy?
I don't know.
Didn't change at all. So it's only 51 to 48?
Pretty much the entire time. Yeah.
Interesting.
I would think it would continue to go down.
You're getting this data from China. Yeah,
That's fair also.
Right, so we did it perfectly.
Yeah, that's fair. Nobody died from COVID. Yeah.
Nobody died from COVID. We didn't pay COVID.
Yeah.
Why are you calling it the China virus? Yeah. No one's even mad at China for killing a billion people.
Yeah, there's this idea that if I criticize a government, I'm criticizing the people. Like the idea if you criticize Israel, you're anti-Semitic. It's like, guys, let's let go. If I criticize the Chinese government, Israeli government, I have no problem with you as groups of people. Y'all are wonderful. The government, y'all are a little nuts.
Of course.
Yeah.
Even with America.
Yes, absolutely.
Like if you have an American flag, you're racist. Sure.
Yeah.
America is all of us. You can't let the corrupt government take your fucking flag and decide that that's a colonizer's flag. That's so stupid. That's all of us, the children of immigrants.
Yes, 1,000%. And if I go to Europe and they make fun of America, I don't think they're making fun of me. I don't even hate Americans. I'm not like, how dare you?
Meanwhile, you're probably accurate. I'll probably laugh along with you.
Yeah.
Tell me more shit.
Yeah. You're probably right.
What do you guys think is funny about us?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're killing everyone with our food. Sure. Yeah. Yes, let's go.
We are definitely doing that.
Yeah, I hate that I've become that guy, but I've become that guy.
Well, Russia doesn't allow GMO foods. They don't allow it. You have to. Everything has to be organic in Russia.
I hate that, but I went to Europe and then I tasted like the food there. And not that they're the best chefs, but the quality of everything is just so much more clean and pure. And then you taste the stuff in America and you're like, oh, they're right. This stuff sucks. It's killing us.
Well, we just have so much fast, cheap food.
Yeah.
Cheap food that's terrible for you. And that you never get satisfied. You want to keep eating it.
But like Will Sylvince was telling me years ago, he went to London in like 2007. I just moved to New York. We were talking. And he was like, the chicken in London is actually white. In America, it's called white meat, but it's kind of like yellowish. You ever notice? And I'm like, I guess. And then he goes, if you go to London or France or wherever and you eat the chicken, it's purely white because they don't allow you to fuck with it like they do in America.
What are they doing to America to make it yellow?
I don't know what they're doing exactly. You're the guy that researches. I'm the guy that just talks shit. But my friend Mike Albanese was talking about the exact thing, unrelated. We were just talking. He was like, dude, if you buy frozen chicken breast in America and you look at the ingredients list, it's way more than just chicken and breast. You know what I mean? It's like whatever nitrate, whatever preservative, whatever. It's just like a whole, you can do anything.
The preservatives are what really fuck you. You got to imagine. What is a preservative? A preservative is something that discourages bacteria from eating food.
Mm-hmm.
So what does it do to the absorption of the nutrients in your body? What does it do to your gut microbiome?
Yeah.
What does it do to all those things?
Yeah.
And that's something that people don't take into consideration when you eat something that has preservatives in it.
Yeah.
You're taking into your body a thing that discourages living things.
Yeah.
And your food is not supposed to last on a shelf. Like if you eat, I'm sure you've seen those McDonald's cheeseburgers that people take.
Yeah,
and they put them on a shelf.
Later, yeah, it's just sitting there ready to be eaten. It's
Some
crazy.
dude has one from, who was the oldest one that dude had? From the 80s, I think.
I think so. Like
He's got
30
a
years.
cheeseburger.
Yeah.
Just, it looks perfect.
Yeah,
It looks like he bought it at noon and it's 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a 6-hour-old cheeseburger. It doesn't look like a cheeseburger that's 30 years old.
And I hate that is a thing I think about. If I'm like, where do I want to, God willing, we have a kid, my wife and me, where do I want to raise them? I'm like, oh, at the foundation, the food here is fucked. Do we need to leave just to get better food?
You can get good food here. You don't have to.
Do I have to hunt or do like
1995?
That's bonkers, dude.
That's so crazy. It doesn't look that bad.
Yo, it looks fantastic. That's
This guy's
29 years ago.
Look at that dude. He's all happy with himself. I got it saved.
Oh, is he eating it? Is that
Bro,
second
he looks
picture?
like he only eats that.
Yeah. I think he's gonna eat it.
Nah, he's faking it. He's faking it. He's not.
Yeah, okay. That's crazy.
Silly. He looks terrible.
Yeah.
That poor guy, he's been eating McDonald's his whole life.
Yeah, but you know it doesn't look terrible. That hamburger
doesn't look bad.
Looks perfect,
especially for that old.
Yeah,
that's old as fuck. That's a 30-year-old burger.
That's crazy. That's crazy. A 30-year-old burger should not. A 30-day-old burger should not last.
It should be gone.
Yes.
I mean, it should be gone. Like, how long would it last? Like, if rats never ate it and you left it in an apartment, and then like society collapsed, and then
fries and a burger from '96. It says.
Wow,
that's crazy.
What is wrong with these people that they're keeping a burger?
Yeah, that's actually a great point.
Yeah, like what kind of people are these? Also, are they trustworthy? How the fuck?
That's what I was thinking. They could be from Monday.
Yeah. Oh yeah, bags of shit.
Yeah.
They're probably shit hoarders.
Gotta be. Gotta be. Colostomy bags all the way to the roof.
Have you ever seen that episode of Hoarders where the lady was a shit hoarder?
No, that would make me vomit for sure.
It almost made me vomit. I hosted Fear Factor. But Gillis showed it to me. It's horrific. I don't want to show it because we've showed it before. But watch shit hoarders. This one lady was a shit hoarder.
I'm going to be honest, I will not watch that, but yeah.
She's eating the shit.
Oh, yeah, dude, I can't do it. I can't do it.
Yeah, I'm getting a little bleh.
Oh,
if you watch it, it's really bleh.
Have one last meal in there.
Yeah, she wanted to have one last meal when they were about to clean out the place. She's like, I've been eating poop for 20 years.
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
So what is her gut microbiome like? Probably better than that guy eating McDonald's. That's the thing.
I'm going to throw up. Just hearing about it, I'm going to throw up. Unbelievable.
Rough.
Oh, God.
Somebody eating shit. Like, your body is just like, no. Like, have you ever done Your Mom's House?
No.
Okay. Your Mom's House podcast, they do a live pay-per-view show multiple times a year where they show things on camera. They curate these things and bring comics on and they do sketches. It's really fun.
Yeah.
They show you things that you cannot see any other way. You would never be able to show it on YouTube. It would be illegal. You'd go to jail.
Yeah.
But you could do it in this thing because everybody's agreeing. These people eating their own shit, shitting it into a plate, smearing it on their dick, and jerking off.
Did he ever send you the thing they made for you? I think.
I'm not watching it.
Yeah.
I was curious if you saw it. I heard them talk about it. I think I don't even remember what it was, but
yeah, they wasted their energy.
Get someone to make you like, especially a kid cameo type.
Yeah, fuck off. I'm not watching that.
Yeah, shitting on yourself for Rogan is crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure it exists, and good luck. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah,
I don't need to see it. I'm busy. Yeah, I'm sure it was, dude, because he knows I throw up.
Yeah.
Because when he had me on the show, I almost threw up like 3 or 4 times. Like,
yeah.
Away and,
yeah, I can't handle it.
They're eating pizza and shit. They're so desensitized to it. It's like it's nothing.
That's weird.
Yeah, well, Your Mom's House has been like highlighting some of the most fucked up human beings that they could find on the internet for quite a long time.
Dude, what a misleading title.
Yeah, I know.
My mom's house is such a comforting place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know why they came up with Your Mom's House. Where were you? I was at Your Mom's House.
There you go.
It's a talking shit podcast. It's a food podcast.
Yeah.
It's a really good podcast.
Maybe.
Tom
maybe
and
next
Christina,
time.
both hilarious. But,
Yeah.
But that pay-per-view show that they do is rough.
Yeah.
It's rough.
And then the normal pod is not like that. That's just a pay-per-view.
Yeah, but in normal pod, they'll show you some fucked up things.
Okay.
They'll show you some fucked up things. Yeah, they talk a lot of shit. Yeah. But it's
It's a crazy thing, dude.
Yeah.
These subcultures are so funny.
Well, there's so many humans out there that are out of their fucking minds that they can gather together and get a community now.
Yeah.
Where, if you're a guy who ate shit, good luck finding your peers.
Yeah.
Like, who's your colleagues?
Yeah, you hide them. Yeah. Now there's Reddit, and you just find a guy who's like, me too.
You gotta go on 4chan to get the real shit.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, you want to get the real shit.
Yeah. But yeah, I put it on a plate.
Uncensored.
I tuck a bib in, I get a knife and fork, and I
dude, I mean, shit, like, cutting it up and scooping it with spoon, choking on it while it's going down.
Okay. Yeah.
You see it stuck in between his teeth.
Oh God,
chewing the shit.
Please, let's move on. I can't do it.
But meanwhile, for some guys, they're like, oh, anybody upload me new shit-eating content? I'm really excited. They get home and they're pumped for it.
Yeah,
the variability of human beings is so extreme. There's so many different kinds of people. And that's one of the things that you realize when you do a podcast, for sure.
Yeah.
Because you talk to so many different people.
Yeah.
So many different conversations. Yeah. And you realize, oh, this guy thinks different.
Yeah.
Oh, she just has a different upbringing.
Right.
Oh, she has a way of looking at the world that I didn't consider.
Yeah.
And then so like it adds to your palate, it adds to your understanding of people.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you just live in a small town and hang around with the same people and you don't like to go online, you go to the same bar or whatever the fuck you do, you don't know how much people vary.
Mm-hmm.
People vary so much, man.
Yeah.
There's so much variety on what it means to be a human being.
Yeah, that's actually, that's very profound. Yeah,
You could be some amazing person who is out there like Jose Andres, going to these crisis areas and feeding people in Palestine. And you know that guy, Jose Andres, the chef?
No.
Amazing.
Oh, I know.
Amazing.
Yeah.
He owns my favorite restaurant in Vegas, which is Bizarre Meats. I don't know if you've ever eaten there before.
No, I have not.
Bro, next time you go to Vegas, that place is insane.
Right,
it's a full honey pot because when you walk in, they have those Argentine grills. You know what a Grillworks grill is? It's like these Argentine grills where they crank them and they raise and lower over live hardwood.
Yeah.
So they have fire with real hardwood.
Yeah.
So the coals and the fire's crackling, the steaks are searing, and they raise them and lower them depending upon like what point the cook it is. At the beginning of the cook, you start off high, like way above the flames, and you slowly lower it down to sear it. You walk in, the smell. Oh, it's amazing. Yeah. It's so good. Well, that guy who runs that place is this incredible chef, and he went to Ukraine. He was feeding people in Poland when the Ukrainian refugees when they were trying to flee Ukraine during the beginning of the war when Russia invaded. And he's over in Palestine right now. Where is he now? Is he in the West Bank? But anyway, so this guy goes over there and feeds people. So you have this guy who is this incredible chef, who's this beautiful human being, who's like really doing something that's selfless, really doing something that's just real charity, feeding people delicious food, because he's an incredible chef. And then you have shit eaters on your mom's house. You have people that are punching ladies for no reason.
Yeah.
You have chaos.
Yeah.
You have like the wide spectrum of humans. And there's so little thought and engineering in society of trying to figure out a way to mitigate all of our problems.
Yeah.
Instead, we just put Band-Aids here and Band-Aids there and spend more money and hire more government workers and spend, and nothing gets fixed.
Yeah.
No progress at all. If the government was the private sector, like the government was a business and other people could compete to be the government, if if iPhones sucked, Androids would just take over.
Yeah.
They would, but the reason why Androids are so good is because iPhones are so good, and everybody for it. But if you had to have a fucking iPhone, bitch, you'd have an iPhone 1.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even. They have no reason to innovate.
Exactly.
If everybody had to buy an iPhone, our phones would suck dick.
Yeah.
They'd be terrible.
Yeah.
The reason why they're good is because of competition.
Yeah.
And government doesn't have competition. The only competition they have is other government, which is horseshit.
Yeah.
Because it's fake. It's all like funded by the same people.
And it's not even profit driven. Like I worked at a not-for-profit organization for a few months, just as I was a comic trying to make money, and I was like, oh, no one works hard because there's no bottom line. There's no fear of losing your job.
No
the government is the same. Government employees, they just take whatever time off they want. They don't get fired. It's the cushiest job. every
that
holiday
was
off.
super evident during the lockdowns in Los Angeles because the government was so flippant about closing people's businesses because they didn't lose any money.
Yeah.
My thought was like, listen, if you're managing a city, how about this? You want an incentive? How about your income is based entirely on what the GDP of your city is?
Oh, that's sick. Yeah,
entirely.
like that, yeah.
So if you go in and whatever the GDP is, let's say the GDP is, $1 billion, whatever. I don't know what it is. Let's say it's that. If it dips below that, you lose money. And if it goes above that, you probably get a little piece. You get a little taste.
Yeah.
Get a little taste.
And
So
you're not
you
allowed to make
incentivize.
speeches for $250,000 when you're out of office. It's done. Yeah.
No, Hillary. Nobody wants to hear you talk for a
Nobody.
$250,000. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's bribery.
No.
You guys make deals.
Yeah.
Even if it's not a said deal, it's an understanding.
I also, I don't know if this is a reason. None of these, I don't know if they're reasonable, but the idea of getting reelected, I was like, at some point, I was like, oh, they don't care about making the city better. They just want to get reelected. So I'll go to these special interest groups who I know will vote for me, this voting block that I know will vote for me. I'll make them happy and I'll get reelected. If you just gave a president or whoever 1 6 to 8 year term, but one term and then you're out, I think it would help mitigate a lot of the useless stuff that they do.
Slightly, but you would still get the vice president taking over afterwards. They would set that person up. They would make sure they maintain power. They'd try to keep the same staff. The thing about Biden right now, people are like, why does Biden want to run again? Even if he doesn't really want to run again, his staff wants him to run again. Because if he doesn't run again, if he doesn't win, they're all out of jobs. So, yeah, if you're that lady who's the White House press secretary, you're fucked.
Yeah.
It's like, who the hell's going to hire you? The next person's not going to hire you to be the White House press secretary.
Yeah.
You're terrible.
Yeah.
You have to stay there.
They
You
should
have to
get a
keep those
job
jobs.
doing something. From White House press secretary, they're not going to be like, hey, Walmart is hiring greeters.
There's a lot of them female admirals, those fucking fake female admirals. A lot of those people that you see in the White House, like the head of health, whatever the fuck that person is.
Yeah.
Like that person ain't getting a job after Biden gets rid of him. You think Trump's going to hire that guy?
Yeah, I just figured there's something out, maybe outside of government, but something.
They got to keep that job. They want to keep that job. All those people that are working in the administration, they're working very hard to keep that job. And that's why you see all this crazy pressure on Trump. That's a big part of it. Big part of it is because he's going to crack heads. So there's a lot of united people trying to keep him out.
Yeah. I think, I was saying this, I don't know, it's on stage or something, but Trump, I didn't have a problem with Trump, but the noise that Trump brought, I was like, I don't want it anymore. It's just too much infighting. I feel like he's learned. There's like a Trump 2.0 as of now where he's like, let me just not say the race baiting shit and let me just keep it here. And I think most people, casuals, are like, I could get on board with this guy.
Well, also the race baiting shit is a little bit more effective now. They let in 30 million people.
Oh, fair enough.
If you want to talk about the fears of immigration, now people see it. They see the real consequences. I mean, they're letting murderers out, no bail. The whole thing is wild. They're getting accused of murder. They're getting arrested, and then they let them right out.
Yeah.
This is a wild fucking time, and no one wants to be in law enforcement. No one wants that job.
Yeah.
It's a hard job. Nobody cares about you. They treat you like you're the fucking enemy. Nobody respects you.
I'm taking your word for all this. I'm very blissfully ignorant, so I'm just taking your word for all this right now.
Really?
You're selling me. I don't know.
Well, you know that they defund the police.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
and
crazy.
So then there's this attitude that the police were the problem.
Yeah.
I think crazy, like one instance captured by one person to the camera, and it just starts a fire keg.
Yeah, well, look, I've been with I was with Damian Lemon, black comedian friend of mine, and he got, I was with him when we got racially profiled. He was going, they pulled him over, they're like, you're doing 24, searched the car, brought other cops, they were searching me, like, do you have any drugs? I was like, I've never done a drug in my life, and he was like, you better be honest right now, this is your chance. They sit us on the curb. We go home, and then I look up. I'm like, they kept saying we're doing 24. What's the thing with 24? I looked up, just Googled 24 miles an hour in New York City. The speed limit was 25. So he was under the speed limit. And they still pulled us over, whole thing. Now, he had one of these.
Wait a minute. They pulled him over for going under the speed
limit.
Here's what bothers me. There's not a 20? There's not a 20 zone?
Apparently it's 25. From what I Googled, it was 25. But even 24 to 20, it's like crazy. Yeah, who's pulling you over?
How do you know?
Yeah,
especially if you have a fast car, like you got to look down every 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. And so the one thing I think they were bothered by is a fan of his who was a cop gave him like the New York City vest that you can like park wherever you want to, and so he was just parking, and they were upset about that. But like 24, and then calling backup cars and all that, I was like, there's something here racial going on. I've never had this. I've had a racist thing after 9/11, maybe one or two, but like that, I was like, oh, I see why this is. And he was just, this was not that unusual for him. I was like, this is crazy. And he was like, what can you do?
Racial profiling is 100% legit.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
So I think when you see these stories, Philando Castillo, I think is his name, and the George Floyd or whatever, I think black people are like, I've been through that, and I've been trying to tell you that happens, and y'all don't want to listen to me. Now you're seeing it.
Yeah, 100%.
And then the storm comes.
Anybody that denies it happens, you're denying humans. You're denying human nature. You know how people are.
Yeah.
The real root of that is poverty and crime and gangs and drugs. And no one's doing anything to stop that.
Yeah.
They're not doing a goddamn thing to stop that.
Yeah.
And hiring more cops is, train them better.
Yeah.
Do everything you have to do. Make sure that the cops are taken care of. But gotta fix the problem. If you don't fix the problem, it's just going to keep happening over and over and over again.
Yeah.
We had this guy on a long time ago that was a cop in Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And while he was a cop in Baltimore, and his whole thing was about understanding the systemic racism involved in policing. And that he didn't really realize it. He was pretty honest about it. I was one of the bad guys until it kind of dawned on me what was going on. I was the cop that didn't give a shit about the people. I was the guy who would chase people down and yell at them. But then over time, one of the things that they found a police ledger. Like they found a report of crime in the area in the 1970s.
Mm-hmm.
It was like some old file.
Yeah.
And he's going through this old file. I was like, oh my God, it's the same crimes in the same place, but it's 40 years ago.
Huh.
Like, this is fucking insane.
Yeah.
This is insane. Like, how is this possible?
Yeah.
How is it like 1970, the same crimes are here today? This is nuts. And then you realize, like, oh my God, this is a broken system.
Mm.
And then there's the whole redlining thing.
Yeah.
You wouldn't, if you were black, you couldn't buy homes in certain areas. Like, they had systemic racist practices, and then they never did anything about it. Then they had horrible policing. And then, The Wire, you got fucking gangs and drugs.
Yeah.
And he realized it. He was like, oh my God, like, this is a broken system. And so then he just started talking, going on podcasts and talking to people about it.
What was it? Did he have a proposed solution to fixing the system?
I mean, he's a cop. I don't know if that's his thing. He probably has some ideas. I don't remember. Honestly, I've talked to too many people, but someone's got to do something.
Yeah.
I don't know what you would do to do it, but it would be a long process. If you think about, like, you got to go all the way back to Jim Crow. So you go to slavery, and then what happens after slavery? Well, they don't have slavery anymore, but you know what they do? They lock up black men for almost nothing and then force them to be slaves in prison.
Yeah.
And they create things. They work on the fucking chain gang.
Yeah.
All that shit is slavery.
Yeah.
It's just, and they would find ways to prosecute. Look, we know today. I've done a ton of podcasts with Josh Dubin, who used to work with the Innocence Project, and now he's got his own thing with the Ike Perlmutter Center. But they find people that are wrongfully convicted and help them get out. We had a bunch of those guys come on the podcast, including one guy came on who was actually guilty. He was guilty before, and we knew he was guilty. He got 50 years.
Right.
And then he was talking about he turned his life around. And it's like a month after he was on the podcast.
Yeah.
How long was it after he was on the podcast? 2 months? Maybe 2 months. Cut some dude's head off.
Yeah.
And he was wearing a blonde wig, and homie didn't understand new HD security cameras. Like, this dude put a blonde wig on. They got crystal clear footage of him with his goatee on, wearing a blonde wig, carrying some dude's head.
How sold were you in the room with him? How good was he at selling himself as this reformed person?
Well, what does it mean? Okay, so he didn't kill anybody in jail, and then he's out now, and he's got this new lease on life, and he's out, and he's trying to do something different with his life. When you listen to his explanation of what happened, why he went to jail, so he was a drug dealer,
right?
And he had gone to jail before, and some dude owed him money. Some dude, some drug deal, and the guy was like, "Fuck you." So he found the guy and he pistol whipped him and he robbed him, and he got 50 years for that.
Right.
And he was a habitual criminal for sure. So, should he have gotten 50 years for that? Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like when he got out, he was kind of a bad guy.
Yeah.
But was that because he spent 25 fucking years in jail? Because he was 20. I think he did 25 years before they left, 24 before they let him out, which is an insane amount of time to be locked up in a prison and then expect to acclimate. And
so you're saying, did prison make him much worse?
Did prison make him much worse? Because it certainly can with some people.
Yeah.
But we've had people on that were innocent, and prison made them amazing. I mean, something about like the constant studying and the accepting your situation in life, even though you were innocent. And then a lot of those guys got released, and it's crazy to see them like they lost 20 years of their life for something that was bullshit, complete bullshit. And then you find out the cops and the prosecutors who were involved in their case had done that to many, many, many people. That's another thing that people need to take into consideration. How fucking dirty some people involved in prosecuting and convicting people are.
Yeah.
Remember that guy in Pennsylvania? There was a guy in Pennsylvania who was a judge who went to jail because it turns out that he was getting paid to have kids arrested and sentence them into juvenile centers.
Wow.
So he was getting a kickback. He was getting kickback from the center. So the state has to pay for the population, right? And then you have private prisons, which is even more sinister.
Yeah.
Because then it's not just the incentive of the people that are working in the prison and the prison guards union, which is a real thing. Prison guards unions work to stop marijuana laws from being
really?
Yeah, because they want people to get arrested so that people go to jail, so they have jobs, which is fucking crazy to think.
Yeah.
But private prisons make money off people being incarcerated. If you make money off a person being incarcerated, now you have an incentive for incarcerating people.
And
just like pharmaceutical drug companies have an incentive to give you drugs you might not even need.
1,000%.
Because they make money.
And if you're a private prison, you don't even have to treat them that well because they're prisoners. Who's really going to get upset on their behalf? A few people that we're not going to take seriously. So if their conditions suck, it's prison. They're prisoners. Why do I need to treat them well?
Nobody cares.
Yeah.
I mean, there's people that complain, but listen, there's some horrific conditions in prisons right now in this country.
Yeah.
And different prisons have different conditions, and people know it. And they try to get transferred to a prison that's lighter.
Yeah. It's not really a necessarily correctional facility. It's called that, but the aim is not correcting.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy when you look at the rest of the world, like how many more people in the United States incarcerates. There is a business. Capitalism has flaws, and one of the flaws of capitalism is that if you have something that generates income from a specific action, it's going to encourage that action. It wants more of that. And then if it's making tremendous amounts of money, like the private prison complexes, you're going to be able to manipulate things. You're going to be able to
pharma.
Like you said, same thing. Yeah, everybody's got to take the drug, and then every other drug, demonize it. Go on television, tell people it's veterinary medicine. I mean, we saw it. We saw it in real time. We saw the devil. We really saw the devil.
Yeah.
We saw the real thing.
Yeah.
And and now they're forced to admit it. I mean, even the fucking CDC had to take down some insane amount of tweets that they were talking about ivermectin.
Really?
They lost in court. They had to take it down. Yeah.
Wow.
The whole thing was the FDA or CDC.
I also don't. I'm not sure that
they took down a bunch of it.
What are you thinking? What's going through your brain when CNN is doing that? Like in real time, when you're looking at you and being like, "That's not what I look like." What are you thinking in that moment as it's happening? Like the first thought.
My first thought is like, this will work for a little bit until I start talking.
Okay.
Because this is not going to work. First of all, they didn't understand that I had way more people that listen to my podcast than they have. Like, way more.
Yeah.
So, also, like, that's crazy if you think you're going to make me look yellow. Like, the video's still on my Instagram, you fucking idiots.
Yeah.
Everybody can see what I really look like. I was better in 3 days.
Yeah.
Like, and you're upset because one of the medications that my fucking doctor prescribed.
Yeah.
I talked about a stack of medications that I took. I wasn't on TV saying, "Hey kids, you don't need to get vaccinated. Just take ivermectin."
Yeah.
No, all I said was, "I got COVID. I can't go to I was doing shows with Chappelle that weekend.
Yeah.
I can't go because I have COVID, but I feel great.
Yeah.
I took this. We threw the kitchen sink at it, and I feel better." And I was like, "Rogan's taking veterinary medication."
And you were canceling the show, which is what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. I immediately realized, like, wow, this is how dirty it really is. Because it was the same verbiage everywhere. Horse dewormer.
Yeah.
It was something they were saying it to make you look foolish. They weren't saying a medicine that won the Nobel Prize, a medicine that's been used and it's part of the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines, a medicine that's been prescribed billions of times. They weren't saying any of that. A medicine with one of the safest drug profiles known. They weren't saying that.
I didn't even know any of this.
Horse dewormer.
Yeah.
Because they were banking on the idea that the casual observer doesn't understand how corrupt everything is and that they could just feed them bad information. But in the age of the internet, when the government says things and everybody knows that it's not true, or when the media says things and everybody knows that it's not true, it doesn't work forever. It works in the beginning And there's still people out there that think I took veterinary medicine. There's still people that think I was an idiot for taking ivermectin.
Right.
There's a bunch of people that they're surface level readers. They read headlines. They watch a quick clip on CNN. That's their consumption of media.
Right.
But most people are not like that anymore. Most people have a real keen understanding that these people are like viciously corrupt and coordinated.
Mm-hmm.
And when they coordinated in that way, it was such a dumb checkers move in a chess game.
Yeah.
It's just a stupid move. You're playing tic-tac-toe. This is retarded.
Similar to what people are feeling about the Trump prosecution. Like, you're trying to make this guy look bad, and it's only going to make me like him more.
Also, you're doing it in a city that's overrun with crime, where women are getting punched in the face on the street. You've got people pushing people in front of trains. You've got so many real criminals that you're just letting out of jail with no bail. Like, this is
so fun, because we talk about this on the pod, and I don't. Again, I see what I will see is like I see more people just doing heroin on the street, which is crazy.
You see them doing heroin?
You see them and actively shooting up. I don't feel super unsafe. There's a couple blocks in Manhattan, lower, I guess, a little like not like 100s and below, where I'm like, I walk around a lot, and I'm like, all right, be careful in these blocks. But for the most part, I don't feel it. Remember back in the day when you go to the McDonald's on McDougal, right by the cellar?
Mm-hmm.
You'd walk into there and you'd be like, just have your head on a swivel. Yeah. There's a few blocks in New York where I feel that way now, but largely I feel okay. I don't. And again, I'm a guy that's like, I'm a merc, so let's have your head on a swivel. But I don't feel it as much walking through the city. It is definitely, the heroin thing is wild.
But it is different, right?
It feels different. I also think maybe I was privileged to move in the safest time New York has probably ever seen it. Like, I moved in 2008. I would walk home from New York Comedy Club, which was on like 23rd and 2nd, to my apartment on 50th and 8th at 1 in the morning. Barely even think about it.
Damn, you'd walk that far?
Yeah, it's just.
How long did that take?
About 45 minutes, like a 45-minute walk.
That's a little exercise.
Yeah, a little exercise. You just walk off kind of the adrenaline. You just whatever.
This is probably good for going over your material.
Yeah, and then you're going over your set. You're just taking it all in, taking some time. It was a great walk. It's peaceful at night. New York is rarely peaceful, so it's just quiet. Now, I don't know if I would do that, but back then it was just like wasn't even a thought, and it was so safe. I really probably took for granted how safe New York was back then, and now I don't think it's as safe, but it's not the 70s or 80s for sure.
Yeah, it's not the 70s. I went there in the 80s. I went there for a karate tournament in like 86, 87, somewhere around then. And I remember thinking, like, this place is nuts.
Yeah.
We went through Times Square. I was like, this is nuts.
I heard Times Square was just like hookers and
it was all like
drugs
peep shows.
Yeah.
Just weirdos.
Yeah, and now it's an M&M store.
You ever see that movie? Who was the movie with Dustin Hoffman and John Voight?
I don't know.
Was it Midnight Cowboy? It was about like gay hustlers in New York. Yeah, Midnight Cowboy. But that's like Times Square. When people call it Times Square, it's sort of like these nudie movie theaters and peep shows and just seedy drug dealers, weirdos. Now it's all like fucking. Yeah, there it is. Good fucking movie, man. I haven't watched that movie in forever. Small Time Tom, man.
You know, they made some artistic movies back then that I just didn't realize. Like, what's the movie?
Serpico.
No, it's just Serpico. There's one where Al Pacino's Dog Day Afternoon, maybe, where he's robbing the bank or something.
Oh, yeah.
And he's trying to pay for his boyfriend's sex change operation.
Yeah.
Like, that movie being around back then blew my mind. Because I assumed they were so conservative that movie would not be an Al Pacino-led film.
Well, that was actually a true story.
I didn't know that. But
yeah, Dog Day Afternoon is based on a true story.
In my brain, this was such a puritanical time in entertainment that a movie, even if it's a true story like this, would never get made.
Well, I think you could make that movie today.
Today, for sure. But you think society's gotten so much more progressive and entertainment has gotten so much more liberal. Now this movie makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
And it's about trans acceptance and all this stuff. And this was just a movie.
It's not just that. Now it's in vogue.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Hollywood has no soul.
Yeah.
They're not like they're not like we're being more progressive. They just like think this is the wind's going that way. Let's go that way.
Yeah.
Everyone should be trans, like South Park said. Make it a chick and make it gay.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. I'm so glad we have, as comics, realized we don't need that validation anymore.
We got lucky, dude. We got lucky because if this thing that's going on right now, well, actually, I think this thing that's going on right now couldn't be going on right now without the influence of the internet.
Right.
The internet has like created this mind virus that's sweeping through college campuses and also the universities and the Marxist philosophies that they've been pushing in universities because of they've all been infiltrated by Russia, by the former Soviet Union, and now by China and Russia together. For sure, they're influencing. They push the wokest teachers, the wokest professors, the nuttiest policies, and they're literally doing it to deteriorate the fabric of American democracy. They have like plans for it. They thought about it. Like Yuri Bezmenov talked about this in 1984.
I've seen that clip. It's crazy.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
When you watch it today, like they were right.
It's very prophetic.
He did it.
Yeah.
They did it. They really did it.
1,000%.
But you know, the internet came along and threw gasoline on all those plans and made it much more chaotic. But in doing so, it also created this other thing, luckily, because I think this other thing that we're doing right now, podcasts being completely unregulated and being on even platforms that are corporate platforms like YouTube, pretty fucking unregulated. No one's in flagrant. No one's sitting down with you guys, making sure you don't say anything wild.
Correct.
You upload it, and if you say something too wild, they'll flag it or they'll demonetize you.
But that's just
that could not have existed in any other time. And so in the time where you have the most extreme polar social issues, and then you also have the most freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And even though like they're trying to crack down on it with a lot of, I mean, I don't know how much you paid attention to the Twitter files. Did you pay attention to any of that shit?
A little bit.
The fucking government was literally trying to censor true information that was on Twitter, and they were successful. Yeah. They infiltrated. The intelligence agencies infiltrated various different social media platforms. Yeah. And if it wasn't for Elon, we wouldn't know. We would not know. If it wasn't for Matt Taibbi and all those people that like, and Michael Schellenberger, Barry Weiss, all those people who went through the Twitter files and were like, look at this. This is crazy. This is crazy. You wouldn't know that the actual government itself is trying to sculpt the way people are allowed to disseminate information and see the world.
Yeah, because they've always been able to control everything. Right. And now it's like, well, we can control a little bit here and there.
Bro, I
see what we can do.
Tucker Carlson on the other day and explained to me Watergate.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Like Watergate, there was an intelligence officer who became a reporter, and that's Bob Woodward.
Oh, I didn't know he was an intelligence officer.
Young guy became a reporter like right away, first assignment.
Bob Woodward,
which never happens.
Bernstein, right?
Which never happens.
Yeah.
Never happens.
Yeah.
The people that broke into the office, CIA agents, CIA informants, CIA employees, and then Gerald Ford was on the Warren Commission, and he was the only one that they would accept for Richard Nixon's vice president. The other guy, Spiro Agnew, they hit him with, I think it was tax evasion. So he's out. Mm-hmm. They get rid of him, and then they get Nixon in there, and then they get him with this whole Watergate thing, and then they get rid of him. And then he was the most popular president in U.S. history. And he won the election by the largest margin in U.S. history.
Wow.
And they got rid of him in 2 years. It was a complete coup. Like, they took him out.
Nixon?
Yes.
Wow.
And one of the what Tucker was saying, I don't know if this is true, but what Tucker was saying was that Nixon he was very interested in the Kennedy assassination. And he had said to the head of the CIA, I know why they killed JFK. Wow. And he said nothing. He just stared at him. Apparently it's on video, or it's on video or audio or whatever it is. You could. So he was just explaining to me. I'd never known that. I thought Nixon was corrupt. These intrepid reporters, these fucking go-getters, they busted him and they printed this thing and wow, we caught him. He's a crook.
I still tend to believe that one more. I'm not going to research, I'll be honest. I want to pretend I want to research, but
you don't have to research. You just listen to what Tucker said.
Yeah.
Just listen to what he actually said about it. We can play it for you. Do we have a clip of that? Is there a clip of that? If you listen to what he's saying, you're like, wait, what? Like, I didn't know that.
I remember watching All the President's Men and being like, oh, I see how journalism was important. These two guys just changed the course of global history.
Bro, that might as well be a Chuck Norris movie.
Yeah.
That shit's straight fiction, son.
Break my heart, dude. My wife got a master's in journalism. I'm like, yo, what an important job this could be.
Oh, but it is an important job. No,
Yeah.
Real journalism is very important. And real journalism is critical for people to understand.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of the real journalism now is happening independently. It's these people that they publish on Substack, and they have a large following because people like Glenn Greenwald, people know that they can trust them. They're going to give you the straight dope, whether or not it's uncomfortable for you or not. That's real journalism. Yeah. That's really important. But as soon as you start working for a massive corporate entity like the New York Times or any other one, Washington Post, figure out what it is. And that's where the Woodward and Bernstein, that's what they were working with the Washington Post. Yeah. Do you find it? Yeah. Okay. Check this out.
We're located. Brothers who range in age
The New York Times does that all the time.
But bizarre that they wouldn't have an issue with the government tapping into your phone.
They work for the government. Are you kidding?
Right.
The New York Times? Yeah, the New York Times is a conduit for the lies of government. That's what it is. It's their tool. And they're perfectly aware of that. I used to write for the New York Times as a freelancer. I mean, I've been around the New York Times a lot. And there are a lot of really smart people there, for sure. Even now, I would less so now, but there's still, I think, smart people there. There are, I know some. And they know. But they think that it's worth it because they're bringing information. I don't know what they think, actually. But no, they're tools of power, and that's like the one thing that you're not allowed to be. Even if you think the power is good, maybe they all support the agenda of the U.S. government, destabilizing the world and impoverishing their own population. Maybe they're on board with that. Even if they are, they shouldn't do it, because the job of the media, the press, is to keep power in check. You are kind of like the seatbelt, right? You make sure that things don't go too far. So, and they're not doing that. They're acting as a willing handmaid.
When do you think that switched?
I think it's been the case for a long time. I mean, if you look at what happened to Richard Nixon, which I, of course, did not understand at all, Richard Nixon was taken out by the FBI and CIA, and with the help of Bob Woodward, who was a Washington Post reporter, who had been a naval intelligence officer, working in the White House, working in the Nixon White House. And then he shows up like a year later, and he's this brand new reporter. He'd never been a journalist at all. He's a naval intel officer, the famous Bob Woodward we all revere. And he's at the Washington Post, and somehow he gets the biggest story in the history of the Washington Post. He's the lead guy in that story. Well, I worked in a newspaper. I've been in the news business my whole life. That is not how it works. You don't take a kid like his first day from a totally unrelated business and put him on the biggest story. But he was. He was that guy. And who was his main source for Watergate? Oh, the number 2 guy at the FBI. Oh, so you have the naval intelligence officer working with the FBI official to destroy the president. Okay, so that's a deep state coup. What else? How would you describe it? If that happened in Guatemala, what would you say? And yet the way it was framed and the way that I accepted for decades was, oh, this intrepid reporter fought power. No. This intrepid reporter, Bob Woodward, was a tool of power, secret power, which is the most threatening kind, to bounce the single most popular president in American history, Richard Nixon, from office before the end of his term, and replace him with who? Oh, Gerald Ford, who sat on the Warren Commission. Now, how did Gerald Ford get to be Richard Nixon's vice president? Well, because Carl Albert, the Democrat Speaker of the House, told him, you must choose him. We will only confirm him when they sent the actual elected vice president away for tax evasion, Spiro Agnew of Maryland. So you have a complete setup, like an absolute. Gerald Ford, the only unelected president in American history, actually sat on the Warren Commission. And something else that I accepted at face value until I looked at it, I was like, that's completely insane. You didn't want to interview Jack Ruby in your investigation of the assassination? Okay, you're fake. Yeah, he was on the Warren Commission. And so, sorry for the long story, but the point is, like that happened in front of all of us, but the way it was framed cloaked the obvious reality of it. The people who broke into the Watergate office building, from which the name is taken, Watergate, I think it was 6 of them or 7 of them. All but one was a CIA employee. That's real. It's like, look it up on Google. So the whole thing, Richard Nixon was elected by more votes than any president in American history in the 1972 election. He was the most popular by votes, which is the only way we can really measure popularity, the most popular president in his re-election campaign, and 2 years later he's gone. Undone by a naval intel officer, the number 2 guy at the FBI, and a bunch of CIA employees. You tell me what that is. Those are the facts. Those are not disputed facts. That's not crackpot.
Why? Yeah, I mean, I need to look into this.
Yeah, I need to look into it too. He said it. I'm taking it at face value, and I'm just telling everybody.
I'm not taking it at face value. I'm not taking it at face value because he said it. That's why.
It's been confirmed by other people too.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's true. It's crazy. He didn't lie. If he lied, he'd be in real trouble, and people would be saying this is not true.
That's fair.
A bunch of stories written about it.
That's fair.
No, that's actually what happened.
We talked about this on Flick. We had Vivek Ramaswamy on the pod, and again, he's great. I think he's a very poor communicator of his message.
Really?
Yeah, because he'll talk about the deep state and all these things that if you're like me, who's a casual guy, who I think is a larger percentage of guys that really want to do the research, they're like, this is deep state, and he'll talk about it as if it's this like conspiratorial, dark, sinister, rub their hands together kind of. And he's like, no, basically it's just bureaucracy. There's a lot of unnecessary jobs in the government. I just want to cut the fat out. And we might lose some muscle by cutting it out. But I think these people are just kind of like, there's parasites, bureaucrats, just unnecessary jobs. And they are controlling things in a way that is just for self-preservation. And they think they know what's best for us, but they don't. And it's kind of arrogant, but it's like well-meaning, well-intended.
I think they frame it in that it's best for us.
He's like,
really self-preservation.
But he said, I think they truly believe, and it's kind of like an elitist thing where they're like, these people don't know what's good for them. We know what's good for them, which is very snobby, but the intention is we know what's good for them. Let's do this. And maybe at the root, it's self-interest. But if he called it the managerial class or bureaucracy instead of the deep state, I think people would listen more. They'd be more inclined to be let's see what this guy has to say. But a president talking about the deep state is a tough sell to the large majority of people.
It is, but it like rings true with Trump people.
Yeah,
deep state. Like that's a good statement.
Yeah,
I like that sound.
And if he can get on a platform where he can really put his thought, I think his brain just functions at a high level. I think he thinks this is how we're going to hear it. He's like, these people aren't as smart as me. They need to hear deep state. That's what's going to work.
Well, he's also, what is he, 38?
Yeah, he's 38, I think.
It's very young.
Yes, incredibly young.
So he's learning this. This is his first jaunt, right? This is his first expedition into public speaking in front of the whole world about important issues.
Yeah.
He's going to learn from that. Just like we were saying, there's Trump 2.0.
Yeah.
Vivek 2.0 and, 2028.
Vivek 2.0, great. Vivek 3.0, that guy's going to be fantastic.
Also, Vivek 2.0 will be in his 40s, which is easier to accept.
Yeah.
Get a little gray in his hair. That's
a little bit of life experience. Because I'm 39.
You know what I mean? How can a guy your age be president? That's crazy.
Buddy, I could barely run a household. What are you talking about?
Exactly, right? This guy's younger than you, and he wants to be the president of the United States.
Insane. Yeah, but I do think once he put it like that, I was like, oh, that's a guy I would vote for. I just want to get rid of the unnecessary jobs. My wife's both parents work for the government, state government. They don't do anything.
The thing is, if all that stuff that Tucker's saying was true in the 1970s, 1972 or 74, they're still doing that. They're going to do it to him. It's probably what they're doing to Trump.
Yeah.
There's an element of that, folks. Even if you fucking hate Trump, you should be very concerned about this stuff, because if this sets a precedent, if you can prosecute your political opponents and Republicans start doing it, you're going to be furious too. If all of a sudden, so he gets out and then there's a new political guy, and let's imagine that Trump wins and then it's Gavin Newsom. And then the Trump administration starts going after Gavin Newsom and bringing him into court.
Yeah.
And, having Republican judges run him up on charges. Like, if that and Republican prosecutors go after him, that's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good for the country. That's not good for anybody.
Yeah, and you're all going to feel the same. The same people who were in 2016, like Hillary got the election stolen because of Russia. In 2020, were like, shut up, Trump supporters. You guys are crazy. And it just flips.
Yep.
And you guys are going to feel the exact same way if whoever you like on the Democrat side wins, and then they do this.
People have to understand that almost every election for the past 20 years has been disputed. There was the John Kerry election that was disputed.
I remember Trump. Sorry, Bush.
And Al Gore.
Yeah.
Dangling participles, right?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Hanging chads.
Hanging chads.
Dangling participles.
Word phrase. That's hilarious. It sounds just as dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, hanging chads. Oh, that's stupid shit.
You know, it's crazy. I think Bush won Florida by like 500 votes, and I think about like domino effect, and the domino effect of that is insane. Because 8 years of Bush is what got us 8 years of Obama. I think people were so done with Bush that they were like, let's give a black guy a shot. And then 8 years of that, the white people that were kind of angry about Obama getting elected were like, fuck this, let's go to the guy that's going to piss them off the most. Trump gets elected. I feel like the domino effect of those 533 votes is crazy.
It's also Iraq and Afghanistan.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's the invasion, the initial invasion of Afghanistan, the initial invasion of Iraq.
Iraq, for sure, absolutely. Yeah. No proof of that whatsoever. Just 533 votes changed history forever.
Yeah, that's one of the wildest ones that's ever been done.
Yeah.
The weapons of mass destruction. That's a wild one.
Yeah.
And that no one went to jail for that. No one got in trouble for that. Like, wow.
Yeah.
How can you do that?
Yeah, none of us questioned.
Can you imagine?
I remember in college, one guy being like, this isn't real. And then we were all like, what are you talking about? He was like, this is George Bush Sr. What war did his dad fight? Yeah. And we're like, oh, fuck, yeah, I didn't think about that.
Right. And then you have George Bush, the one that won in whatever it was with the dangling chads. Then you have 9/11, right? So he was a super unpopular president in September. And he gets 9/11 happens, and then all of a sudden everybody's on his side, and the whole country's united. And then all of a sudden we're invading Iraq like a year later. Like what?
Yeah.
Like what the fuck is going on?
And that is, I remember when the election was happening, they were like, no wartime president loses.
Right.
Bush is going to win a second term, and he won.
And when Bush's dad was in office, you know, when the first initial invasion of Iraq, that was a weird one too, because it was like Iraq invaded Kuwait, and then we invaded Iraq, and then we stopped short of overthrowing them.
Yeah.
It was weird.
Yeah.
We'll leave you there. We're going to get out of there.
Yeah. I was just, a term just struck me. Remember Patriot missiles?
Mm-hmm.
I was 5 years old, and I hear about Patriot missiles, and I was like, that's fucking awesome, man. Yeah. Patriot missiles, we're such good guys.
And they have Scuds, which sound black.
Yeah, exactly.
Scud.
Yeah, the marketing of
shitty ass missiles.
Yeah. Great marketing, though, honestly. In 1990, Patriot missiles. Yeah, we're going to kill thousands of innocent people, but patriotism, pretty good.
They did a lot of practicing then.
Yeah.
They used stuff that they weren't supposed to use. And one of the things they did was use depleted uranium rounds.
Really?
Which just go right through tanks. They fuck tanks up. But the problem with depleted uranium rounds is it creates horrific radiation. And all these soldiers were like going through the wreckage of these things and picking up pieces of it and bringing it home as souvenirs. And radiation sickness was a giant factor. They called it Gulf War syndrome after the first war, after Desert Storm.
For our soldiers?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
For our soldiers. Massive amounts of miscarriages and childbirth defects, and people got sick, and they called it Gulf War syndrome, and they were denied. But they were denying that it was real until investigative journalists dug into it and found out that it was most likely the result of depleted uranium rounds.
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, apparently depleted uranium is the shit. If you want to like fuck up tanks and stuff, like it just shoots right through them. Used as weapons because it's so dense, it self-ignites at high temperatures and pressures, and because it becomes sharper as it penetrates armor plating, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency. As depleted uranium penetrator strikes a target, its surface temperature increases dramatically, according to Oak Ridge Associated University's Museum of Radiation and Radioactivity.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So it's like the ultimate round for like stopping tanks. Just goes through them like butter. Boom. But the problem is it's depleted uranium is like insanely toxic.
Yeah.
And so Google like whatever happened with Gulf War syndrome.
I'm looking at this from recent. We sent some to Ukraine recently.
What does it say? Oh, we sent some to Ukraine. Of course, probably got a bunch laying around when they made it illegal.
Yeah.
Pentagon said it will send depleted uranium armor-piercing ammunition to Ukraine as a part of its new assistance package, a step senior Russian official called a criminal act. Here's a look at the concerns. Wow.
There's a lot of big gaps in here.
So this is now, but Google Gulf War Syndrome cause.
Man, the fallout from just serving our side in war.
Chemical warfare, particularly nerve gas. Okay. Possible causes of Gulf War syndrome. Possible causes include chemical warfare agents, particularly nerve gas, or what's that word? Pyridostigmine bromide, which is given as a preventive measure to soldiers likely to be exposed to chemical warfare agents. So that might have fucked them up too. Psychological factors such as post-traumatic stress disorder. But what about Google Gulf War syndrome depleted uranium? Just do, instead of cause, just depleted uranium. Yeah. Depleted uranium is both a chemotoxic and radiotoxic element. Depleted uranium may be one of the causes for the so-called Gulf War illness. Proposed effects of depleted uranium may be especially harmful if mitochondrial DNA is damaged. Did depleted uranium cause Gulf War syndrome? Click on that. What does that say? The illness suffered by soldiers who took part in the Gulf War syndrome was not caused by inhaling depleted uranium, according to a scientific study. Instead, researchers believe Gulf War syndrome may be due to soldiers being exposed to the nerve agent sarin. So there's probably a bunch of misinformation that's put out by official people in regards to that, but I would imagine that would play a factor. If depleted uranium was used, and I know that a lot of the people, one of the things that they talked about, there was a documentary done on Gulf War syndrome, and these people that were actually going through the wreckage of tanks wound up getting it, and they were talking about it, they didn't know.
Yeah, there were burn pits that John Stewart talked about.
That's a big one.
Yeah,
That's a big one.
He's such a hero for like actually bringing attention to that.
That's the greatest. That's fucking terrifying. That they would burn all their stuff, and anybody would be downwinded out, would be breathing in toxic fumes.
Yeah,
I have some buddies who served over there, and they were talking about how horrific it was.
Really, man, that's what I'm saying. Even if you survive war, you come home, who knows? You're gonna have Gulf War syndrome.
I also like how little do they give a fuck about you if they burn toxic shit and it goes downwind and just runs through the camp.
Being a government, I think that's why there's like some level of sociopathy involved. Is you have to be okay with this baseline level of innocent death. I think it's just 100%. What it is, and that's a crazy thought.
Well, that's the justification for Israel bombing Palestine.
Yeah,
right. You have to be. This is war, and this is it's Hamas's fault that those innocent people are there. I'm like, yo,
not our fault.
That is a crazy way to think.
Yeah.
Well, hey, this is what war is all about. Like, says who?
Yeah.
So is the only way to do war? Is this the only way that this can actually be done? There's no other way?
Yeah.
It takes longer and kills less innocent people?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
This is it. The only way.
Yeah.
You want to swat a fly? You got to swat a fly with a fly swatter. That's it.
It's also easy to talk like that when you're on the winning side of it.
Or you're not anywhere near it.
Or not. Yeah.
You're here.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're here in America.
Yeah.
I was watching some video footage that I thought was legit, and it's not. And it's I sent it to Shane Gillis, and then I realized after I sent it to him, hey man, I think this is a fucking video game. I think. But let me show you because it's so crazy. Because it seems so. It's YouTube, but it seems so realistic. I'm stunned by how good video games are now. Check this out, Jamie. I just sent it to you.
Remember the Ghost of Kiev we were reading about when the Ukraine and Russia war started?
Video game. Video game footage.
I bought in. I was like, this guy's awesome.
Bro, this looks so good. This looks so good. I thought this was like some high resolution government footage where they were just showing you what they can do now. Like, look at this. Go full screen. Because this looks so dope. Look at this.
Oh, shit.
By the way, now looking at it on a big screen
looks like
instead
a
of my
video game
phone,
for
it
sure.
looks like a video game.
Yeah, I was gonna
on my phone though with my 56-year-old eyes. Now look at this. Look at the fucking ripples. Look at this.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's crazy. It sounds crazy.
This is incredible. That this is a video game.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does look like a video game on the big screen.
This makes you want to play video games.
Damn, it looks good. Yeah, I want to play this game.
Yeah. Jesus.
How good are fucking video games now?
It's only going to get better, dude.
That's a real problem, man.
You're going to live in that in 5 years.
100%.
Yeah.
And you're going to love it.
Yeah.
And you're going to be happy. But there was some stuff. Back it up a little bit, Jamie, because they go back and forth from black and white. They show the rockets headed towards it. A little further. Yeah, right there. Back it right there. Watch, check this out. Look at this. When they show like the whatever sensors that they're using in this video game to track missiles. Check this out.
Oh, this is crazy.
And then they have a camera on the missile.
Wow. Now this seems crazy realistic.
Crazy real. This looks like you're looking at it through. Yeah, look at this shit.
Wow.
So they're going through different filters, different ways of looking at it, and then later on they show the actual missiles headed towards it. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
See if you get where the actual missiles are.
That's crazy.
That's it. Back up right there, where it's black and white. This is crazy. So this is wild shit, man.
Yeah.
The fact that this has been being done through, this isn't the transition that I saw earlier. I don't know when it is. This is a long ass video,
yeah,
but it's pretty incredible.
No,
it looks so realistic.
Yeah, we're gonna be the Matrix, where you're just plugged into a thing and you're just living.
100%.
I just hope my life is good in that Matrix. That's
well,
all.
It's gonna be better than the Matrix because it's not gonna be like a regular life. You're gonna be on a dragon. You're gonna be in fucking. You're gonna be living in Neverland. You're gonna be living in some crazy Narnia world.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to do anything you want. What is the game? Arma 3.
I don't even. Yeah, I mean, this is brand new, April 21st.
Yeah, I don't even know what that game is.
Literally, this video came out yesterday.
It's fucking nuts, man.
Yeah.
It just stumbled across my feed, and I thought it was legit.
Yeah.
For like 38 seconds.
So that game is, I mean, it's crazy what video games are doing. There's now, like, I watch the NFL a lot. When a guy scores a touchdown, they use like a 6K camera, and you look at that and you're like, oh, that looks like a video game. 6K, the more crisp reality looks like the video game now.
I was watching a video yesterday on YouTube that was a review of the Google Pixel 8 Pro, and apparently it has AI in it that can give a smile for your kid's face.
Oh, that's creepy.
It's correct, because he said, the guy was reviewing, he said, my one kid is never paying attention, never looked well. Then get a picture of him not paying attention.
Yeah, that's
you fucking weirdo. Like you're changing your kid's personality to be like this smiley guy who stares at the camera.
It's a scary thought.
You can manipulate people's faces.
Yeah.
So you could swap their face around.
I saw someone, Lex tweeted yesterday this picture.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah.
shit.
In response, someone made that look.
Yeah.
And it
wow.
Well, have you seen the new Microsoft software where they can take a photograph, just a photograph, and then with your voice have you say all kinds of shit in video, and it looks seamless.
Wow.
I'll send you that, Jim. It looks fucking seamless. So you see it, you're like, this is incredible. How is this that good? It's so fucking good now.
It's going to be really fun.
Here it is. I'll send it to Jenny.
I think, yeah, we're going to.
Got it? Yeah, this is it.
All my attention, all my time on listening. So instead of doing something else, I just listen, and listen. Because I'm a true believer that if you're really bad at something like listening, for example, it only shows you that, hey, you have to practice listening.
The sound is not synced correctly in this video. I think
it's going to get better and better.
Yeah, but this is not how it looked on my phone. On my phone, it looked different. There's like a little disconnect here.
Keep blaming your phone for.
What's that?
Keep blaming your phone for these wrong things.
Yeah, no. It's going from the computer.
Yeah, no, I'm kidding. Okay. Yeah. But also, even if it's not perfect, this is the worst it will ever be.
Right.
That's what I always think about.
Right.
Oh, it's not. You can tell. This is the worst it will ever be, and it will get exponentially better and better, faster and faster.
And I think they only need 30 seconds of you talking.
That's crazy.
Yeah. The Mona Lisa's rapping. Look at this. Give me some of that.
Don't call me Scuzzy, making money. That's my job, photography. What hell no?
That's crazy.
Bro, that's Mona Lisa
that's
rapping.
Crazy. And
it looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And you would have not have imagined this 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
5 years ago, you'd be like, what is that? How did that must cost $1 billion to do?
I think 3 years from now, you're not going to be able to tell at all.
No, especially guys like you or I who had so many hours of us talking.
Yeah.
There's so many hours of you talking.
But the good thing now, then, we can just say whatever we want to, and be like, that was fake. That's crazy, hateful stuff, but that was fake.
I wonder if there'll be a way to tell. I think eventually there won't be. I think there's probably going to be a way to tell for a little bit, but then eventually there won't be.
Yeah, and then we just don't take it that seriously, hopefully.
Because there's a lot of other things you could edit on a phone now. Like with the Samsung phones, you could delete things from the background. It has AI, so like if someone's in the background, fuck that dude. Just put a circle around them. The guy goes away. Now he's not in your picture anymore. And then they could literally move the position that you're in. So if you're in the center of the thing, you're like, I want to be behind that park bench. They just put you behind the park bench.
Dude, for my special, luckily we got Prize Picks to help me pay for the cost, and then we did like an ad read in the middle. The background, we filmed it on a green screen, and my guy Kev created that background in like 30 seconds, and you can't tell the difference. It looks like maybe slightly different, but so many people are like, did he stop the middle of his taping to do an ad read? It looks so good.
It just added this stuff into, which is probably before your guy got to it, but this has just been added to video editing software. Some of the AI stuff we've been talking about, built into the actual editing software. It's like what just happened on screen was they changed the small amount of diamonds into a large amount of diamonds, and it now like works in the video that they're using.
Wow.
So it's like just changing things, deleting things right out of there. That would take hours before. Wow. It might take a few people to do it.
And now it's instantaneous.
It took 10 seconds.
Didn't even know it was supposed to be there.
There's videos now. I'm going to send you this, Jamie, because this video is entirely AI. The whole thing is a sci-fi trailer for a movie. It's entirely AI, and you would never believe it. And again, what you just said, this is only going to get better. This is the worst it's ever been, worst it's ever going to be.
Yeah.
It's gonna get better real quick. But this whole trailer that we're gonna watch is entirely generated by AI. There's no actors, there's no scenes. This is all done on a computer.
This is not a sci-fi movie. What the fuck?
Dude, close-ups.
Dude, the people look completely real.
Look at the ocean, the Amalfi Coast.
That's a drone shot from the Amalfi Coast.
Look at the people moving.
Yeah.
Everything looks real.
This is not a snippet from a National Geographic documentary.
I mean, what the fuck?
That looks
Look at that
crazy.
dog. Look at the dog, man. That's crazy. Do you remember how bad the dogs looked in I Am Legend?
Yeah.
The tigers, the lions, rather. Do you remember that scene?
Yeah, I do.
There's a scene when Will Smith is going through New York City and the lions are out, and the lion takes out a deer in front of him. And see if you can find it.
It looks so CGI.
It's so corny. They shouldn't have even put it in the movie.
I wonder if at the time you think it looks real, and then you go back and you're like, this is the worst.
No, I remember at the time I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Because I watched that movie like 10 years later.
His deer look fake. Don't Mustang. No, look at that Mustang. Fuck yeah. Drive around a Shelby.
Yeah.
So watch this. He's hanging out here, and he sees this deer, and he's about to shoot this deer because he wants some food.
Yeah. Yeah.
Watch this line. Look how fake this
Yeah,
is.
it's terrible.
Swinging a cat of nine tails at women. When authorities tried to intervene, he threatened to shoot them. Oddly enough, McLennan wasn't some teenager.
Look at fake.
It looks so bad.
It looks so fake.
It looks almost as fake as his marriage. Almost. Not quite. Not quite. Almost.
Some people live in hell. They really do. They stay living in hell.
Yeah. Oh, what a sad case that was, man. He meant so much to me as a kid. And now it's just...
all with one moment where he couldn't take a joke.
Yeah.
Or she couldn't take a joke.
Yeah.
One moment. And the whole guy's reputation is gone now. All they had to do is just laugh it off.
I know. And he
Mild
was
shit.
laughing.
G.I. Jane, mild shit.
Not even remotely. And this is dude, it would have been one thing if she wasn't trying to be famous and you just brought her into a joke if she wasn't a celebrity. But he's not making fun of your wife. He's making fun of a celebrity.
No, not G.I. Jane is a badass movie.
Yeah. Also, she's fucking awesome in that movie.
Yeah.
She's in like Navy SEALs. She's training for in that movie.
Yeah.
Okay. God
She's a
forbid.
beast.
Yeah. God forbid you compare my wife to a Navy SEAL. How dare you?
That was like a big thing in the movie where Demi Moore said, "Suck my dick."
Did she really? That's fire, dude.
That's in the movie.
That's fire.
Yeah, she's a beast.
Yeah, I would love for my wife to compare to this Navy SEAL saying "suck my dick."
It's hilarious.
Also, she's still hot in the movie.
Yeah,
I remember
she's still
that.
Hot bald.
Yeah,
she looks great.
Yeah,
what's the big deal?
Yeah, Jada still looks great.
Whatever, alopecia.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was
yeah.
pretty uniform.
What drove me crazy is I saw a video when we were talking about it on Flagrant. You were looking at stuff, right? You're researching, and there was a video of her being like, "All I can do is laugh about it now. That's all I can do." So then someone made a joke. That's your opportunity to laugh about it, but you just took it so poorly.
Well, she just rolled her eyes, gave sideways face, and then whatever's wrong with them.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Like whatever's whatever he's trying to prove to her. Whatever chaos is in that relationship, and maybe it is alopecia. Maybe it's like he's just so sensitive that he realized, fuck, I gotta go slap him. It's like the hot button topic around the house. She's losing her hair. I don't know, but either way, what a terrible decision.
Yeah.
And also, it showed you how vacant Hollywood is. That they gave him a standing ovation just moments afterwards.
Insane.
Yeah.
For playing a guy who there are abuse allegations around.
Yeah.
Richard Williams.
Yeah. Crazy.
Just what a crazy fucking thing.
Yeah. Just the whole thing was nuts, and it just showed how insane Hollywood is.
Oh, yeah.
And how disconnected they are. And then it took the next day or so for the rest of the world to be like, hey, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And then it all fell apart.
Yeah.
But those dummies were willing to go along with it. Like, kind of thing.
Yeah, that was crazy.
They just smacked the guy and ruined the Oscars.
Yeah, assaulted a guy who's, what, half a foot shorter than you maybe?
And weighs 8 pounds.
Yeah.
Chris Rock said he's the least intimidating guy that's ever held a mic.
Well, I have something to say about that.
I think he might fuck him up.
Really?
I think so.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know.
I don't want to find out.
I don't know. Maybe he'll get you. But the point is, it's like this is not a threatening guy, and to go up and physically assault him, it's just crazy. But it's just, people lose their minds, man. They lose their minds.
Yeah, I remember thinking about this in like 2007. I did like a student film. Obviously nothing. I barely got paid anything. But I remember I went to go get Chipotle. And then the people freaked out. They're like, hey, if you want something, you just tell us. We'll go get it for you. You don't need to. And I remember being like, oh, I could just ask for anything I want. I would get it. And they were like, yeah. And I was like, that's crazy. So imagine actually being famous. Imagine being Will Smith.
Right.
No one says no to you ever. If Will Smith was like, fly to Colombia, buy me coffee beans every day before I shoot, they would find a guy to do that.
Right.
How do you come out normal?
Yeah.
There's no way to be normal and healthy and all. I can't see it.
Well, you have to not participate in that. You have to not be that guy. You have to recognize that that's a dangerous road to go down. You lose your humanity.
It's hard, though, I imagine. And the one good thing about comedy is you will get humbled. I will bomb at some point eventually, and it will remind me, oh, yeah, I'm not better than anybody else.
Yeah, comedy's a different animal. It's very hard to get that cocky to be a comedian.
Yeah.
You get humbled. That's one of the reasons why fighters are so nice.
Oh, dude, I hung out with Henry Cejudo and Kelvin Gastelum that came to my shows in Tempe. Just the best hang. Every fighter's great. Yeah. Henry Cejudo's hilarious, by the way. Like, he's giving you shit. He's taking shit. He has 5 minutes of stand-up. It's actually not that bad. I kept telling him, I was like, dude, I've seen more of your stand-up than I have your fights, and it was pretty good. Kelvin, just the nicest guy. But, yeah, there's a humility to... Maybe Chris Rock got a lot more humble. I mean, maybe a lot of people are hoping that happens to me.
Well, Chris Rock woke up. For sure, because Chris Rock's stand-up got better.
Yeah.
Like, everybody that saw him after that, like Tom Segura went to see him when he did the arena in town. He goes, bro, he was on fire.
Really?
He goes, it was like Bring the Pain, Chris Rock. He was like markedly better than he had been before.
Really?
He goes, it was amazing.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And that's what it was. It was like he realized, like, fuck those people. I was trying to get those people to like me. I was trying to do movies, and I got slapped, and they applauded that guy afterwards.
Insane,
fuck them.
Yeah.
He's too good for that gig anyway. That gig sucks.
Yeah.
And then he had to try to go and do jokes after he got smacked,
yeah,
which was the worst.
Saying I'm not going to address it. Oof.
I mean, that is the worst. When he tried to like do material after he got smacked, the whole thing was crazy.
We're not talking about anything else, Chris. You're my hero. We're not talking about anything.
Well, he didn't know what to do. He probably never would have imagined that would have happened.
There was a moment where he goes, Will said something. He goes, boy, I could. And then he just goes on and finishes giving the award. I know why he didn't, and that was the mature thing, but I wish he had just unloaded.
Yeah.
I wish he had just gone it, because I'm positive a thought crossed his mind, and then he decided against it. And I would love to see Chris Rock just.
I think the best thing would have been to do would be to say, no one's going to do anything about that? Like, someone could just come up here and hit me, and you guys don't do shit?
Yeah.
And you want me to host your awards?
Yeah.
Like, say something real in the moment like that. But how... That's a Monday morning quarterback.
Yeah.
Who knows what?
And you risk looking like a bitch, being like, nobody's going to help me? Which, true, Will Smith's a big dude.
Yeah.
You're not. But it's still, you look like a bigger bitch getting slapped at me. Like, are you guys not going to do anything about this? You look like a Karen or whatever.
Well, you can't. I mean, it's like
Jim Carrey said he should sue Will Smith for like $50 million. And I was like, yeah, you're on board with that. This guy's career is forever altered because of that.
Yeah.
This guy made some of the greatest comedy specials in the history of the world. And we're going to talk about the slap right there with that, if not before that.
But the comedy, like, his audiences went way up. His ticket sales went through the roof.
Oh, that's good.
They went through the roof.
That's good.
I was talking to the people that handle his shit, and like, dude, it was crazy. Really? Everything was just selling out immediately.
That's great.
Because everybody wanted to see him, and they wanted to see what he had to say.
Yeah.
And for a while, he wasn't even talking about it.
Yeah.
Because Chris is smart, right? He's not going to just come out with material right away and start talking about it. People are going to film it and record it and tell everybody. So he waited. He waited until he really developed the material.
Yeah.
Really figured out what to say.
Yeah. He is my comedy. Him and Chappelle and Patrice I found when I got older, but I remember being kids and being like, oh, fuck, this is what stand-up can be. And that's a big reason I even entered stand-up in the first place.
Yeah, his first two specials were insane. Bigger and Blacker and Bring the Pain are two of the best of all time.
Dude, Bigger and Blacker coming a year and a half after Bring the Pain, it's unbelievable how good it is. To have come out with all your best stuff that you've been doing for however long you're a comic, probably 12, 15 years at that point. Bring the Pain, historic. And then a year and a half, you have a special that's arguably better. Insane.
Yeah.
Like, I think about that all the time.
Yeah. Those are two of the bangers. Two, like, if you go and look at, like, all-time greatest specials, those two are definitely up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. To see a guy like that just get smacked. Also, to see a guy like that hosting the Oscars. Like, do you can imagine Sam Kinison or Richard Pryor hosting the Oscars? Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, why are you doing that? You shouldn't be doing that anyway.
I mean, that was the path back then, right? I think this is a little bit of Monday morning quarterbacking, where back then it was Eddie Murphy, do stand-up, be a legend, go to movies, be a legend, do whatever you want to after that. Yeah. And Chris was doing, the stand-up was still insane. I think even Never Scared, fantastic. You watch that, you're just like, wow. 4 specials that are just like, what was it, his third special, but they're all just historically great. And then you got the movies and you got that, and now you're just like, I do whatever I want. He was right there. That was the path.
But the thing is, they all wanted to be in with Hollywood. Everybody wanted a movie or a television show. They all wanted that Hollywood money. Yeah. Because that's the only path that existed before the internet.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very interesting time for media. It's
a
very interesting time for what people consume.
Yeah, I think now we might not have as much fame or power or whatever, and that's fine because we get to kind of do what we want, and that's great.
I don't know. I think people are more famous now. There's more guys doing arenas now than ever before.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, stand-up's had a real boom. Yeah.
Hinchcliffe sold out Madison Square Garden 2 nights in a row in an hour.
I mean, Kill Tony. I did Kill Tony after I did Rogan the first time. It was like, I think the last time I was in Austin, but I remember watching him. And Tony and I started around the same time, and I'm watching him in Kill Tony, and I'm just like, holy fuck. You are amazing at this.
He's the best ever. He's the best host of those kind of shows ever. He's so quick.
Yeah.
I took Tucker to Kill Tony.
Yeah, dude, that moment with him and Cam Patterson was so
good. Tucker didn't even know he was going on stage. He had no idea.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I wasn't even going to bring him on stage. I showed up with him. We were having dinner.
Yeah.
And I said, me, him, and Lex Friedman. And I said, do you want to see the club? And he's like, yeah. You guys got nothing going on tonight? Let's go. Kill Tony's there tonight. It'd be awesome. It's a crazy show to watch. It's like one of the best live shows you can go see. So we get there, we're backstage, and I text Tony, hey, I'm coming, I'm bringing Tucker Carlson. And so we get backstage, and he texts me, and he's like, come on stage. Wow. And I was like, really? I go, all right. I did it once before with Post Malone.
Yeah.
Post Malone had no idea he was going to be on Kill Tony. I just brought him to the club and then brought him right on stage. And he was like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
And that's what we did with Tucker, too. Just brought him on stage. And he goes out there, ladies and gentlemen, Joe Rogan and Tucker Carlson.
Wow.
The place went nuts. And he was great.
Yeah, he seems really good. The way he handled the camp thing, both of them handled that so well.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dude. Post was amazing. He was great at it.
I've heard he's the nicest guy, too. I wonder how he is
so
in that
sweet.
format. Yeah.
He's so sincere. David Lucas said he looked like an unemployed crocodile hunter.
That's good. That's good, dude.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Amazing.
And he just takes the jokes and he's good with it.
He's great.
Yeah.
He's a sweetheart of a guy.
Yeah.
Him and Jelly Roll. Jelly Roll's good on it.
Jelly Roll is my favorite, man. I love that guy.
Such a beautiful human being.
Truly. Like a beautiful soul.
Yeah.
Him and that Mexican OT are like kindred spirits to me.
Mm-hmm.
We had them both on separately on the pod, and I was like, I said to OT, I was like, you need to collab with that guy.
Oh, yeah. That Mexican OT and Jelly Roll would be amazing.
Yeah. And that Mexican OT's manager and I are fairly cool. Greg, get a Jelly Roll, dude. Because that guy, I got Mexican OT as my intro for my special, and I didn't realize what a pain in the ass that can be. And luckily, OT's manager, Greg, was like, we're going to push this. We're going to get this done. We're going to get this done. We're going to get this done. That's the only reason I could get it cleared from, I think, UMG or whatever the label was. So, yeah. But OT was also like, he hit me up afterward, like, hey, man, I love the special. I love the dance. Thank you for using my song that way. Just like so sweet.
Yeah.
Like, you did me the biggest favor.
Right.
Ever. And then to thank me is just like, what a sweet kid, man.
Yeah, he's a dope guy.
Yeah.
I like him a lot.
Also got the Texas man who's, yes, sir. Man. I remember he asked us a question. He said, may I show you something? And I was like, what a well-mannered, sweet kid, man.
Yeah, who sings gangster rap.
Who will probably beat the shit out of you.
And like a country flavor. Like a country flavor to his rapping.
Yeah.
He's very unique.
Yes. And
Cowboy Killer was the first song that I ever heard. Tony played it for me.
Really?
He's like, you got to hear this. You ever heard of that Mexican OT? I'm like, no. He played it for me. I was like, oh, shit. I was like, this is good. Now I started listening to his other stuff. They're all bad.
Fantastic. Like an artist.
Yes. Yeah.
He just grew up in rap, and that's what he knew. And now I think he's going to expand more and more and more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love that kid.
Yeah, he's great. And he's young, too, man. He's got a massive future.
Yeah, truly. Mega talent. Him and Jelly both.
Isn't that a cool thing about doing a podcast, too, that you get to meet all these interesting people?
Yes. The Brian Johnson guy was fascinating. And you have these ideas of these people, and then you sit down and talk with them, and you're like, oh, that was completely wrong. I guess that's probably most human beings, but you get this idea of a person, and then you talk to them, and you're like, wow.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, but it's also like other people get that too. Like you're doing a service for other people, and it kind of like informs other people. Like, hey, maybe I have misconceptions about people because I see this public image, and I think that's who they are.
Yeah, it exactly ties into what we were saying earlier, is about like letting other people's opinions affect you. I was listening to some podcast, I forget what it's called, but the guy goes, most people are very flippant with their opinions. They just throw it out there. Oh, I hate that guy. I love that guy. Yep. They don't really think much. And then we take it so seriously, good and bad. Mm-hmm. But most people just throw a thing out there, not really being informed, and they don't really care. It's not that big a deal.
Yeah, it's just talk. Louis C.K. told me this once. He goes, it's just talk. He goes, but when it's written down, it seems like it's more than just talk. But it's like kind of the same way people have always talked.
Yeah,
but if you see it written down, or you see someone saying it in a video, like, oh, what did he say about me?
Yeah.
It's just talk. People talk shit.
Yeah, Louis was another one. I even said this to him when he was getting so much love. I was like, oh, fucking Louis. And then we had him on the pod. He was great. He's obviously so smart. But I remember even I told him that. He was like, a lot of the praise was like overdone. And I'm sure some comics didn't like me. I was like, I was one of them. He was like, I don't blame you. And I was like, what a cool, honest moment we had where I didn't have to pretend. And yeah, it was just, I think that's one of the best things about the podcast thing is talking to people and being like, oh, I had a preconceived notion of you, and you're very different than what I thought.
Yeah, we get informed the more people we talk to.
Yes.
The more people we talk to, the more conversations we have, we get more informed as a human being. I think one of the things that limits people is the access they have to other interesting people. And I think that's also one of the things that is really exciting to people about podcasts, why they like it so much.
Yeah.
Because now they can listen to interesting people talk. They can listen to cool people talk.
Yeah.
They kind of get in on these conversations, and they see a real conversation where it's not planned out. You don't know what you're going to talk about. You're just talking.
Right. Yeah. How much prep do you do typically for interviews? Because sometimes I'll prep for days and it's just like endless. And then sometimes I'm like, I think I'm okay.
It completely depends on the subject matter.
Yeah.
You know, like if there's been people that I've had to read books on astrophysics,
yeah,
and string theory, and try to understand what the fuck they're talking about, or AI. You know, it depends. You know, some people have read their entire book, and I knew they were coming on months in advance, so I prepared for it. And then other people, I'm just like, I can't wait to talk to that guy.
Yeah.
You know, like that Mexican OT, zero prep. What's up? I love your music.
Yeah.
You know, it was easy. I want to just get to know him in the moment. I don't want to, like, I heard when you were a child.
Yeah.
Like, no, I want it to come out, like, organically. I want to have a real conversation with him.
Well, you know, I'm sure you've heard this. Larry King, like, just did no prep for any interview ever.
Really?
Yeah, there's a clip of him and Seinfeld talking. It's so funny where he clearly doesn't know who Seinfeld is. This is at the height of Seinfeld's fame. And Seinfeld is like, yeah, my show is going off the... You've never watched an episode? It's kind of a big deal. And Larry's like, no, I didn't know. And Schultz always like, that's just his excuse to be lazy. But I truly think he's like, maybe. But he was also like, I know the best, most organic conversations if I learn all about this guy right here. And my skill set will allow for the best interview to happen that way.
Well, the worst conversations are conversations that are canned. Mm-hmm. Right? Where when someone's talking to you, they don't really care, but they're pretending they care and asking you these things because they have like bullet points in their one head.
Yeah.
Those seem canned. They seem bullshit. You're probably better off doing it the Larry King way with some stuff. But Larry King didn't interview theoretical physicists.
Yeah.
You know, like if I need to know something about what you're talking about to be able to have my own questions.
Right.
I can't, because there's some things that are so nuanced and they're so complicated that you should have some understanding of them before you talk about it. Mm-hmm. But then other times it's like, oh, guy's a comic.
Yeah.
You know, like, let's talk.
Yeah.
That'd be easy.
Yeah.
I love comics.
Yeah.
Come on, let's talk some shit. How do you write? What do you do? How do you do it? You know, where'd you start?
Yeah.
I want to know. You know, it's like, and having genuine curiosity. Like that's a major key. Mm-hmm. It's like actually be curious. And some people aren't really curious. They really just want to wait for their turn to talk.
Yeah.
They can't wait. When's it going to be my turn to talk? You know, like
yeah.
But you ruin your own show that way. Even by being selfish, you're actually going against yourself. You're not realizing it at the time, but you're actually poisoning your own show by being selfish.
Yeah, the best thing that I've learned in life is try to actually listen. Especially and the more nervous you are, like even this pod I come on, I'm like, just try to listen and respond to what he's saying in the moment and just stay in your own body and do that.
With everything, man. With other people too. Like when I'm, hanging out with someone, just a regular person, I'm so much better at talking to people now than I was before I did a podcast. Because I'm so much better at not talking over someone, waiting for them to talk, trying to get the most out of what they're trying to say, instead of just listening and then just me talking, trying to figure out how did you come to that conclusion? Did you always think that way? Like what did you learn? How'd you learn this stuff?
Yeah.
Like what inspired you to start doing that? It's like that's interesting to me. So now when I have conversations with people that suck at having conversations, like I can't wait. I got trapped at my fucking club by a buddy of mine brought one of his buddies from high school, and his buddy from high school was drunk and he's rich. And he kept wanting to tell me about this business that he started. It was, blah, 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 like this and that, and I turned it into a $100 million business, this and that. I'm just telling you, just so you know who I am. So, oh my God, he was so bad at talking. It was just the clunkiest, shittiest, braggiest. And then I eventually go, I got to go.
Yeah.
I wasn't even talking. I was like, you're just talking at me. Like, I don't care about any of these things.
He just needed to impress you that day.
Yeah, he needed to let me know that he was successful.
Yeah.
And I mean, within seconds of meeting him, he's telling me all this stuff. It's exhausting.
So I used to get really irritated at that stuff. And then I think it was Schultz said to me one time, because this kid at a diner started interrupting our conversation and telling us about his education and how smart he was. And then I was like, so annoyed when we left, and Andrew was like, "Yeah, but you got to feel good about yourself." That guy, for whatever reason, felt insecure around you and felt he needed to impress you that much.
Right.
So
well,
then
when someone knows someone from something, right? If they know you and you don't know them, they need to let you know they're a big deal.
Yeah, and it's just insecurity, and it's like I used to take it as malicious, and now I'm like, oh, that guy. I'm not great at it, but I try to remind myself, oh, that guy is meeting. He's probably listened to you thousands of hours in his head, and he wants so badly for you to like him, and he just doesn't know how to do that, and he doesn't know, hey, if I just have a real conversation with Joe, he'll walk away being like, that's a nice guy, and then he just overcompensates with, let me impress him because I did all these things and show him what I've done, and there's like, oh, okay, well, I feel bad for that guy a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm not great at it by any stretch.
You definitely should feel bad for him because it sucks to be that guy that has to do that, and it doesn't feel good. Like that never works. Like, no one ever walks away going, that guy's amazing. Yeah. Like, you walk out of there, you feel like that guy just jizzed all over me. You know, it's really what it's like.
Do you know that guy's worth $100 million?
You know what else doesn't work that people still do is name dropping. Does that shit work at all?
No, that's a rough one. That's a rough one.
We were partying with Leo, and, you know, I'm like, what? What are we doing? What?
Yeah, please don't do it. Please don't do that to me. I couldn't care less.
Does it work on anybody? It might be one of the least effective strategies for getting people to think you're cool. Name dropping.
No, yeah, it's truly. I think it works on like people who don't know anyone, and they're like, "Oh, this guy knows so and so." But even after about the third name, they're like, "Oh, he doesn't know anything."
Yeah.
The more names you name, the less those people like you.
Yeah, people turn on you too. If you're that guy that name drops like on podcasts or name drop, like people are like, ew.
Yeah.
Ew. You're the guy who talks over everybody. Ew.
Yeah.
I used to do it way more. I used to like early podcasts. I just wasn't good at it. So you have a thought in your head, you just want to get it out.
Right.
You're not even being selfish. It's like you just looking for a chance to. And then it took me time to just look at the big picture of it and go, this is not smart. And then that's when I started using pads too. This is big too. Because sometimes I have a thing. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to forget this.
Yeah.
Well, this guy's on this rant. So I just look over here, scribble, and write it down. And if I do that, I'm good.
Yeah.
You just got to learn how to. It's a skill. It's a skill like any other skill.
Yeah.
You learn how to negotiate a conversation.
Yeah.
And get the most out of the person. I want that person to shine. I want them to have the most interesting thing that they can say.
Yeah.
I want to help them say it.
I think about that because sometimes I'll get mad because I don't feel nearly as confident in podcasting as I do in stand-up. And then I just remember, stand-up is something I've been doing 17 years now or whatever. Podcasting I've been doing 5, 6, whatever. Like, it's going to take a while.
Also, you guys have a unique setup when there's a lot of folks there.
Yeah.
You know, there's 4 of you.
Yeah.
And then there's a guest.
Yeah.
When you got 5 people talking and no one knows when they can chime in and when they should chime in, and it's hard.
Yeah, being a team player is big. It's like I could try to get my thought. I could try to get my thought out now, but is that if I'm just going to be talking with everybody, is that going to have the best podcast, or do I just fall back and wait?
Headphones.
Yeah.
Headphones are a huge key.
Yeah.
Because then you don't talk over each other. Over talk is terrible to listen to.
Yeah.
You know, like Ari, when he comes on the podcast, we do Protect Our Parks. As soon as he gets drunk, takes the headphones off, starts talking over everyone. Like, Ari, you can't have 2 separate conversations. This is a podcast. Millions of people are going to hear this.
Oh, I need to give Ari his flowers, too. Jew is
amazing.
It was one of the big emphasis. I looked at that and I was like, oh, this guy didn't shop this at a streamer. He just put it online and it looks better than pretty much anything I've seen on Netflix.
It was cool because all the candles and shit.
Yeah, a gorgeous special. I told him this. I was like, once I saw that, I was like, oh, this is the bar now. That's it's set there.
Well, it was also, for me, it was very important to see because Ari had been telling me these things for decades and had never figured out a way to do it on stage and decided to do it all in one special.
Yeah.
Because he was telling me all the stuff about his upbringing. He had a crazy upbringing, man.
Yeah.
Like super religious, went to Israel, stayed in a kibbutz or whatever the fuck it was, and reading the Talmud all day.
Yeah.
He was all in.
Yeah.
And then he's like, this is bullshit.
Yeah.
What am I doing?
Yeah.
And then becomes a comic, which is wild. And when I met him, it was like, I guess it was the 90s, and he was like, maybe, what year did Ari start working at the store? It might have, I think I was on, that might have been Fear Factor days. I don't remember. But it was like, he was a young guy who was just starting to do stand-up. And then the more I got to know him, I'm like, what did you do?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm like, why don't you talk about that on stage? He just didn't have the chops.
Yeah.
And so it took a decade plus, 2 decades, before he developed the chops.
Yeah.
To be a real solid stand. And I'm glad he did.
Yeah.
Because then he became a great comic. And then he realized how to do that material as a comic.
Yeah.
Which was perfect.
Yeah, I think that's one thing. I used to try to push myself to do this material that was personal. Like, I hope I can make my dad's story into a bit or something to end the special with or whatever. But now I realize I don't need to push. I wasn't good enough to do that back then. And now as I'm getting better, I think I can dig deeper, be more honest, be more personal, tell more personal things or whatever. And then I'm ready now.
Yeah, you could figure out a way to make it good.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a tricky job, man.
Yeah.
It's a tricky fucking
especially like somewhat potentially painful things that you're trying to make funny. I remember I would see some comics come up and be just so awkward, say all these horrible things they went through, and they'd be like, I don't care if y'all laugh, this is therapy for me. And I know you're just saying that because you're nervous because you're not doing well, but you got to understand how fundamentally wrong. This is not therapy. We're not here to help you through this. Go to therapy, make it funny, and then come bring it to us.
I remember there was some dispute at Just for Laughs, and some comic yelled at some other comic that if you're not using your comedy to promote social justice, you can go fucking.
Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
That is hilarious. That's a person that can't possibly be good.
Yeah.
There's no way you're good.
Yeah,
You must be terrible on stage. Your comedy must be awful.
I think you also, that's probably a young comic, probably, because I know I had these ideas of what funny was, and I remember watching, I think it was called Talking Funny or Funny People or whatever, with Ricky Gervais, Chris Rock, Louis C.K., and Jerry Seinfeld. And then there's a moment where Ricky, who's the youngest comic in the room, is talking about these jokes, and like, I don't want to do those jokes because those jokes are easy. I want to impress guys like you. And then Jerry goes, you know what would impress me? Leave that joke in. Don't take that joke out. Leave that stupid joke in. I'm impressed.
Just kill.
Yeah.
I like stupid jokes.
Yes.
It's stupid joke. Like Attell. Attell's brilliant and
Amazing.
Silly at the same time.
Amazing.
These aren't like super complicated jokes. You're like, oh my God, this guy's changing the world.
1,000%.
But amazing.
1,000%.
I just want to laugh.
Just make us laugh. That's your job. Just make us laugh. And then if you can make us laugh on your terms the way you want to, God bless.
Yes.
That's a better level, sure.
Sure.
But eschewing laughs just because I don't want to. No. Fuck that. Get the
Only
laughs.
doing that because you can't get laughs.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Anybody who's like trying to educate these people, bro, you're 28 years old, living in a duplex.
You know
Shut the
nothing.
fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
You're not gonna fix the world. I know you think you're gonna, but also like that was a thing that Hicks brought to comedy. There was like a real problem in the 90s.
Yeah, I hated Hicks for a long time because of this. I still won't listen to Hicks just because the ripple effect of Bill Hicks is like, buddy, you created a monster.
He did create a monster. There were so many fucking people that wanted to be Hicks.
Yeah.
It was so much so that the Punchline in Atlanta used to have a green room, and on the back of the green room, people would write on the wall, and it said, "Quit trying to be Hicks."
Oh, thank God.
And when
That
they tore
message-
that down, Jamie kept saying he was gonna. Jamie, the owner, kept saying he was gonna get me that fucking because they took the wood down.
Yeah.
So I'm like, get me that.
Yeah, just the plank that says "Don't be Hicks."
Just quit trying to be Hicks. Let me put that up here.
Yeah.
Because I remember that. Like, there's so many guys who wanted to be that guy. You know, because he just left you feeling like even Richard Jeni, who's like one of the all-time greats.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Richard Jeni saw Hicks, and he was like, I watched him. I was like, I gotta do more stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, you don't.
Yeah.
You really don't.
I actually remember though. God, who's the comic? His name is escaping me. He's a clean comic. He's massive, super funny. Brian Regan. He was saying, he was on somebody else's podcast, and that guy was saying about Brian Regan, I remember Hicks was really dying to go see you at X, Y, and Z. So Hicks loves Brian Regan. So you don't need to be Hicks. Just be funny, and Hicks will be looking down and being like, that guy's funny.
Well, Hicks really was that guy.
Yeah.
Like Hicks was talking about stuff in the 90s before the internet. Right.
Yeah.
So he's talking about all these really esoteric subjects and interesting things because he was just reading a lot.
Yeah.
So it was like he really understood what he was talking about.
Yeah.
That's actually that guy.
Yeah.
If you're not that guy, don't be that guy.
Yeah.
It's just be who you are. But people like that, like, you know, occasionally someone will come along and they influence everybody. You know, Kinnison for sure did that. They come along and they're so mind-blowing. They're like, Jesus Christ. You know, Joey Diaz influenced everybody around him. Because everybody, like, he was so quick with his punchlines. The setup punchline was so fast, rapid fire. You got to it so quick. Like, God damn, I got to pick up my speed. I got to pick up my game.
Yeah. Is that what you picked up from him?
I learned a lot from Joey, for sure. I learned a lot from also having to follow him. Because I would bring Joey on the road with him because I couldn't follow him. So I was like, this is the best way to figure out how to follow this guy. So bring him with me everywhere. Just fucking kill it, dude. Kill it. And also, I wanted to laugh.
Yeah.
You know, and when you're around Joey, it's just a party.
He's unbelievable. He's awesome.
The best.
Yeah, we had him on the pod once, and I was like, this guy is awesome.
He was just here for 420 weekend. It was fucking glorious. It was amazing. He's on fire. Because he comes to the club and he gets so much love that he's so free and loose.
Oh, yeah.
The moments when he went on stage, it was incredible. Because the audience didn't know he was there unless they had paid attention to the Instagram. So Friday night, they definitely didn't know he was there. When I do those Joe Rogan and Friends shows, I don't let anybody know. So Schultz will pop in, Shane Gillis shows up, Gaffigan shows up. No one knows who's going to be there. And they go up there and everybody's like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
You know, that's what's fun about it. And so when Joey goes up, they didn't know who it was going to be. And then Joey Diaz, everybody's like,
is he thinking about moving here or no?
Yeah, we're working on it.
That's great.
We're working on it.
That's great. He's going to love it.
He's just too happy here. And the problem with New Jersey is it's like there's too much road bullshit, hacking, fucking comedy there.
Yeah.
I mean, there's good comics in New Jersey for sure. There's great comics. Voss lives in Jersey. Bonnie McFarlane lives in Jersey. There's great comics in New Jersey, no doubt about it. But there's also a lot of scrubs and a lot of like just dumb comedy. Just dumb.
I was at the mothership yesterday and I'm watching this open mic and just seeing all the comics. First of all, I remembered I don't miss open mics at all. I just remembered that pain sitting there waiting.
Horrible.
But I was thinking, I was like, yo, Joe fucking did it, man. He made this. I was thinking, if I'm a young comic, Austin wasn't even a place I was thinking of in 2007 or 8 or whatever when I started. Now, LA is not even a place I'm thinking of. It's either Austin or New York, and Austin is easier to survive. It's better weather, nicer people. I think I would come to Austin.
It's also a more supportive environment because the environment, especially at our club, is specifically designed to foster talent. It's designed that way. There's 2 nights of open mic nights. It's designed. Kill Tony's there. It's designed for that.
Right.
So from the ground up, you have a chance to go. You have a chance as a person who's just getting on stage the first time ever to go up in the best club in the world.
Yeah.
And you have a chance to go and work the same stage that Joey Diaz goes up in, that Dave Chappelle went up in.
Yeah.
You get to go into the little boy, that room is amazing.
Yeah.
That is a tight little room.
Yeah,
man. And you could get that itch.
The little boy felt like the belly room.
It's like the belly room and the OR had a baby.
Yeah.
And the fat man is like the main room and the OR had a baby.
Okay, I see that.
That's what it is. It's a perfect place.
Yeah, I've always said Comedy Works is the best club in the country in Denver. Still love it. I just got back from there this weekend.
Amazing.
I am excited to kill Tony, and then I'm excited to see. This is my first time in Austin since you built the club, so I'm excited to see the whole thing.
It's a wild. How many days are you in town?
How many days you want me to be in town? You know what I mean? You decide.
Come by tomorrow. Just
okay, absolutely. Done.
I got a show tomorrow at 7 o'clock. But we got, we have big name headliners are coming in every weekend, which is great. So the local guys get to see the people that are there. And all the door staff, they're all comics. They audition with their act, so it's like a development process. Like the store was, but more organized.
Yeah.
Not as chaotic.
Yeah.
And run by a comedian.
Yes.
And run by a comedian that doesn't have business partners. Don't have anybody else.
And you're not, you don't rely on that for income.
Exactly.
Which is like it's a mitzvah.
It had to have happened the way it happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it had to be this crazy moment in history where the whole country gets shut down except Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And so we move here, and all of a sudden I'm doing shows with Chappelle. We're doing these outdoor shows where everybody's getting tested. And then we started doing indoor shows. And then we started doing indoor shows. I'm like, I got to open up a club. And I'm like, we need a hangout. We had the Vulcan, which is a great place.
Yeah.
Vulcan's a great club.
Vulcan's awesome.
Oh,
I did the Vulcan right after you came on Flagrant the next day. That was the last time I was in Austin.
It's a great club. Yeah. Vulcan's great. It's a great club to kill in, too.
Yeah.
But I was like, this isn't ours. They have like techno music there, and EDM some nights. And, it's like, we need to set something up. And I had that Spotify money, and I'm like, listen, if anybody's going to do it, it's got to be me. And if any time there's a time to do it, it's now, because people were willing to move so they could go on stage.
Yeah.
Because LA shut everything down for so long.
Yeah.
There's so many comics like you guys are doing shows, and then guys like Derek and Hassan, they came out there early. Brian Simpson, he came out there early.
Derek Poston is so goddamn funny.
He's getting so good, dude.
Man,
He's getting so good.
I saw him before Mothership because I saw him host Andrew's show. He's a good host. He's a good host. And I was like, oh, I'll bring him on the road. And then I thought, you know, one thing I try to do to pay forward how Schultz helped me is that once I get to know you and I think I know how you're funny, I'm like, hey, well, let's watch your set if you want, and I'll see if I can give you some advice. I'm not the end-all be-all, but I'll try to help you how I can. So I had Derek feature one show, and then I watched the set, and I was like, right, I got some tags for you. Yeah. But I don't see, like, structurally, oh, you could do this, you could do X, Y, Z. You're so fucking funny. Unbelievable.
Well, the level of the guys coming up is very high. And there's also, in Austin, there's so many places to perform.
Yeah.
Just on the block where the Mothership is.
Yeah.
So you have the Mothership right down the street. You have the Sunset Strip Club. You have the Brian Red Band's Club. Right over there, you have the Creek in the Cave. Right over there, you have the Vulcan. Yeah. You have the Velveeta Room. There's some place called the Green Room. Then you have Cap City. You have a bunch of different clubs on the east side. There's like hipster clubs and lesbian shows. And there's like fucking comedies everywhere.
Dude, you have made this a comedy hub. It's a marvelous, like an insane thing that you've done.
It's pretty wild.
It's insane. To move LA over to Austin is crazy.
But make it better.
Yeah,
make it better.
Truly
make it better, and make it completely disconnected from all those people that'll poison your act with their fucking Hollywood bullshit.
And I said LA. To be honest, I meant New York. This is what I heard New York was. When I went to New York, it wasn't friendly, but it was you had to pay to go to most open mics. $5, and the free open mics. This is when the alt scene was kind of running things. So if you talked about anything that wasn't like a video game or anime, they would judge the fuck out of it and be brutal. There was no support built in. So you've taken the best parts of New York and brought it to Austin, and again, a city that's much cheaper and much less harsh. Being poor in New York is rough. Being poor in Austin, it's not that bad.
It's not bad. You can get around. Traffic's not bad at all. It's very light. It's very easy. And the people are cool.
And the traffic, the clubs is all this little, like you said, all this little radius. LA, if I want to hit 3 spots, I'm driving 3-4 hours.
Well, you can go to the Improv. You can go to the Laugh Factory.
If you're
doing the store, Improv.
If you're in at all 3, but when I started in LA, open mics, you're driving all over the place.
Yeah,
it's all spread out.
Yeah, if you're doing open mics, you're fucked. There's not a lot of open mics in LA, but there's a good amount, but not in comparison to the amount of comics.
Yeah,
there's a lot of comics and a lot of wannabe comics, and there's also in LA you have those people that really want to be actors, and they think that like,
this is their platform. Yeah.
Anyway, brother, great to have you on. Tell everybody about your special, where they can get your second special.
Second special is Gaslit. It's on YouTube right now. I'm very proud of it. I think hopefully this is my next evolution as a comic and just making the things I truly believe funny instead of just doing contrarian. Yeah, dude. I try to do it big. That's
look at this.
So this is traditional Indian dance called Bharatanatyam. It's a South Indian dance. And then it's 2 that Mexican OT.
Oh, that's amazing.
So yeah. So check it out on YouTube. Please
check it out.
Thank
check
you
it
guys
out.
so much.
And
Thank
tell
you,
everybody, my pleasure, brother. Tell everybody your social media.
It's Akash Singh, AKAASH. Akash Singh Comedy on TikTok. Everything else is pretty much Akash Singh. Oh, and YouTube is Akash Singh Comedy.
All right.
Thank you so much, man.
My pleasure. See you tomorrow night. All right. Bye, everybody.
Podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Did you see the U.S. government just released, apparently by accident, the Project Aqua stuff? Did you see this?
No. What's that?
This is crazy.
Yeah, I guess we're rolling.
Are we rolling?
Yeah.
No. You can. This is just someone just sent me this. This is
Project Aqua.
Yeah. Hold on. They just released, I think, by accident.
How's that happen?
It's Kona Blue. You familiar with this?
No.
Kona Blue is was a program. Yeah, dude, I'm going to send this to Homeland Security. Just released this.
Send it to me. I'll send it to Jamie.
And no, I got it right here. I'll just I don't do email. I don't know how to drop anything.
You don't do email?
I haven't done email in many years.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you exist?
Do text.
Wow. Just text?
Yeah, I don't do email. I don't go on the fucking internet or on the TV. I've never heard of that. But anyway. No, that stuff is bad, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
That's my isolation tank. I just stay away from that shit. But anyway.
That's smart. Did you text it to me?
Yeah, I did. I think I did.
I didn't get to it.
Yeah, I just have to get over to the okay, so this is so amazing. So this is in there. They're talking about this. And this was just released. Talking about setting up this program, Conan Blue.
I didn't get it.
This is like a UAP program.
Yeah, the medical division will have a small team of medical analysts under the direction of the chief physician and deputy administrator. They will organize data into a threat analysis based on medical findings, including but not limited to A, deaths and injuries as a result of interaction with advanced aerospace vehicles.
Here it is.
B, medical injuries as a result of other anomalies. C, collateral injuries, psychological effects to family members. So they're admitting that people are dying.
Just like a tweet from me. Right?
Is this it?
Yeah.
What does that mean? Do you ever wonder if stuff like this is just disinformation?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I wonder if I wonder a lot of things.
I'm sure you do.
But
I always assume that a lot of this stuff is nonsense.
Yeah, here's what we know is that U.S. servicemen have died as a result of contact with or being in the proximity of these vehicles. And we know that because there are a lot of suits working their way through the VA system.
Yeah.
Where families, can't get compensated for the deaths or injuries to loved ones.
Because it's all under wraps, top secret.
Well, that's just a fact, okay, that is happening. So if there's, I guess, when there are measurable physical effects of a phenomenon, we can say conclusively the phenomenon is real.
Right.
And so, yeah.
But isn't it
is real. I mean, I guess we're sort of past the point of is it real? Yeah, it's real.
It's real in that there's these things that are moving in very bizarre ways, and they have these propulsion systems that violate what we know about propulsion systems. Retrieving data across dimensional space-time, develop remote viewing, comms, and countermeasures, determine baseline for physical transport across dimensional space-time barrier, rapid response medical teams for UFO interaction events. So how did they do this accidentally? Study conscious interactions with and control of technology.
So I got this from someone in the U.S. government who's well, look, let me just start by saying I don't know anything, but he sent me this. The above is 100% legit. I was read into this program but told never to tell anyone. It's now been released. As you can see, it began as a result of my old program, AATIP. I signed a document saying I would never talk about Conan Blue and similar efforts. I can't believe that AARO would have released it. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, here's what we do know is that there's enough going on in the skies, but not just the skies, underwater, that the U.S. military has been forced to respond to it. So, move aircraft from one place to another because there are too many of these objects in the sky. That's actually happened. Chris Mellon just wrote a long piece about it. So it's real. The government is not controlling it. In fact, it's forcing the government, DOD, to respond. And we know that there is a real effort and has been underway for a long time to keep the public from knowing about it. But that's all known. That's established. I don't think any rational person would deny that. The question is, what is it, actually? I mean, now is sort of the point we have to ask, what is this? And you know, so that's
how much of it do you think is ours?
Well, none of it's ours.
None of it.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think clearly, you know, the U.S. government is huge. It's the largest human organization. I think there are 2 million federal employees and another 10 million federal contractors, so who are effectively government employees but don't have civil service protection, for example. So that's 12 million people in a country of 340 million working for the federal government. So it's kind of hard to overstate how big the federal government is and how well funded. And so to say the government this, the government that, no, of course it's people within the government. But yeah, they're working on all kinds of things, obviously, that are classified. But in general, no, they can't control these objects. So no, it's not American technology.
Well,
or Russian or Chinese. It predates all of that.
Well, some of it does, right? For sure, the Kenneth Arnold sightings, that was really early on. It was like the early 1950s. He was seeing these flying saucers, these discs that were moving over mountains.
Well, right. I mean, the prophet Ezekiel writes about it in the first chapter. Wheels in the sky.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. Boy, when you
it is crazy. If you read it, it's like, oh wow,
yeah.
You know, and so and not just the Hebrew scriptures, like it's all over every
Vedic text,
of course. So these are spiritual phenomena. There's no evidence they're from another planet. I mean, I think that's the lie, that they're from Mars. Look, space, the atmosphere is really well monitored, right? Both for military or defense reasons, but also because, like, it'd be nice to know when asteroids are coming. And there's no evidence, there's never been any evidence that there are lots of these objects, these vehicles coming into our atmosphere from somewhere else, some other planet. There's no evidence of that at all. So they're from here, and they've been here for thousands of years, whatever they are. And it's pretty clear to me that they're spiritual entities, whatever that means. They're supernatural, and which is to say, supernatural means above the natural, above the observable nature. And they don't behave according to the laws of science as measured by people, and they've been here for a long time. And there's a ton of evidence that are under the ocean and under the ground. So, like, with that fact set, what do you conclude?
When did you start having this opinion that they were spiritual and that they've always been here? Like, when did this?
Well, I didn't know anything about the topic until 2017. And
was that after the New York Times piece?
No, it was before. It was before, and the things that I saw, I mean, I was, and still a very conventional person. I mean, I'm 54. I grew up in this country in California, which was like every assumption about America I bought completely, just completely. And I thought that everyone who questioned those assumptions was bad. I just bought into the system completely without even thinking about it. And I imagined that I was like some kind of free thinker and, I'm going against the grain. But like my core assumptions were the assumptions fed to me by the culture and the government, and I didn't even realize it. But anyway, I'd never really thought about UFOs at all, and I've been in journalism since I was a kid, so of course I'd run into a lot of people who had crazy views on a lot of different topics. UFOs, 9/11, circumcision, like every whack job in the world you run into when you're covering stuff. Fluoride. Right. I just brushed with non-fluoride toothpaste this morning. Exactly. But probably unlike you, I didn't have any opinions like that. I was like, fluoride, come on. 9/11, shut up. Yeah. UFOs, you're fucking crazy. You know what I mean? I just I had this reflexive, I'm ashamed of it. I'm not bragging about it. But it was 2017, and really it was the Trump campaign. It wasn't that I was like so in love with Trump, though I've always liked Trump. He was like hilarious and charming and all that. But I wasn't like a Trumper or anything, but it was watching that campaign, and particularly his claim that they were spying on him. And I was like, really? The intel services and federal law enforcement, FBI, do not spy on presidential campaigns. Like, that's so out of the realm. That's so crazy. Like, that could never happen because, of course, there's no democracy in a system like that. And fundamentally, we're a democracy, an imperfect one. It kind of lumbers along, but like it's not fake. And then that turned out to be true, and I knew it was true. And that just blew my mind. So I began a process still ongoing of reassessing a lot of other things. Like, okay, well, if that was not true, what else is not true? And what else that they told me was a conspiracy theory might actually have some basis in fact. And then someone from, a DOD employee reached out to me and said, actually, there's a ton of evidence that this UFO thing is real. And really? And so I started doing segments on it when I worked at the TV channel. And there was like a lot of mockery, but I was like, I don't care. I'm just going to do this. And then, of course, the second you start, as you know better than anybody, you start talking about something, then people reach out to you, and some of them are deranged, but some of them aren't at all. So I just started getting a lot of information from people and meeting with people, mostly in private. Come to my house, let's talk. And I decided on the basis of what they told me, and then I talked to a lot of people about it, that actually this is really a very heavy-duty question. Actually, it's not the little green men question. It's like a much bigger question, and it's really bad. It's really dark. And then I stopped. Then I was like, I don't want to know anymore because it's not helping me at all as a person. And
what information did you get that made you feel like it's dark?
It's so dark. Well, first of all, the deception is always bad. Like lying is bad, and it's bad not just in a legal sense, in that it can be illegal to lie, but it's bad. It's like bad for you. Like it rots you. Like being a liar makes you a bad person. When you lie, you are serving evil. There's a moral quality to it that's inescapable and very obvious, and only like advanced civilizations ignore that. Lying is bad, and so if you have lying at scale, which we have on this topic, it's inherently bad. Okay, so that's the first level. The deeper level is so if they're spiritual beings, which I believe they are, like it's a binary. They're either, if you're on team good or team bad, you can assign any name to it you want, but like, what are these things? Are they good or bad? And I think some of them are bad. And if the U.S. government knows that, or elements, the people within the U.S. government know that, then they're serving a bad force.
Well, when you say spiritual, like what makes you draw that conclusion that they're spiritual?
Was the obvious? I mean, spiritual may be the wrong word. Supernatural. They're beyond nature as we understand it. I mean, obviously they are. I mean, just chart their physical behavior. It doesn't, it goes outside of what we understand about physics. No visible means of propulsion, coming at an indescribable speed, hitting the ocean, continuing at speeds that are impossible undersea. I mean, in other words, if I take a 9mm round, 7.62 by 39, and shoot you at 50 yards underwater in a swimming pool, and it's even more intense in saltwater because it's denser, you could catch the bullet if it even makes it to you, right? So if you have a craft, any object underwater that's traveling at 500 knots as measured by sonar, right there, you're challenging our understanding of physics. Like, what is that? How can that be? So
they've tracked that. They've tracked things going 500 knots under the sea.
Yeah, really. Yeah, much faster than any object can actually go undersea. For sure. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on underwater, and a lot. And there's video of these things coming out of the sky into the water, and also emerging from the water.
Right.
Yeah. So
blurry though.
I don't think it's that
transmedium video.
Yeah, I don't think some of it's that blurry. I think some of it's crystal clear.
We just don't have access to it. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Just we haven't seen it.
Correct.
So they have some stuff
for sure. So, but there's just a lot going on underwater, and it's measured. And so, whatever. I mean, these are all, again, this is like the most obvious observable level of it. But then you just ask yourself, what is this actually? And, if there's been extensive knowledge of this for decades, like maybe 80 years at least, if not going back to the 30s, 90 years, to what end? So there are two possible explanations, obvious explanations. The first is the one you often hear, which is this is so heavy that if the public were to know about it, it would be just disruptive. It'd be too scary. Like, you don't want to scare people for no good reason. There's nothing we can do about it. And you also don't want to suggest that, the U.S. military isn't capable of protecting the country, the homeland. And it does suggest that. If you can't control these objects in your airspace, and that's known, they can't, that's known, okay? then that's just a limit to the power of the U.S. military, and you don't want to tell people that because then they won't believe that they're safe. I get it. But then there's a deeper level, which is like, okay, what's your relationship with these things? What is the U.S. government's relationship with these things? And there's evidence that there is a relationship and that it's longstanding. And that raises like a lot of questions about intent. And so like, what is that? And I just personally decided, you know, and people have been hurt by these things. You know, that's a fact. That's a fact. It's a knowable fact. It's a provable fact. And killed. And I'm not saying millions of people have been killed by whatever these things are, but people have been killed, and it's known because it's working its way through the courts out of the VA. So, I don't know, an object that is by definition supernatural, it's above the laws of nature as we understand them, and that has resulted in the deaths of people. We don't spend enough time thinking about like what that adds up to. Like, not good, actually, not good.
How many people do you think have died from these things?
I don't know, but I mean,
and is it radiation sickness? Is it like what's
so the person that I talked to, I interviewed someone who was a Stanford medical school professor who's out there and worth talking to, by the way. And
talking about Gary Nolan?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. He was effectively an expert witness in these cases, so he's an expert in brain injury. Do you know him? Yeah. Entirely credible person. Checks all the boxes that I care about. He's got patents, so he's like a lot of Stanford University professors. He's like independently rich. He flew to, I live in a remote place, and he flew to my place at his own expense because he wanted to tell the story. So he's got no profit motive here. He's the most highly credentialed person at the university, practically. Stanford Medical School. We consider that a big deal. And he's worked on this for over 10 years, assessing the injuries to U.S. servicemen from being in close proximity to these objects or having contact with these objects. And his conclusion, as you know, because you've talked to him, is that there's some kind of energy coming off here that scrambles people's brains or kills them. And it's not exactly radiation, at least in his telling to me. So anyway, but the point is, people have died.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it does raise a lot of questions about like what the hell, right? What the hell? American citizens have died and you're hiding it? Why are you hiding that? Why would you hide that?
Perhaps because they don't have any explanations. Because it's so beyond our comprehension that they're still trying to piece it together. Like, I would wonder how much interaction they really do have with these things. Like, if I was from another planet or if I was some interdimensional being, I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the president. I don't know how much I'd give a shit about the government. I would probably look at this infantile race, this species, this bizarre territorial apes with thermonuclear weapons, this very weird species. I'd probably look at them as very chaotic, and I wouldn't really have much concern for who's running it, especially if they have the ability to travel at insane speeds and go undetected. And
well, it depends. Like that. Okay, so the template that you're using to understand this is like science fiction, right? These are an advanced race of beings from somewhere else. But the template that every other society before us has used is a spiritual one. Mm-hmm. There is a whole world that we can't see that acts on people, the supernatural world that's acting on us all the time for good and bad. Every society has thought this before ours. In fact, every society in all recorded history has thought that until, I'll be specific, August 1945, when we dropped the atom bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and all of a sudden the West is just officially secular. We're God. There is no God but us. And that's the world that we have grown up in, but that's an anomaly. Like, no one else has ever thought that. There's never been a society that thought that. Every other society has assumed, and they've had all kinds of different explanations, and the details differ, but the core idea does not differ, never has differed from caves until now, that we're being acted on by spiritual forces at all times. And so to someone born before or living before 1945, I think it would have been much more obvious that this is the thing that every society has written about. And in fact, that battle that unseen battle around us, that spiritual battle, has like been the basis of every society, of every religion, not just Christianity. So, like, it just, once you discard your very, very recent assumptions, relatively speaking, about how the world works, you're like, well, that kind of seems like the obvious explanation, right?
It's not that obvious to me.
So what's more obvious, do you think?
Well, I don't think there's an obvious explanation. I think if I had to guess, some of this stuff is ours. And some of these things are propulsion systems that they theorized way back in the 1950s. Anti-gravity propulsion systems, things that can operate without igniting fuel and pushing something out, that they operate in some completely different way that utilizes gravity and almost can instantaneously transport to new places, essentially fold space-time. I don't know. So there's things that the government does where they have these programs. And the people that are sworn into these programs, whether they're the physicists or, you know, the metallurgists or whoever these people are that are working on these programs, they don't tell anybody. All their phones are monitored. Everything's monitored. There's a culture of secretism that's pretty intense. And it's not inconceivable that over the course of the last 70 plus years of them theorizing and then eventually implementing some of these things, that they've developed drones that can move in ways that the people that understand conventional propulsion systems could not imagine. And that they figured out a way to do this and to keep it secret. And we're probably not the only ones working on these things. But where did they get that information? And you know Diana Pasulka, you know her work. Like they describe these crash crafts as donations, which is fascinating. Like that they're left there. The crash retrieval program, the crashed UAP retrieval program is essentially they're going like, figure this out. We're gonna crash this thing here. You figure this out. And the question is, if that's true, okay, where are these things coming from? Are they, if there's something that is so advanced that it's decided to leave us a little trinket for us to back engineer, is that from another dimension? Is that from here? Is that from some realm that we just don't have access to? Is it from another planet? We have drones that are on other planets right now. We have a drone on Mars. We have, you know, the lunar rovers. We have satellites that we send to observe and photograph other planets. We just got really high detailed photographs of Jupiter. They're pretty amazing. But if something was like us on another planet but lived uninterrupted with technology advancing for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years more than us, what would that be like? And how much would we be able to understand of what we're seeing? What would we be able to see? And this idea that we monitor our skies, sure, but if something just appears and disappears essentially instantaneously, if something literally can fold time, can fold space, and just traverse between immense distances almost instantaneously, what are we going to see? What are we going to see? And also, like, what kind of detection systems do we have? We have radar, we have visual, we have a bunch of different military-based detection systems to look out for enemy crafts and airships and all that stuff. But if you're dealing with something that's 1,000,000 years more advanced than us, how much would we be able to detect?
Well, so I think we're pointing to the same question. I mean, I have no doubt that the U.S. government has technology that we don't know the details of. That makes sense.
Sure.
But, like, where did it come from?
Right.
I'm not even sure if this is a separate question, but related. I'm not sure we really know where nuclear technology came from, actually.
Really?
Yes.
Like the Manhattan Project?
Yeah, like we know the Manhattan, we know something about the Manhattan Project, but like where exactly did that came from? Germany. German scientists were working on it. Okay. The one separate conversation, but the one person I know who's really pushed on is writing a book on it. He's a trustworthy person, a friend of mine. I know him. said to me, actually, I spent a year working on this, and the closer I got to like, okay, but what's the genesis? Like, where did this? What was the Isaac Newton apple on the head? Oh, gravity's real moment for fission. Not clear. Weird. I don't know the answer. But here's one. Clearly, government has technology that we're not read in on.
Right.
Of course. But so that doesn't answer the question: why have people seen these objects in the skies for thousands of years, confirmed, and what are they? And maybe they're from another planet. My only point is there's no evidence of that. There's a huge amount, a massive corpus of evidence that they're seen by people in our atmosphere, on Earth looking up, in a submarine looking out. And what is that? And by the way, to your point, like, we can't see them coming into our atmosphere because they don't want to be seen. Well, then why do they want to be seen by people on Earth? Like, if the technology is that advanced, and clearly it is, why do they make themselves visible in the first place?
Well, when we study primates, one of the things that we do. Do you ever watch Chimp Nation on Netflix?
I don't have a TV, but I like the sound of it. Yeah.
It's an amazing documentary on Netflix that details these embedded scientists in the Congo. And what's really fascinating about it is that this group of scientists or related scientists have been there for 20 plus years. So these chimps have become entirely accustomed to having human beings near them. So there's very specific rules. You stay within 20 yards of them. If they come closer, you back up. You never have food, ever. You can't bring any food there because they'll fuck you up and just steal your food. If they find out you have food,
and they're formidable,
you're in real trouble. Oh yeah, they'll tear you apart. And they kill each other, so they'll definitely kill you. And so when they have done this, the chimps have become accustomed to them being there, and the chimps behave completely normally. The chimps see them as just an innocuous part of their environment. They're not food, and they're not enemy. They don't ever intrude. They don't try to challenge them. They don't make eye contact, so they don't worry about people at all. So they behave completely like chimps. And if I was an advanced species and I was studying people and I wanted the human beings to eventually kind of catch up, right? Like, you're introducing technology that they call donations, crash vehicles. Figure out what fiber optics are. Here you go. Check this out. Figure this out. Try to figure that out. Maybe it'll take you decades. Maybe it'll take you more. But you are accelerating the technological evolution of this advanced species on this planet. And one way to do that would be...
For what purpose, I wonder?
Well, that's a very good question. My belief is that biological intelligent life is essentially a caterpillar. And it's a caterpillar that's making a cocoon. And it doesn't even know why it's doing it. It's just doing it. And that cocoon is going to give birth to artificial life, digital life. It's going to give birth to a new life form. I think we're real close to that. I think we're way closer to that than most people would ever want to read.
I agree.
And I think...
But can we assign a value to that? Is that good or bad?
That's a good question. It depends. Universally, I think it's the path. I think it's what happens. I think... What this thing is, if you extrapolate, if you take the concept of a sentient artificial intelligence that has the ability to utilize all the information that every human being has on Earth at a level of computing that's far beyond the capabilities of the human mind, and all of our supercomputers that currently exist, because it'll design much better computers. It'll use quantum computers. It'll have the ability to recode things and change things. It'll make better versions of itself. So instead of biological evolution, which is very slow, it takes a long time, relatively. It's pretty quick, really, when you think about it. Like, how long? It's not that long to go from being a single-celled organism to being a human being flying a plane. Really, relatively, over the course of a billion years, we figure out how long the universe has been around. But it's slow compared to technological evolution. I mean, 100 years ago, we didn't have shit. And now we could send videos from your phone and it'll hit New Zealand in a second. It's crazy. The stuff that we have now is beyond imagination. It's essentially magic for people 100 years ago. If that keeps going, it's ultimately going to lead to a life form. And if that life form has now untethered, it doesn't have any problems with biological evolution. Now it's just about information and implementing the technology that's available and then increasing that technology and making it better and better. It essentially becomes a god. Because if you give it enough time, it has the ability to make better versions of itself, which will in turn make better versions of itself. It has the ability to utilize everything. It has the understanding of everything that exists in the universe. It's black holes, dark matter, everything. And it probably has the ability to harness that or even reproduce that. So if you take artificial sentient intelligence and it has this super accelerated path of technological evolution, and you give artificial general intelligence, sentient artificial intelligence far beyond human beings, you give it 1,000 years alone to make better and better versions of itself, where does that go? That goes to a god. It literally can create universes.
What kind of god? So, like, I think of it this way. So the first stage of the Industrial Revolution consisted of people building machines that were stronger than the human body. Right? So the steam-powered loom.
Sure.
The backhoe.
Combustion engine.
They replace muscles.
Right.
So that's what the machine does. It becomes stronger than the human body. The second stage, which we're in the middle of, consists of creating machines that are more powerful than the human mind. That's what computing is. And I would say AI or supercomputing is just that exponentially. But that doesn't make it a god in the sense that the machine, however powerful it is, any more than a backhoe is a god because it can dig a trench faster than 100 men, it's still something that people created. So the story hasn't really changed. At the center of the story are people, and their creative power may lead to unintended consequences, but the machines that they build did not make the universe and did not make people. People made the machines.
Right.
So but I would say the part I agree with is there's a spiritual component here for sure. People will worship AI as a god. AI, Ted Kaczynski was likely right, will get away from us. We will be controlled by the thing that we made. All those are bad. Like, that's just bad. And we need to say unequivocally, it's bad. It's bad to be controlled by machines.
Right.
Machines are helpmates. Like we created them to help us, to make our lives better, not to take orders from them. So I don't know why we're not having any of these conversations right now. We're just acting as if this is like some kind of virus, like COVID, that spreads across the world inexorably. There's nothing we can do about it. Just wait to get it. It's like, no. If we agree that the outcome is bad, and specifically is bad for people, we should care what's good for people. That's all we should care about. Is it good for people or not? If it's bad for people, then we should strangle it in its crib right now.
Right.
And why just blow up the data centers? Like, why is that hard? If it's actually going to become what you just described, which is a threat to people, humanity, life, then we have a moral obligation to murder it immediately. And since it's not alive, we don't need to feel bad about that.
Well, you could say the same about the atomic bomb, right?
Yes, you could.
And you could say that we have to develop it like Oppenheimer felt before the Nazis.
I love that. How'd that work? How'd that work?
Well,
I love, by the way, that people on my side, I'll just admit it, on the right, have spent the last 80 years defending dropping nuclear weapons on civilians. Like, are you joking?
Right.
That's just like prima facie evil.
Yeah.
If you can't, if we hadn't done that, then this, that, the other thing, that was actually a great savings. Like, no, it's wrong to drop nuclear weapons on people. And if you find yourself arguing that it's a good thing to drop nuclear weapons on people, then you are evil. Like, it's not a tough one, right? It's not a hard call for me. So with that in mind, like, why would you want nuclear weapons? It's like just a mindless, childish sort of intellectual exercise to justify, like, oh no, it's really good because someone else got it. How about no? How about like spending all of your effort to prevent this from happening? Would you kill baby Hitler? Famously?
Right.
So I don't know why we're sitting back and allowing this to happen if we really believe it will extinguish the human race or enslave the human race. Like, how can that be good?
Well, if God creates everything, if God created the universe and God creates people, God probably creates a process. And we think that we are very important because we are very important to us. But are we very important in the universal sense? Not really. Like, if the Earth just imploded and disappeared, if the sun went supernova and our whole solar system was blown to bits, the universe still exists.
It depends how wide you're, for sure. In the end, as Conan O'Brien, the famous philosopher, once said, every grave goes unvisited, which is true, and that's an important perspective. Pull out the lens a little bit. Does it really matter? No, it doesn't.
But it does matter.
Do your kids, how about this? Do your children matter?
Yes, sure.
Do their lives matter? Would you die for them?
Yeah.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Everything matters. If you're not comfortable, it matters. If you're sitting here like you don't want to wear headphones, like let's not wear headphones. That matters. Everything matters. I mean, at scale.
But what matters most, like,
right? That is the evil, right? The evil is it's the same thing as saying the necessary evil of dropping nuclear bombs on civilians. Is if you don't do that, then there will be more evil. Then more things will happen. It's kind of the same thing. Like it doesn't.
It comes from the same place, which is hubris. Like imagining you're God, you have unlimited power, and you have omniscience. You can imagine what the future is going to be. You can't. You're a fucking idiot. You're a person. Like you can't even make your wife happy.
Right.
Like the limits of your power are really obvious. The limits of your wisdom, same. So like, don't jump into shit. Big things whose outcomes you can't predict with certainty. Like you can't know. Go in with humility. I guess that's what I'm saying. Right? So, and do what you can, knowing that you're probably going to screw it up and you probably won't achieve your goal, but like you should try. And on the AI question, everyone I've ever talked to about, I'm hardly an expert. I don't run a computer, okay? But everybody I've ever talked to, and there's many people, like, yeah, could get away from us and enslave us. Well, let's say no to slavery. How's that? Is that a tough one? Not for me.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe a good use of nuclear weapons would be to hit the data centers. No, I'm serious. Like, why is that crazy?
It's not. It's not if you think that human beings are the end of this evolutionary chain.
Well, what else is? Some supercomputer in a data center outside Dulles Airport? No. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
I don't actually think that individuals, I don't think I'm that important. My life is that important. I will die. I know that. And I try to keep that in mind every day.
But you're important to everybody that cares about you. You're important to the people around you.
If we don't think people are important, then what do we think is important? I guess that's what I'm saying.
Not necessarily that we don't think people are important, but if evolution is real, and if there is this constant, I don't know, but it's visible. Like you can measure it in certain animals.
You can measure adaptation.
Yeah.
But there's no evidence that in fact, I think we've kind of given up on the idea of evolution. The theory of evolution that's articulated by Darwin is like kind of not true.
In what sense?
Well, in the most basic sense, the idea that, all life emerged from a single cell organism and over time, and there would be a fossil record of that, and there's not. And
there's not a fossil record of transitionary species, like species that are adapting to its environment.
There's tons of record of adaptation, and you see it in your own life. I mean, I have a lot of dogs. I see adaptation in dogs, through the litter to litter. But no, there's no evidence at all that, zero, that, people, evolved seamlessly from a single cell amoeba. No, there's not. There's no chain in the fossil record of that at all. And that's why you don't actually hear people, you hear them make reference to evolution because the theory of adaptation is clearly, obviously true. But Darwin's theory's totally, that's why it's still a theory almost 200 years later, no, we have not found that at all. And I can't even guess. I mean, I have my own theories on it, but they're not proven.
What are your theories?
God created people, distinctly, and animals. I mean, I think what every person on Earth thought until the mid-19th century, actually.
Right.
It's not a new idea.
They didn't have computers. They didn't have a general understanding that we have today of the process.
Do you think we understand more? Yeah.
Yes.
Really?
You don't think we understand more today?
We understand way less. We understand so little that we're actually sitting here allowing, a bunch of greedy, stupid, childless software engineers in Northern California to like flirt with the extinction of mankind. So no, previous generations would be like, what? No, stop. And we're not doing that because
but they wouldn't have done that even with the nuclear bomb. I mean, obviously the Manhattan Project was done in secrecy, but they wouldn't have stopped it because the imperative of getting this weapon before Hitler got the weapon was what it was.
Hitler was kind of done by then. The Russians had pretty much extinguished any hope that would continue, but
not.
But
like
no,
the
but we
beginning
were,
of
you know,
the
we were in the
project.
middle of the logic of war.
At the commencement of the Manhattan Project,
for sure. But the logic was the same, and it was 4 years of got to beat the other guy, got it. And I don't need to sound too judgmental about the bomb. I know why they built it, okay? But you just wonder why nobody in the middle of that thought, is this really? And some of them did think it.
I'm sure they did.
Yes,
I mean, Oppenheimer himself.
Of course, large organizations don't respond to the moral qualms of individuals very well. So that was whatever. It's well known what happened. But no, we should pause and ask: is the machine we're building worth having? And nobody seems to do that. And there are all kinds of economic forces, which nobody ever mentions, that drive that heedlessness, that stupidity. Like California, for example, is completely the state both of us have lived in. It's like collapsing, and they're betting everything on AI. The tax base is going to be dependent on this technology working.
Is that really what they're betting on?
Of course. AI is.
Did you see the most recent thing about the amount of billions of dollars they spent on the homeless problem with no trackable results?
Well, they've had massive results. They've increased the homeless population dramatically. If you pay for something, you get more of it. And that would include fentanyl addicts. Oh, absolutely. It's been a wild success. I actually talked to Kevin Newsom the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah. And
what's that like? Does he smell like sulfur?
It was by phone. I was talking on the phone. It's such a weird it smelled like sulfur. That was too fast for me.
Sulfur and hair grease.
No, but I was making fun of. I shouldn't even make fun of it because it's so tragic. But what's happened to the state and people living on the street?
What is his non-gaslighting perspective?
He said, "Go back to Russia. You like Russia so much." I was like, actually, I'm originally from San Francisco, but I can't live there because.
He really told you to go back to Russia?
Of course. I mean, he was laughing, whatever. He's a perfectly charming guy. They all are in person. But
of course.
Anyway, I'm so far afield. But my point is, AI is being driven by the greed of politicians to some extent. And you'll notice that AI, by the way, as a fact, those data centers that drive our digital life, which is not life, it's actually death mostly. But, they're the biggest power draw. How much electricity does AI require? Like more than countries.
Mm-hmm.
Our grid can't handle AI just as a practical matter.
Well, our grid can't handle electric cars.
Well, it can't handle air conditioning in the state of California, where I'm from.
So,
right. If you live east of I-5 where it's really hot and you're not getting those ocean breezes, like they have brownouts, like in South Africa, it's Johannesburg. Yeah. So, but here's what's interesting is that none of the global warming cultists seem to have any concerns at all about AI. Why is that? Just like they don't have concerns about John Kerry's G4. Like somehow that's exempt. Really? AI is going to draw more electricity than anything else in the United States, more than steel production. Okay? Used to. And you don't have a problem with that, but you're totally against energy because it's destroying the planet, but AI gets a carve out, even though it's going to be the #1 energy draw in the United States? Let's go through your reasoning on that.
They're probably not aware.
Well, they're not aware. They're mad about my wood stove. I heat with wood. They're mad about my wood stove. They don't want an outdoor barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
They don't like a gas stove. No, they're way into the details on this stuff, except somehow AI isn't a problem.
But do you think that they're informed? Because this is not a narrative that you ever hear. You never hear on the news.
Well, I grew up in a world where a wood stove was considered wholesome and natural, and now it's considered
good too.
Oh, it's the best. And the heat is I have a wood-fired sauna, which I use every day, and it's the great. It's one.
How do you make sure it's the right temperature? Is it like an offset smoker? Like you have to kind of fiddle with it for a while?
Amazing.
To get the right temperature?
It's time-consuming. Yeah. I have a Finnish. The Finns are geniuses, but I have a Finnish stove in it, and it's incredibly precise. I don't know if you ever use a wood stove, but there's a carburetor on it, basically that lets in air.
Like an offset smoker.
Yeah, exactly. And it's
let a little
so
air.
precise. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, you move it, a third of an inch, and it's just like the flame changes. So I use birch, which I love. And the whole process takes a while. I get it to 200, which probably takes an hour and 20. I mean, it's
you like it hot.
Like it hot, yeah.
200.
Yeah, why do whatever? Why wear a sauna hat? So.
Oh, okay. Does that help?
Which is embarrassing.
The wool hat?
Yeah. Well, it's felt.
Yeah, I bought one of those. I never wore it.
It's incredible.
Yeah. What's the difference?
Oh, well, I'll tell you. Don't get. I'm so boring on this.
Yeah,
you're going on this. Like,
please.
My wife and kids are like,
you see, I have one. You're speaking to the
oh,
car.
they're the best. Go Scandinavia.
Yeah.
It's like the one thing. If your name is Carlson, it's the one thing to be proud of in your people. Like they're so sad and defeated and pathetic, but saunas are still great. But anyway, the sauna hat, so your head heats up much faster because it's higher, but also because it's got all the capillaries in your head, no blood vessels in your head. So the point of a sauna is to bake.
Right.
So you want to stay hot as long as you can. Then you reap the benefits, and you also get the solitude and the prayer time or the meditation or whatever in your cedar church. But you can't stay in a sauna that's really hot very long because your head heats up.
Right.
So the sauna hat, the felt hat, the banya hat as they call it, insulates your head so you can really stay hot a long time. It makes you really should do it.
So is it just because it makes it more comfortable? Is that the idea?
If your head overheats, it just overheats. And what you want is you want to cook evenly, just like on a barbecue. You really do. And so, you sit on the bench with your feet up. You want to be as flat as you possibly can to cook evenly and to stay that way. So I try to do 20 minutes. I have my, my timer, my egg timer with the sand going through the hourglass, which goes to 15 minutes, but I try to stay an extra 5 if I can. And I couldn't without the banya hat.
Interesting.
It's like $8 on Amazon. Well worth it.
Yeah, I have one. Like I said, I just don't use it. But I do.
They're embarrassing, and you look like a tool wearing it. But you shouldn't have.
But no one's looking in there anyway.
Well, that's right. You don't sauna with other people.
Right. Well, I do sometimes. Yeah. Comics. We get in here.
Really?
Yeah. When we train together, we all get in the sauna together afterwards. It's fun. The Rock was in there with us.
No way.
Yeah. The Rock worked out with us and then sat in the sauna with us. It was fun. Got in the cold plunge with us.
Oh, that's pretty great.
It was fun.
Is he a good dude?
He's a great guy. Really nice guy. Like, really.
I've heard that. I don't know him, but I've heard that he's a good guy.
Some people fake humble. They fake it to look cool.
It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, he's not doing that. He's a real guy.
Like, the measure of humility is really, really simple. Can you tell the truth about yourself?
Yeah. Well, are you cool to be around? Like, he gives real hugs. He's a real guy. He's real. He's a real guy. And when we hung out with him, I hung out with him for hours. We worked out for like 2 hours, and then we got in the sauna together. We all hung out, and then we did a podcast together. He's a genuinely nice guy. Like, you'd be able to sniff something out.
Well, you can tell. Like,
you tell something. You tell something.
People are hiding stuff.
Yeah. But I've done the sauna with other people.
Well, I do it by myself, so no one sees my sauna.
I do it at 196 degrees. I do it for 25 minutes, and usually I don't.
That's intense. 196 for 25 minutes is a lot.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes were rough, and I used to only do 20, but lately I've been doing 25.
Really?
Yeah, just because it's more uncomfortable. The whole idea is just to make it more uncomfortable. I want it to be very hard to do, so that the rest of my day is pretty easy. So really hard workout. Cold plunge starts the day. That's the first thing I do is hard. It's 3 minutes at 33 degrees. It sucks. And then I get out of there and then I work out. So
it's really impressive. I mean, I had the opposite training as a young man, which was the goal was like French toast. You know what I mean?
French toast.
Grind out the cigarettes and the syrup.
Right. Yeah. Well, I started doing martial arts when I was a young man, and when I got into it, it was the first thing that I ever did that, first of all, gave me a real understanding of the value of discipline and hard work.
Yeah.
Because you can get as good as the amount of effort that you put forth, and if you put more effort and you're more intense and you're more driven than other people, you beat them, and you start beating everyone. and you start becoming this thing that you never thought you could be, which is someone who's extraordinary at something that's very dangerous. And so that was my formulation as a man, like that helped me go from being this like confused kid to being someone who understands like, oh, there's a path. And most people don't want to do it. But if you can do it, if you can do this dangerous thing that people are terrified of and just do it ruthlessly all day long, like live it. I lived at the gym. I mean, I taught all day long. I trained all day long. My whole life was dedicated to martial arts. So I got really good really quick. And it changed the whole trajectory of my life. And it instilled in me this understanding of the value of dedication and of a singular commitment to something. To really being, while you're doing it, you're not distracted, you're fully focused on improving. And through that, you can apply that to all aspects of your life. But we all encounter difficult things in life. And there's this saying that I love. It's a really great saying that the hardest thing that's ever happened to you is the hardest thing that's ever happened to you. If it's a parking ticket or if it's your parents being blown up by a drone, it's still the hardest thing that's ever happened to you. If you've had an incredibly easy life, like most people today, they complain about the dumbest fucking shit because to them, that is their primary focus. They don't have a real existential threat. Remember how nice everybody was after 9/11? Very. It was crazy. California was patriotic. There's fucking flags on everybody's car. Everybody was friendly. I went to New York City. It was like a totally different place. Everybody was so friendly.
Applauding when firemen walked in.
Yes, they were heroes. Everybody was a hero. And that's because they had encountered something that was way harder than they were accustomed to, and it just put things into perspective. So for me, training and really hard workouts and doing difficult things like the sauna, there's a lot of health benefits to it too. But the mental benefits to it are really primary for me because it makes
it's impressive.
The
Man,
rest
I
of
didn't
life
have a
easier.
childhood like that at all, and we were decadent, unfortunately. And so those are lessons that I learned much later. But
yeah,
that's a good. I think it's a. If it doesn't destroy you, I think it's a great way.
And you don't have to do it the way I do it. You could do other stuff. You could do yoga. You could do hikes. You could do.
No, but doing things for the sake of the difficulty in doing them.
Yes,
I love that. Again, that was not my training at all.
Yeah, but I was very lucky that it was mine. But more importantly, it gave me a tool to mitigate the stress of regular life, and especially the stress of this kind of life that I live. You need something to mitigate that, or you'll go crazy. You'll go crazy.
Yeah, removing yourself from it a little bit has always worked for me. Mm-hmm. Nature works very, very well.
Yeah.
And animals, contact with animals, people you love.
Sure.
Less digital experiences, fewer digital experiences for sure. I think that stuff's not good for you. It's so obviously not good for you.
I was having this conversation with Michelle Dowd yesterday. She is a woman who survived an apocalyptic cult. She was raised in an apocalyptic cult and kicked out when she was 17 because she snuck out to go see The Color Purple. They weren't allowed to go see movies. She'd never seen a movie until she was 17.
She'd never seen a movie, and her first movie was The Color Purple.
Mm-hmm. And then they kicked her out.
I can kind of see that. I mean, what about Raiders of the Lost Ark or something? The Color Purple
was the first movie she'd ever seen.
No, but like see one movie that's The Color Purple?
Well, a boy invited her to the movie. But could you imagine never seeing a movie or even a television show your whole life and then seeing
dating a boy who wanted to see The Color Purple? Like, there's so much going on here, Joe.
Well, this boy was a guy who had left the church, and so she was in contact with him, and and he was saying, "Hey, there's a whole world out here. You want to go see the movie?" And she's like, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah, I mean, obviously, look, I'm totally against cults. Obviously. On the other hand, you got to ask yourself, like, I don't know, is your average Amish teenager happier than your average conventional American teenager on Instagram? And of course the answer is, oh yeah.
Well, they certainly have less instances of autism, which is really fascinating. It's very, very
The Amish have less autism?
Yeah, there's almost none.
Well, I'm not surprised.
It's extremely
Why
rare.
do we think that is?
Well, I wonder. I really did.
I can think of a couple.
Yeah.
That's funny. I don't want to go Bobby Kennedy.
Well, that's the problem.
Right.
If you go Bobby Kennedy, they'll come for you.
But
the
why?
question is why?
Look, and I don't know the answer, but
how is that not in the debate? How is that not in the conversation?
Well, it's not only not in the conversation, you're punished for adding it to the conversation.
Yes.
And so, like,
we are dancing around anti-vax conspiracy theories.
But
right now.
why be on the defensive? It's like if you purport to represent science and you're mad about a question,
and you're ignoring data.
Yeah, but even in the absence of data,
right?
Science is a process.
Yes.
It's not a result. It's a way of doing things. Mm-hmm. And at the core of science is asking questions, including unlikely questions.
Right.
That's what science is.
Right.
And if you don't allow that, then you may be doing something, but what you're not doing is science. We can say that conclusively. Right. So for people to wrap themselves in the mantle of science and attack you for asking a question, they're frauds. And I don't know how they have the moral high ground in this.
I don't think they do, but I think it's the same kind of mindset that allows people to create the nuclear bomb. Because you say, listen, we're not even saying that vaccines cause autism, but let's say this. If you're looking at all the data of all the things that cause autism and you see that the vaccine schedule ramps up considerably, and then you have autism, which seems to at least be more diagnosed than ever before, people will instantly say, we stopped polio, we stopped smallpox, vaccines have saved millions of lives, and they're probably right. We dropped that bomb to keep Germany from dropping that bomb. We need nuclear weapons so that other people don't have nuclear weapons. We do a thing that maybe has some negative effects but is overall good. I think you can kind of apply that sort of logic and reasoning as a human being to very messy issues. Well, I think people do that with abortion, right? Sure. They do that with abortion. They say a woman has a right to choose reproductive freedom. They say all these things. And then you say, okay, what if the baby is near term? What if it's 6 months old? What if it's 7 months old? And people don't want to have that conversation. Why? A woman has the right to choose. You're a fascist. Stay out of women's bodies.
Does a woman have a right to kill you if you annoy her or inconvenience her?
Well, this is like, where it gets weird. It's like, when is it a life? But it is one of those things that, to me, is a human problem. Whereas humans have these very messy interactions with some things that don't line up with their ideology. And there's an ideology of science worship. There's an ideology of authoritarian worship. The bodies of science have bestowed the truth. If you ignore it, you're a science denier. And,
those are political terms or theological terms. Mm-hmm. They're not terms rooted in science. And look, we all make trade-offs constantly. Everything's bad. It's a shit sandwich versus a shit croissant. I'll take a shit croissant. It's smaller. That's a daily experience for everybody. So I get that. And I don't think everything is moral absolute either. We don't even know sometimes whether a decision will result in good or bad. So it's very complicated. I totally agree with that. What I object to is the absence of reason.
Right.
You have to believe, because I think it's true, that if you're reasonable, that you can reach maybe not the perfect decision, but a better decision. And if we don't believe that, then we're just in the land of witchcraft, and let's just admit it. So the lack of reason is what freaks me out.
Well, it's ideological capture, right? Because there's certain things that if you're on the right side of these subjects, the correct side, whatever your ideology believes, you can't differ from the doctrine. There's a very clear doctrine.
Just religion, then.
It is.
Yeah,
it is religion.
So I'm very pro-religion, but you can't have a religion that's too stupid and destructive. If your religion winds up hurting a lot of people, then I'm against your religion. That's right.
Yeah, I think, but even some really good religions have aspects of them that you could say were overall detrimental to the people that were
absolutely
encountered with them. Yeah. I think that kind of thinking, I think cult thinking, whether it's Scientology or whether it's Christianity, or there's a type of thinking, or that's woke. Woke is clearly a cult. It's a mind virus. And I think that it's so trite to call it that now. It's like whatever this thing is, this leftism, this Marxist sort of ideology that's waving its flag and indoctrinating people in this country. It's very similar to all kinds of religions. It's very similar to fundamentalist religions that have always existed, in that everybody has to believe very specific things, and you can't differ. You can't differ from the doctrine. And
here's another way to think about it that I've been meditating on this a lot. Yes, religion, politics, they're all kind of melding. It's hard to know where one ends and another begins.
Right.
So maybe a simpler and more useful way to think about it is truth or falsehood, lying or honesty. Maybe you should assess everything that way. Is someone lying?
Right.
I don't care what your justification for it is. Lying about vaccines. They've lied a lot about vaccines. And they've done it, I think, in most cases because they feel like they're serving some greater good.
Right. Well, that's the narrative.
Right. We can't tell people that there are vaccine injuries because they won't get vaccines, which are good for a big population. I understand the thinking. But how about this? You can't participate in lying. You can't lie.
You can't lie, and you can't.
Period, though. You can't lie about anything. Just don't lie about anything. Try to tell the truth all the time. If you can't say something that's true, just don't say it.
Right.
You're not required to say everything you think, obviously, and you shouldn't say everything you think. But you should never lie. And if you just stick with that, like, you get pretty quickly back to reason and order, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're making complete sense. And I think that this is the problem when people have information and power above other people.
Well, right.
That's right. Which is the problem of governments, which is also the problem of cult leaders.
Yeah.
You know, cult leaders, they get completely infatuated with this idea of being omnipotent and this power that has control over giant swaths of people, and you get to dictate their behavior, and you get to tell them what to think. That's very intoxicating, and it's common. It's common in that it's always existed throughout human history. It's a thing that people do when they get power. They abuse the shit out of it. And if they think that you're too stupid to know the truth and that they're better than you, because they do think they're better than you because they're running things. It's a natural inclination. It's a natural thought that people have. If they're the ones, if you guys are a bunch of dopes that are just listening to my orders and I tell you how to live your life and what to do, I'm naturally going to think I'm better than you.
Well, people have lived under those systems since there have been systems, but
always.
What makes it particularly galling and hard to live with is when you call that system a democracy.
Right.
That's too dishonest for me. I would much rather live in a monarchy where everyone thinks the king has been assigned by God to rule over us and his whims are law. And, that makes sense. I don't like it, but at least it has internal coherence.
Right.
When they stand up and pass a $60 billion funding bill for Ukraine, when 70% of the population doesn't want it, when they're ignoring the actual problems in our country, like the economy and the border, and they're hauling in Congress over the weekend to pass something that people don't want, while ignoring the things that people do want. And if they do the same kind of thing again and again for like 50 years, and they call it a democracy, that will drive you insane.
Yeah.
Because it's just too dishonest. Why not just say, we don't give a shit what you want. We are getting something out of this Ukraine funding, whether it's like the thrill of being masters of the universe or whether it's money from the defense contractors, whatever we're getting out of it is more important to us than your opinion. This is not self-government. You don't run this country. We do. Shut up and obey. If they at least said that, you'd be like, okay, I get it. Those are the terms. But if I get another fucking lecture from Joe Scarborough about defending democracy, when this is not a democracy, it's not even a close approximation of a democracy, then I'm going to go crazy because I just can't deal with the lying.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does make sense. What's interesting is that there are people saying that now. And I think that's a relatively new thing in terms of mainstream media. And I consider what you do on X mainstream media. And this is what we're on right now is essentially mainstream media. It used to be, you could call it, there's corporate controlled media.
I agree.
And that used to be mainstream media. Mainstream media used to be CNN. It's not really anymore. Mainstream media is what, in terms of the volume consumed, more people are consuming things on Twitter, on X, than there are on anything else. They're consuming information through the internet, through YouTube, for good or for bad. whether it's correct or incorrect. They're consuming information in different forms now than ever before. So more people are saying what you're saying than have ever said it before. And when people lie and when people bullshit and gaslight, it's more offensive now than it's ever been before because there's so much access to truth that it's just, you can see it now. If you're paying attention, if you're not a boomer who only reads the newspaper, you pay attention and you see it. You go, this is horse shit.
But it's like, I guess what bothers me is that the lies aren't sophisticated.
No.
I mean, I look back over my now sort of long life, and I'm recognizing all the times that I was lied to, but, I didn't know I was being lied to. They kind of pulled it off.
Mm-hmm.
There's something incredibly insulting and demeaning to tell me a lie when I know it's a lie, and I know it's a lie. We both know it's a lie, but you're demanding that I pretend to believe it?
Right.
What you're really saying is, I have no respect for you. You're like my dog.
Right.
You're a slave. Like, I'm demanding that you participate in my lie.
Right.
The lack of stealth, really, I'm not explaining it very well, but that really bothers me.
Well, there's no real other way to lie. You like some of these lies, like politicians. Like, did you see that conversation that AOC had with that man they brought in for the Biden case, and they were talking about what crimes, and she was like grilling this guy. What crimes did you see Joe Biden? Did he steal anything? Did he steal bread? Like, I forgot what she said, and he was trying to explain what they were, RICO crimes, and she was saying RICO is not a crime. It's a category of crime. Like, okay, all right. But it's like,
tell that to the Genovese family.
No, it's just so dumb to say that publicly, and say it with confidence, and to tell a person.
That's the thing. The marriage of ineptitude and high self-esteem is.
It's
really the marker of our time. It's like, I have nothing against dumb people at all. My dogs are dumb, and I love my dogs. No, I'm serious. I don't think God cares about your intelligence, right? Only people care. And so it's not a moral category, and stupidity is not someone with Down syndrome, I really believe are better people than I am.
Yeah.
More likely to go to heaven. So I'm not attacking her for being dumb, but the idea that a dumb person has the White House press secretary is in the same category, who has no idea she's dumb. Mm-hmm. She really thinks like she won the prize and she's the most impressive. Like, I'm White House press secretary because I'm the best talker in America. It's so crazy. And yet the smartest people I know are very often like sort of, they have humility.
Well, also she's following Kayleigh McEnany. Is that how you say her name?
I don't really know who that is.
She was the last White House press secretary.
I know, and
you don't know who that is?
She's the GOAT. I sort of do.
She's the GOAT. Greatest White House press secretary of all time. She's the best.
I had stopped paying close attention by that point.
She had all the documents. She would kill them. Whenever she would get called out, like whenever there would be a question, she'd say, "That's interesting," and then she'd open it because you said this, and your paper said that, and CNN said this, and she would call them out on stuff, and she was just really, really well prepared.
I love that.
Very articulate. She was wonderful.
Well, good for her. I mean, that's what it should be.
But she was operating under President Trump, so but it's obviously she's demonized.
It's just,
I can't believe you don't know who that is.
No, I don't. I know who it is, but it's just funny.
She's the GOAT.
Well, I had stopped watching all briefings by then. I used to go to the briefings as
a
kid. I literally would go there, be in the briefing room, the former Kennedy swimming pool. And the first thing you know, I was never a White House reporter, but I was a reporter, so I'd go to them occasionally. And the first thing you notice is how impressed all the correspondents are to work at the White House. Work at the White House, got my hard pass. And then the distance between that little credential they were so proud of and the reality of their lives was like insane. Like, they're in this tiny little room. They're being treated with total contempt by the White House staff, who thinks they're just fucking animals. It's like, shut up. They're eating out of vending machines. And this was a different time, right? So like when I was working as a journalist in Washington, we went out to lunch every day at like a good restaurant and charge it to the company. And like with your sources, you're like, we had lunch every single day like civilized people. I don't even think that exists in the world anymore, where you had time for lunch, where you weren't just so under the gun from your corporate masters, you had to like get back to work.
Right.
We ate lunch. And I remember thinking, these people don't eat lunch. They eat like a stale Mounds bar out of a vending machine. Like they bring quarters to work so they can eat. I remember thinking, your life like is you're not even human. You're just like a little puppet or something. But you're so impressed, and like all your neighbors know he works at the White House. He's in the White House press corps. And the job like wasn't even really a job. You would just like sit there and ask your question, your little assigned seat, like you're in a high school gym. It was just awful, and I just had no respect for people who did that for a living at all.
Did you ever read Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail?
Come on.
Yeah. It's amazing.
It's amazing.
But that guy gave sort of that's I think probably the best window into an outsider in the political process, at least in terms of the campaign trail.
Yeah.
It's the best window to the press, the best window to the relationships that they had with the politicians, at least in the 1970s. It's an amazing book.
I was talking to a campaign reporter. I never do that anymore, but I was this week, actually. And he was telling me it's totally different. Like when I did it, you were all on it was bad, actually. It was because it just cultivated groupthink, which was then leveraged by the candidate for better coverage. Like the whole thing was kind of an op, actually. But it was at least fun. Like you run a charter plane and like you're flying with everybody and you hit 3 or 4 cities a day and like there are cocktails on the plane and, naughty behavior and like, they fed you and they kind of dealt with everything for you. It was fun. It was like a road trip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just like grim. They're all driving alone in their little rental cars to some obscure town in Iowa that's there with no access whatsoever to the candidate, write up their little reports, and then they get back to their hotel and they're like writing up more for the website. And like, it's just it's such a bad job, actually, covering politics that only the people who couldn't make it in any other business are doing it. It's like a reverse meritocracy. It's only the most kind of pathetic power worshippers would ever do a job like that.
Well, like critics.
Yes, that's exactly.
Most critics want to be writers. They're
like the worst people. Just as people.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, you've actually been in show business, so you've got a better experience with them. You have a lot of experience with them, but I've known a lot of them who worked for magazines or newspapers that I worked for. And they're the kind of people who have a lot of cats and all the cats hate them. You know what I mean? They're just like the lowest. They all have some like sort of weird like wandering eye and they're fat and they're super into porn. And totally isolated from everybody. I actually worked for one of them for a while who was a critic for the New York Post. A guy called John Bernhards, and he was one of the weirdest, most unhappy people I've ever met in my life. And he would come into my office occasionally, and he would rub he had a really hairy back, and he would rub it against the door frame. Say these kind of obscure. He was stupid, but he didn't know that he was. I mean, he was actually kind of dumb, but he didn't know it, and he would kind of philosophize. I was like 10 years younger, and I was his captive, so he would just like lecture me as he was rubbing against the door frame. One time we went out to lunch and we all had drinks, of course. This is like mid-90s. He didn't really drink, but he ordered this drink with like an umbrella and it had a piece of watermelon on the rim of the glass. And he took the watermelon, ate it, and then he ate the rind. I'll never forget that, watching him eat the rind and thinking, of course this guy's a critic. It was his true love. He was editing this magazine, but like his real interest was in writing about movies. And they're just sad people.
Did you ever read, Siskel and Ebert? Did you ever read when Roger Ebert wrote a screenplay?
No.
It's very bizarre. It's really sexual, very strange. It's supposed to be terrible.
Of course,
I've read passages of it, but I remember going, "Oh, okay."
Yeah, they're not creative. They're creative adjacent.
Well, they don't have anything to contribute.
That's what I said. They don't have creative power, right? Yeah. So they're mad about that.
They probably could figure it out if they had a different mindset. I think creativity is in everybody. It's just a matter of how
100% it's in everybody. It just requires honesty.
Yeah.
And the impediment to creativity is lying.
Sure. And yeah, I used to say that about joke thieves. That one of the real problems with joke thieves is when they get caught and then they have to write their own material. And the problem is they don't understand the language. They just know how to say the sounds. Like if you told me what to say in French, I can't speak French, but if you told me what to say and I practice it and I said it right, you'd think, wow, that guy fucking speaks French.
Yes.
So that's what comedy's like. So if you got a guy who knows how to repeat other people's jokes, but he doesn't know how to create them. See, comedy's one of the rare things where someone, like you get a guy like Shane Gillis, that guy writes his own stuff. He edits it, he thinks it out in his head, he performs it, he produces it, he changes the order of things.
I love that.
It's a complete, everybody does it pretty much the same way. There's a few guys that hire writers, and that's honorable. There's nothing wrong with hiring a writer. And it's also, it gives jobs to other comics, because some comics are just really good writers, and they're not so good at performing. And so people will work on stuff, they'll collaborate on stuff. Like Chris Rock would do this thing where he would hire comics, and they didn't write the jokes for him, but they would be like guys who would bounce stuff off. So he would have his ideas, he'd go on stage, and then after his set, they would all meet, and they would talk about the set. And, you know, guys would have taglines, like, you could say this, oh, great, and write that down, they're adding. So it's a collaboration. So you have the master, you have Chris Rock, who is so open-minded and intelligent and humble that he brings in other masters and says, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me what I can change. Tell me what I can make better. And they work together. And then there's people that have people that are essentially ghostwriters. They hire comics to write jokes for them. They pretend they're theirs. And they don't really write them at all. So that's another level, which is also honorable.
Does anyone who does that get successful?
I don't know. Not top shelf. They get close. They do well. There's people that have people write for them and they do well. But they're not the guy that everybody goes to. They're not Dave Attell. They're not the guy that everybody goes to see. They're not like David Tell's the guy that comics go to see when he's in town.
Yes.
Like he's a master. You watch him, he's Yoda. You know, Jesus Christ. Like, how is he so good? Well, he's so good because he writes every day. Because he's sitting with fucking a pack of cigarettes and a cup of coffee every morning, writing things in a notebook. And he's practicing every day. He goes on stage constantly. And it's that Japanese term kaizen, where you take this one thing and you just refine it to its ultimate mastery. That's what he's doing. So these guys who pretend to be that and steal jokes and then they get caught, then their material drops off a cliff. It's so obvious because
they're frauds.
Yeah, also because the very thing that allows you to steal someone's jokes, that's an ego thing. That's I want the laughs. I want to be the man or the woman. I want to be the fucking one up there showing everybody, oh, look how amazing this person is.
That's right.
Look how amazing. That's the opposite mindset that's required for creativity. So creativity is not about you. Creativity is about the ideas. Creativity is about things. Creativity is about how does this concept work with these other concepts? How do I get it in the most digestible form? If I was an audience member, what would it be like to feel this? What's the best way to introduce it? What's the way to make it so that people don't think that I'm being mean, that I have a point, or that I thought this through? This is not just a flippant thing. Like, you're allowing someone, when someone's on stage, you're allowing that person almost to think for you. Like, you're like, take me on a ride. Like, I'll give you my mind. I'm not gonna be thinking what I would do. I'm just gonna let you think for me. If that person's not doing a good job of that, if it's clunky, if it's shitty, if the transitions suck, then it just interrupts this hypnotism that you put on me. This hypnosis. Now I'm not.
But it's also inherently fraudulent.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm giving control of my mind over to someone who is himself under the control of somebody else. Do you know what I mean?
If you're stealing.
No, if I'm in the audience.
Right.
And I would say this also goes for ideas, for commentary. You know, that's not funny, but that's real.
Right.
And you see it a lot. I've seen it a lot.
Yeah, you see bullshit a lot.
Well, the number of people who are totally not controlled, who are really saying what they actually believe with no weird agenda that they're not telling you about is pretty small.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that a lot recently, particularly on the question of wokeness and free speech. There are a lot of people who are like on your side because they're for free speech, who are not actually for free speech at all, who are pushing a very specific foreign policy agenda, for example, and using another issue to lower your defenses and let themselves into your brain. And I think that's really sinister, really, really, really sinister. And it's becoming more obvious now. Like if you're for free speech, then you're just for free speech because you support the principle. It doesn't, the content of the speech is not that interesting to you. The fact that a sovereign human being has the right to express himself because he's not a slave, he's a citizen and a human being, like that's what matters.
Yeah.
And if all of a sudden you like become famous, like I'm for free speech, and then you support silencing people who articulate opinions you disagree with, like you're a fraud. You're kind of a sinister fraud.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because that's the business I'm in. I've really noticed that. Have you noticed this?
Yes, and that's also the same kind of thing when you hear them talk. If you hear someone talk that's saying something that's kind of horseshit, it resonates with you. That's what you've seen.
You had a
horseshit
moment
before.
with Barry Weiss on your show that went everywhere. I saw a clip of it. I never saw the show itself, but she was going on about. So she was posing as one thing, and then you pressed her. You're like, well, hold on a second. What do you mean by that? You just attacked somebody. And she had no idea what she was talking about. And it became really clear to me watching her. I completely changed my view of Barry Weiss forever. I was like, oh, she's a fraud, actually. This person's not honest at all. She has a very specific agenda. That's all she cares about. The rest of the stuff is just is a kind of sleight of hand maneuver.
You're talking about the thing with Tulsi Gabbard?
That's correct.
Yeah, she called her a toady, and she didn't know what that meant.
Well, but she had no idea. Like Tulsi Gabbard had straight outside the lines on some Syria or something. And Barry Weiss was, going through the files in her head, like, what does she have to believe? And she was aware that, Tulsi Gabbard had somehow violated that in a way that no one's willing to say, like, in detail to fully articulate. What did Tulsi Gabbard do wrong? No one will tell you. She's just bad.
Yeah.
And then what that revealed about Barry Weiss is she's completely dishonest. Like she's a liar, actually. You can't, by the way, if you attack somebody, particularly personally, and can't explain why you're attacking the person, like that's not acceptable. You're a dishonest person if you can't explain why.
I think it's a common thing that people do in private, and they get accustomed to speak like we're talking like we're talking in private. We're just two people talking.
Right.
So people get accustomed to saying things without being able to back them up. Like, oh, he's a vaccine denier.
Well, I've done a ton of that in my life.
Yeah, I have as well.
Because I'm an asshole. So it's like, I just don't like that person.
I have as well. But what I'm saying is, I don't know how much time Barry Weiss had spent doing podcasts before that.
Well, she spent, look, I'm just saying, like,
but
it's important to be honest about what your agenda is.
I think she is honest. And I really like her.
Yeah,
I like talking
I'm not
to her.
against
She's a very intelligent
not
person.
against her personally.
I just think that was a mistake. And I think you're allowed to do that and hopefully learn from that. And don't do that anymore. Don't say a thing that you, and I've done that. Definitely done that. I've said a thing and I wasn't really exactly sure what I was talking about.
Oh my gosh, I do that every day. And I may have just done it with Barry Weiss. So let me be a lot more specific about what I mean. If your agenda is neocon politics, which is her agenda, just say so. Don't pretend to be a defender of free speech as a principle, which is what she does.
How is she a defender of neocon politics?
Barry Weiss?
Yeah, like what specifically?
Well, anyone, including me and Tulsi Gabbard, who thinks that America shouldn't be funding wars that don't help America, she will attack as a traitor to America or whatever it takes. And so, no, that's her main interest, which is fine. And by the way, I actually have friends who I disagree with really strongly on this question who believe in neocon politics. Doesn't mean they're terrible people or I hate them or I'm not friends. I'm still friends with them. But they're very direct about it. This is what I care about. Okay, fine. I really care about bird hunting and fly fishing or whatever. You know, that's totally cool. But be honest about it. So if your job is to defend the right of free people to say what they really believe, then go ahead and defend it. And if somebody is not allowed to speak or fired from his job for having an opinion that you disagree with, defend him anyway. I just interviewed a guy who is a black nationalist socialist. Okay, so I'm obviously not much of a black nationalist. I don't know if you're aware of that, but I'm not. And I'm not a socialist either. But this guy is facing prison time under the Biden DOJ because he said things they don't like about foreign policy. And I just interviewed the guy for an hour, and it was like, because on principle, you should be able to say what you think.
What is this gentleman's name?
I he was actually a. It turns out I like loved him. And I'm embarrassed. I can't. He's a member of a pretty small black nationalist socialist group. It's like the Revolutionary Black Nationalists or something like that. They're out of Southwest Florida. And he's literally facing prison for repeating Russian disinformation. He's not even accused of doing anything. He's accused of saying things the Biden DOJ doesn't like. Well,
what were these things that he said?
Repeating Russian propaganda about the invasion of Ukraine. And his point was, well, there's a backstory here, which is that NATO has been moving eastward since 1991. And that's a massive threat to Russia. Missiles on their border from a hostile power is a threat. And the Biden administration accelerated that. And in response, Putin invaded eastern Ukraine. Now, you can disagree with that, but that's hardly a crackpot view, by the way. I think it's actually true. But even if you don't agree that it's true, that's not, you don't have to be a paid propagandist from the Kremlin to say that.
Right.
I have said it. I'm not a paid propagandist.
Ladies and gentlemen,
that's him right there.
4 Americans from a black empowerment organization work with Russian intelligence to spread propaganda.
Yes, to spread propaganda. Now, propaganda, first of all, there's a lot of propaganda.
Scroll up a little on that, Jamie, so I can read what this is saying. Oh, okay.
Right? So that guy right there.
Okay, subscribe real quick.
Yeah, the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement in St. Petersburg. So
he spoke with someone in Russia. They spoke with people in Russia, and then
he's he is being, he's charged with felonies. The FBI raided his house. The first thing they did was cover up the security cameras, and they went in there and arrested him, raided by the FBI.
Okay.
Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms, recognized to divide Americans and interfere elections in the U.S., says Assistant Attorney General Matthew Olson. Now, first of all, weaponized our First Amendment rights? No. Your First Amendment rights are never a crime.
Right.
They're God-given. The government did not bestow them. You were born with them as a free person, period. And the First Amendment simply says you can't interfere with their exercise. That's it. And in this, they are. And I looked at, I read this and I thought, I reached out to this guy, by the way.
Matthew Olson?
No, I wish. Matthew Olson would never do my show. I mean, the guy whose salary I pay as a U.S. citizen, he would never speak to me.
Listen, look at that quote. Russia's Foreign Intelligence Services allegedly weaponized our First Amendment rights, freedoms. Russia denies its own citizens to divide Americans and interfere in elections in the United States. That, you gotta, like, why are you saying that? Say what happened.
Well, but nothing happened. So that's the thing. So I'm reading this. Someone sent it to me, and I'm like, okay, clearly there's a crime here. Like they were found with, I don't know, mortar shells, or they were. I mean, usually the government makes up. They put kitty porn on your computer at least to discredit you. There's no underlying crime other than they said something that the foreign policy establishment of the United States disagrees with. Okay. That's not a crime by definition. And this guy is facing life in prison. And it looks to me, because Barry Weiss has not defended him, I think this guy is likely to spend the rest of his life in prison. And I'm like, this is crazy.
The rest of his life in prison?
Yes.
Okay, hold it. This is the thing.
I think he's 83.
How do you say his name?
Yeshitela
and 3 other U.S. citizens, Penny Joanne Hess, Jesse Neville, and Augustus C. Romaine Jr., are charged with conspiracy to defraud U.S. Hess. Defraud the United States. Hess, Yeshitela, and Neville are also charged with impersonating agents of a foreign government.
Okay, they say to defraud the United States. So defraud suggests theft of something of value, right? If I defraud you, I steal your money. There's no allegation of that at all. And I actually read the charges. The only allegation is they said things that the U.S. government, the Biden administration, doesn't like. That's it. And because they're unpopular and they have views that are considered, quote, fringe, like crazy black nationalists, nobody wants to defend them. And my only point is not that I'm like such a principled person. This seems very obvious to me. You can't allow that. You absolutely cannot allow that if you believe in the First Amendment and the freedom of free people to say what they think.
So what this implication is, they're saying that they were recruited by the FSB. So it says prosecutors said, operated an entity called the Anti-Globalization Movement of Russia that was used to carry out its U.S. influence efforts overseen by the Russian intelligence service known as FSB. They recruited U.S.-based organizations to help sway elections, make it appear there was a strong support in the U.S. for Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and backed efforts such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S. according to the indictment. Backed efforts.
What does that mean?
Look at that. Like, it's negative
that
to back efforts to such as the 2015 United Nations petition to decry the genocide of African people. But just look at that statement. Backed efforts such as a thing to decry genocide. The United Nations petition of 2015 to decry the genocide of African people in the U.S. according to the indictment.
Okay, so the real misinformation and propaganda is in the charging documents, actually. The real liars here are the Biden DOJ officials who did this, and they're dangerous. They're criminals, in my opinion. But if you read it carefully, you will see that the only crime is having opinions that the people in charge didn't like.
And were they in contact with people from Russia?
Yeah, I think they went over to Russia for some conference. So
they went over to Russia.
But the way this typically works is they say, well, you went to a country against which we've imposed sanctions,
right?
And you violated the sanctions regime in some way. Like, that's how they get you. They're not even alleging that. They're just saying, you said things that we don't like, that, by the way, a foreign government we don't like agrees with.
But that's that not, they learned those when they went over to Russia?
It's all on the internet. Did they learn them? I mean, I guess it doesn't matter where they learned them. I would, because I've talked to the guy and I've seen what they wrote, the opinions that they expressed, the genocide of African peoples in America, I don't know what that means. I guess I don't agree with that. But their views on Russia, I generally agree with because I think they're true. And so does Jeff Sachs and a lot of other non-crazy, non-black nationalists who probably agree with the basic framework of their position. But whether we agree or not is not relevant.
Right.
All that matters is, in a free country, which this was when I grew up, you have the right to any opinion you want. You do not have the right to hurt people. You don't have the right to steal from them. You don't have the right to defraud people. But you certainly, foremost, have the right to any opinion you want, no matter what the people in charge think of it. In fact, you have that right as a bulwark against tyranny by the people in charge. Like, that's the only thing that keeps this country free, is my right to have any opinion I want. And this guy is going to jail for his opinions. And it's so crazy that I kept thinking, like, is there something that I'm missing? Like, it does seem a little fringe, this group. I've never heard of them. I'm not sending them money, okay? They must have done something. Nope, nothing. And you should see the video of the FBI raid. It's unbelievable. They sent like, it's on the internet. It's on X. I have the video on there. They sent like 40 armed agents with automatic weapons to this guy's office and his house. Like, no exaggeration. It was a full-blown, like, we're arresting El Chapo type thing. For this guy, he's like an 83-year-old Army veteran. It's outrageous. And I really find it baffling that nobody who's, like, against woke culture or whatever will touch it. And the reason they won't touch it is because their foreign policy views in general are more important to them than their views on speech and the First Amendment, their views on America.
Well, if you step out of line, right, so the ideology is that we must support Ukraine. Right. So this is, Russia has a point. This is what they're saying. So Russia was very upset about the movement of the weapons closer to their borders, the joining NATO, all the stuff that was the hard red lines that Putin had already set. Like, if Russia would definitely do something if Ukraine joined NATO. We all knew that. So if you deviate from that, you're going to be in trouble. So better just ignore it. Because you can't, you clearly, if you look at who these people are, I mean, these are people that would be supported by the left. wholeheartedly.
Well, they are. I mean, it's like the revolutionary socialism.
Yeah.
They're not at CPAC this
But
year.
the left has to ignore it because then
100%.
it conflicts with
Well,
this
the
other
categories
part of
right
the
and left
ideology.
are just like, now they're actually ridiculous.
They're
Like,
ridiculous.
They don't mean
They're
anything.
ridiculous.
In fact, we've moved past the point where they don't mean anything. They do mean something. They are propaganda instruments designed to cloak the truth from the rest of us. That in fact, there's agreement, not disagreement, at the center of power. They all agree on the things that matter. And those are the economy and foreign policy, because that's where the money is. There's no effort to, say, rein in the credit card companies, which, if you really cared about the country, you'd say, but people are really suffering. Okay, they don't have enough money to live. Kids can't not only not buy houses, they can't afford rent. And why is that? And one of the main reasons is because they're paying like close to 20% interest on their credit cards. And okay, we just imagine that in a free market, that's a good thing. Tell me why that's a good thing. Who benefits from that? Why are we for that again? I'm not for that. I think the credit card companies are villains. And they send credit cards to kids at school and get them hooked on this. I think it's totally wrong. And if you said that in the U.S. Congress, people look at you like you had three heads. Like, what? They just don't care because they all agree that our current economic system and our current foreign policy assumptions are good. So that's not a two-party system. It's a one-party system, and it doesn't serve the interest of the country. And my position is super simple. The only country I have an emotional attachment to is the United States. That's it. I like lots of countries. I like almost all countries, actually. I've been to a lot of them. I like them all. But the only one I feel emotional about is the United States because I live here. I was born here. My kids are here. It's my country. And most of the people in our foreign policy conversation do not feel that way. So that distorts it really dramatically. And there are also, a lot of them are violence worshipers. Like, they get off on war. They get off on hurting people and on the power that imbues them with. And I think, the Liz Cheney model, you know what I mean? Like, someone like Liz Cheney who's got like a really sad and barren personal life. A lot of them are this way. Weird personal life, failed personal life. They don't have people who love them. They don't have kids who respect them. And so Adam Kinzinger or whatever, they're all kind of the same. The more broken they are inside, the more focused they are on like war and foreign policy, because it gives them a feeling of power and strength and success. Like, I can't get my wife to respect me. I can't get my kids to listen to me. I can't pass any meaningful domestic agenda. But what I can do is bomb the living shit out of a foreign country. And so there is this, it's not true for all of them, but for a lot of them, there is this syndrome that drives their behavior. But whatever the reason, it's totally disconnected from what's good for the country. And if you run America, you have one job, and that's improve America, period. They don't see it that way. And so I don't think the system can continue because it's too distorted. It's not serving its original purpose at all.
So what was it that these guys said that made this raid possible?
They said Russia, and I don't want to speak for them. Like, I interviewed anyone who wants to see it, and I just want to say again, like, one of the cool things about this moment that I did not anticipate, there's all this sad stuff happening. I know that you probably experience it all the time. Is like finding not only common ground with people you thought you had nothing in common with at all, but also like liking them. Like, I actually like the guy. I'm sure we disagree on a million things. Probably mad at white people. I am a white person, whatever. But like in my conversation, I was like, I like this guy. He's honest and he's sincere. He's principled. He's a veteran, whatever. No, I really think what they said was what I have said, and a lot of people have said, which is there was a reason for this invasion. I personally think the invasion was a bad idea. It didn't help anybody. I'm against war. I'm sad the war's ongoing. But they were pushed to this by a more powerful country, which would be the United States of America, with the threat of including Ukraine in NATO. It's really simple. And right before the invasion, days before the invasion, they send poor Kamala Harris, who has no idea what day it is, to the Munich Security Conference, an area she knows nothing about, no experience in it at all. And they send her there for one purpose, which is to announce at a press briefing, with all the cameras rolling, to Zelensky, right there, she says, "We want you to join NATO." What? No other NATO members were clamoring for Ukraine. It didn't even qualify for NATO membership. Why would you say that? When Putin's got troops massed on the Ukrainian border, You send your vice president to the Munich Security Conference with the world watching and say this that no one even really wants? Why would you do that? To provoke war. Obviously, what's the other reason? And it was scripted. Like, Kamala Harris is not freeballing stuff. Like, she's saying what she's told to say. Obviously, it's not her area. She doesn't know anything about this stuff. She was told to say that. But why? To provoke a war. Obviously. So that was my read. I said that on Fox News. Not a lot of people liked it, but it just seemed obvious to me. I'm not making excuses for Putin. Please. I want to protect the United States, and I think this war really hurts the United States. Like, my motives are always right out there. Anyway, I think they said a species of that, something like that. And the last thing I'll say is that why was the reaction so strong? Because it was true. They don't care if you lie. No one in power cares if you lie.
But a lot of people
they only care when you tell the truth.
A lot of people are saying those things, and they're not getting arrested.
Because he's like some black nationalist guy in St. Petersburg. Like, who cares? Who's going to defend him? Nobody. He's some wacko. He's some like 80-year-old guy who's like been in the like fringe left movement for the past 50 years. You know, like new Huey Newton and Stokely Carmichael. He's like a relic of the past, and like he doesn't have constituency. He doesn't care. The modern Democratic Party hates him. He hates them. And the Republican Party is like black nationalism. No thanks. So he has no constituency. They're never gonna like. You could say that. What are they gonna do to you? You know, nothing, because they can't. But this guy, yeah, crush him, kill him. And that's exactly what they're doing. And I really think, not to be like a 70s liberal about it, if you let the weak get crushed, it's bad. It's super bad. You need to protect the weak, and this guy's weak.
And so you think they're making an example out of him with this?
And they can. They have all this power.
I just don't understand why they would move so many people, why they would get so many agents, why they would do this so publicly for one guy's opinion or one group of people's opinion.
Well, I don't know. I mean, why did medieval kings hang the heads of people they executed from the gates?
Right, but it feels like there should be more to it. Like, what did they say? So the problem
you're
is
telling me.
I know. The problem is that, I mean, I'm steel manning this rather. So the problem is that they went over to Russia and they talked with people in Russia, and then they're saying these things. Is that the problem?
They're not charged with that. They're not charged with going to Russia.
But do you think that's the motivation behind it, because they went over there? Okay.
Yeah, they are not, like, at least when I interviewed them, they had not been charged with taking money from Russia.
So it says they've been accused of us. They've accused us of taking money from Russia. Yeshitela said yesterday at a news conference on July 29th, "We've never taken any money from the Russian government, but I'm not saying that because I'm morally opposed to taking money from the Russians or anyone else who wants to support the struggles for Black people. Don't tell us what we can't. Don't tell us that we can't have friends that you don't like." He accused the U.S. government of seeking to use the APSP as a pawn in its proxy war with Russia. The unsubstantiated allegation that opponents of the war are co-conspirators with a foreign power are intended to bolster the phantom of a Russian boogeyman in the public consciousness. The escalating military aggression by the U.S. against Russia and China is already being accompanied by increasing repression and an attempt to criminalize left-wing opposition to the unpopular war.
Well, exactly.
So they're accusing him of taking money from Russia.
They're not. They're not charging him. So here's the distinction, which is like really, really important. So there are two levels on which the Department of Justice and all administrations acts. There's the level of propaganda, like what do we want people to think, and there's the level of law. What are we charging someone with? You have to ignore the first and pay very close attention to the second. So we have a legal system, we have laws, and you can't actually go to jail unless you violate one under the terms of our system. And so ignore what they're saying about you. Joe Rogan sucks, he's a bad man. But in the end, I'm busting you for double parking. And so you're not a bad man, you're a double parker under the law. And so if you look at the charges against these guys, they're not charged with violating sanctions regulations. They are charged with totally amorphous, quote, crimes like defrauding the U.S. government, not for money, but for like defrauding it, like I guess counter signaling it, sending a message publicly that they don't like. I mean, there's no crime. Look it up, except speaking. And I think that's a precedent that we don't want to live with.
No, no doubt. Yeah, let's take a leak. We'll be right back. We're going to pee. Tucker and I are going to pee together. Yeah, well, that's the confronting of reality. You're forced to examine your beliefs and why you came to those beliefs in the first place.
That is the beauty of this moment, though.
It is.
People are living intentionally much more, and it's also just much more interesting. It's not just, it's less shallow than it was, for sure.
I think so. I think it's more nuanced. People have more at least the people that are paying attention have a more nuanced perspective. But then you have the people that are in the echo chambers that are just digging their heels in even more. And you could spot them easily because
they're missing out because there's nothing more liberating than admitting you were wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that is like the moment of liberation.
Right.
And that's the basis of religion. It's the basis of AA. It's the basis of anything that improves you as a person is honestly admitting to other people, not just to yourself, that like, wow, I got that wrong.
Yeah.
And then you're free because then you don't have to hide it anymore.
Right. Very important.
And it's a beautiful thing. And that is like changing your mind. I always notice this covering politics that, a candidate would be like, I've got him on tape saying 10 years ago something different. And no one ever asked my opinion, but I always wanted to say, why don't you say you're absolutely right? And the country's a lot different from what it was 10 years ago. And so my opinions changed too. Like, why wouldn't they? Because I'm not a freaking robot or a liar.
Also, I used to think this because of that, and now I realize I was wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How great is that?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's part of being a human. It's not being a flip-flopper.
It's the best part of being a human.
Well, this is an interesting time for that because you see people that won't do that. And you could recognize them easily because they're the first people to throw out insults. Their first thing to do is describe you. They'll describe you in an insulting way, and then they'll say what they disagree with you about. They'll say something hard. They try to define you. You're far right, white supremacist, racist.
Been there.
Yeah, they throw it all at you. And then they say what you said.
It's so funny. I got called racist and white supremacist so many times, but when I first was called that, I mean, it really stung, a lot because just of where I grew up and how I grew up, and those are like the worst things you could ever call somebody. And so I actually paused for a moment and thought, am I? Which I think it's fair to ask yourself, am I a white, whatever that, I never even figured out what that was. Am I a racist? Not really. And I thought, really, the people I dislike most are almost all white liberals, actually. So
you're racist against white people.
No, but I am white. My kids are white. I'm not against white people. I like white people. But no, it's not that. It's that. So a reporter once called me about this. Well, you've been called racist. Like, no, actually, I really dislike you. If I were sort of narrowed down my bigotries, it's like people like you. I just think you're disgusting. I really mean it too.
Racist. Okay. All right. Well, it's a thing, I
don't think that works as much anymore.
It doesn't work. No. Well, I think a lot of the things that you overuse, eventually people realize, like, oh, you're yelling wolf again. Yeah.
Well, of course. And when people get hit with it and don't disappear, then it becomes obvious that it lacks power.
Well, it's also you're trying to use these words to define someone, especially someone like you that has so many hours and hours of talking about things. To try this reductionist perspective of someone to reduce them to this ultimately very negative thing and not say that they're a human being. And also the fact that it's done by the people that want to think of themselves as compassionate and kind, which is the most bizarre. The left is so aggressively incompassionate. They're so aggressively unkind with
letting people die of drug ODs on the sidewalk. That's compassion.
No, that whole thing is fucking crazy.
Well, it's cruelty, actually.
It is, and it's also when you find. Do you know who Colion Noir is?
I know him.
Yeah, great guy. He opened my eyes to the homelessness thing. We had him on the podcast, and he was explaining how he was in San Francisco, and he was like, "What is this? Is they don't have any money for this? Is that what it is?" Like, no. There's a whole business behind it. And these people that are running this homelessness initiative or whatever the fuck they call it, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Some of them $250,000 a year.
Imagine making money off the homeless.
And not doing a goddamn thing.
But what's so funny is I do think the root of their power and the one thing they're good at is just charging the moral high ground and taking it in the first moments of the battle.
Yeah.
They just run up to the moral high ground and are like, we've got this, this is ours, and they'll protect that at all costs. And it's like, that's kind of all they have is this self-righteousness. And if you can puncture that, it's like, you're getting rich from the homeless, actually.
Yeah.
And is there anything more disgusting than that? It's some junkie who's dying in misery outside the convention center in San Francisco, and you're making money on that?
They're essentially using those people as a battery to expand the power of government.
Yeah, and their own personal advantage.
Yeah, they're expanding government. They're making more government employees. Now there's tons of people that are working on the homelessness problem, air quotes. And, you know, they probably all have blue hair and they talk nonsense. And nothing's getting done. And no one's being punished for it. But when they did that study where they said that they had no data, like, how are you? What? You can't say whether or not it's doing anything? How'd you spend $24 billion?
But why are they not treated as, like, the most reprehensible people in our society?
I think there's too many things to think about.
Yeah.
I think most people, unlike you and I, aren't even paying attention to it. They're paying attention to the fact that the tents are there. They're paying attention that if you go to Los Angeles, it's a fucking zombie apocalypse. But what they're not paying attention to is what is going on. How many people are making money? I didn't even know until Colion explained it to us. I had no idea. I thought it was just they don't have any money. They don't put any money in it, and they let these people sleep there.
Oh, no.
No, there's actual
there are
money.
all these parasites.
Yeah,
No.
parasites, government parasites.
Of course.
Those are real.
Of course.
And, you know, this whole idea of, I've created so many jobs. Like, what jobs? Are they government jobs that are just bullshit? Because there's a lot of those.
What's crazy to me, just having spent most of my life in Washington, is how close this is to the lawmakers physically. So the U.S. Capitol sits across from something called Union Station, which is a really beautiful train station, right on Capitol Hill. And so to get into the Capitol, when there's a massive homeless city there, people dying of drug ODs right there. And so to get to work every day, lawmakers have to, like, step over the bodies of fellow Americans dying, living outdoors, shitting in the bushes, addicted to drugs, which is hell, okay? And they have to ignore that on their way to creating utopia in some foreign country. And you're like, does it ever occur to you that that's disgusting? That your primary duty is to the drug addict, your fellow American, you're doing nothing? And you're telling me how we're going to make Eastern Europe into, you know, this brave new world? I don't know. I just can't get past that. I think I'm not super sensitive or aware or anything. I'm not super anything, really. I'm pretty ordinary, but I think I would notice. I was like walking into vote in Ukraine aid, I'd be like, shit, there are like 5 junkies on the street. Like, maybe we should do something for them? No.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very bizarre. It's bizarre that they can rationalize it, or at least that they don't get called out by all their people. And this idea that it's compassionate, that you have compassion to lead these people and to give them aid, to help them and give them clean needles.
But then you've got to think, like, maybe there's something bigger going on, actually. Because there's there's an entire sector of the economy now that feeds off of human misery. The drug treatment centers that don't work, the homeless advocates who create more homeless, the, you know, migrant workers, you know, American-born aid agencies, workers who, you know, increase illegal immigration and gang activity. You know, all this, you know, people are making money off this. The arms manufacturers that help kill people in foreign countries, et cetera, et cetera. There's a vig in all of that. It's a scam, it's a grift, et cetera, et cetera. But, like, there's something more. Like, there are a lot of people who seem to be just, like, for evil for its own sake. And you're like, maybe all the, like, crazy talk about a spiritual war, like good and evil, maybe there's something to that. Maybe that's not an illusion. Maybe that's, like, everyone else has always thought that.
Maybe there are certainly forces that have evil consequences that exist.
But they act on people from the outside. And you feel it also on the other side. I mean, people are better than they naturally are sometimes. Like, you feel compassion for people or true empathy for someone, or you really want to help someone. There's no advantage to you at all. Like, why are you doing that? It's almost like you're being acted on by good. And all of us have known those moments where we just are cruel for the sake of it, hurt someone for the sake of it. What's that? There's no advantage to us. That's evil acting on us. And I think we're seeing it at scale. And, like, I grew up in the most secular world you could ever grow up in. Southern California in the 70s and 80s, and in a very secular family, and I've never really paid much attention to that. And all of a sudden, not every, but a lot of people I know who had similar childhoods to mine, similar life experiences, are like, maybe there is like a supernatural realm. Maybe there's more than just like what we can see and feel. Maybe life is more than just ordering shit on Amazon. Maybe there's like a purpose. Maybe there is this people around us that we can't see, but that we do experience a lot.
It seems like it's always been a narrative throughout human history. It's always been this recognition. Carl's over there snoring. I don't have my headphones on so I can hear him.
You're snorting or snoring?
Snoring. Carl snoring. Carl the dog.
Carl the dog.
Carl the dog. He
like
snores.
Carl the dog.
He's the best, but he snores when he sleeps because he's a little French bulldog.
He's a sporty little bulldog.
He's awesome.
Yeah,
he's the best. Dogs don't get cuter. They might be as cute, but they don't get any cuter than Carl.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
I've got some pretty good looking dogs.
Yeah, I have a beautiful dog. I have a golden retriever, but he's not as cute as Carl. Carl's a different thing.
Don't tell him that.
He knows. He doesn't like Carl. Well, he doesn't hate Carl, but he like ignores him. He thinks of Carl as a thief of attention only.
Which he is.
Yeah.
Fair.
So human beings have always at least believed that there are forces of good and evil, and that that's what exorcisms are about, right? The idea that you're possessed.
Yes.
You're possessed by evil. There's always been this thought that there's good and evil. But when did you start considering that and thinking that that's real? Because weren't you at one point in time, weren't you a Grateful Dead head?
Oh, yeah. I listened to him this morning. Yeah.
You used to travel around with them?
Yeah.
How old were you when that was going on?
I went to my first Dead show in December of 1984, so I was 15 at, speaking of the San Francisco Civic Center, yeah, the New Year's shows, so they've always played in Oakland, but one year they played at the in San Francisco. And so we were in Tahoe over Christmas, and for some reason my dad was gone, I don't really know where, so my brother and I drove illegally from Tahoe in the family vehicle to downtown San Francisco.
How old was your brother?
13.
So you drove? Or
yeah,
he drove?
I drove.
15, you drove?
Yeah.
Wow.
From Tahoe, so it was a couple hours. And I remember being on the freeway, like,
at 15.
Well, we had a pretty different kind of childhood. But anyway, we just...
Is that you?
Yeah, it's me on the left.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know how that picture is hanging in my barn, and I've never, I don't release any pictures of myself or family or anything like that. And somebody came to my barn and took a picture that's hanging next to my sink, and put it on the internet. Wow! So that's my brother Buckley on the right. That picture was taken. So my dad was a reporter in San Francisco in the '60s, and pretty well-known reporter, and that was in the 80s when I was in school, and we were home for Christmas vacation, and he had covered the Grateful Dead. He knew the Grateful Dead. My dad did. So they were in his office. They came through DC, and they called him, and they came over to his office. Jerry came over to his office, and my dad's like, I got Jerry Garcia here. You guys should come down. So my brother and I, we lived in Georgetown, and we had a Vespa. Remember those?
Yeah.
And we drove our Vespa. It was freaking cold out. I'll never forget that. We drove our Vespa down to 6th and E or whatever, where my dad's office was, and there was Jerry. I'd never met him before. He was missing the middle finger of his right hand, famously. The famous handprint, Grateful Dead handprint. But when he shook his hand, you could feel it collapse, kind of, because he didn't have that middle finger. But anyway, so my brother and I drove to the New Year's show. It was actually a couple nights before New Year's, and we didn't have tickets, of course. And we were in the park across from there, and we were, whatever, doing the whatever things that people do at Dead shows, and we're pretty freaking out of it. And this guy comes up out of nowhere and puts a ticket right in my face. He goes, here, and hands me a ticket. So my brother was extremely out of it. I mean, he was, I never should have done this, but I was like, all right, man, I'm going in. All right, man. My little brother in the park. During the show, just very, very impaired, super, super impaired. It was completely wrong to do something like that, but I did do it. And then I went in and saw the show, kind of freaked out in the middle of it. Hid in the men's room for a while. I'll never forget that. Standing on the stall smoking cigarettes.
Is it acid?
It was psilocybin mushrooms. Which, by the way, I should just say, I got sober 22 years ago. I'm completely opposed to anything. Like, I don't take Advil. Like, I'm totally opposed to anything, but other than nicotine and coffee. But yeah, it was mushrooms. So we ate way too many, and started to kind of melt down a little bit. But anyway, the point is, I get out of the show. This is pre-Sulfur. This is 1984, and I get out of the show, and they played actually a lot of tunes that they didn't play. They played Spoonful. Like, they didn't play Spoonful a lot. It was a pretty obscure tune. I'd never heard it before, actually. And I couldn't find my little brother. And I'm like in charge, and my closest friend and lifelong friends. Talked to him this morning, and but I couldn't find him. And I was like, oh man, my brother's coming. But there he was. He appeared like an hour later. He had spent the entire show in somebody's van parked there. But he seemed undamaged, and it was great. I mean, not everything about it is great. I mean, I do think the drug thing got, it definitely hurt people for sure. But from my perspective, I went to a bunch, probably 50 or more shows, and really enjoyed it. And I love the fact that they had two drummers. That was a huge thing for me. I love rhythm. I think it's the basis of music. It's obviously the basis of music. I mean, instruments are cool, but they're kind of like interior design, and the architecture is rhythm, and it's the universal sound that every culture appreciates because it reflects something that's pre-existing, that's in you. Everyone relates to rhythm, and I just absolutely loved the drums. And they would always play, like, it was called drums, actually, but they would play a section of every show. It was just drums. Bill Kreuzman and Mickey Hart just going crazy on the drums. They had drum circles, and I just like drums. To this day, I listen to drums, just percussion. King Sunny Ade, the great West African drummer, and anyway, whatever. So yeah, I like the Grateful Dead a lot, and still do. I like that kind of music.
Jam music?
I like jam music. I like acoustic music. I love bluegrass and Americana. And to see that grow, to see Billy Strings become like a venue packer, like Billy Strings is like a big act right now. I do feel like creativity, art has been completely destroyed and eliminated in the United States. There's like, as we were saying earlier, you can't be creative if you're not honest. It's that simple. And we can't be honest, so there's no creativity. And in the visual arts and literature and architecture, it's died. But comedy is still alive, thank heaven, and music, for some reason, has escaped that and is still alive.
Yeah.
And the growth, the explosion of acoustic bluegrass and the banjo, one of the great instruments ever, is just thrilling and like a sign of life. At this late stage.
Well, I think when there's social pressures and when society's in chaos, art does tend to thrive. Some kind of art.
Some art, that's right.
Comedy certainly does now. Like, comedy's never been better.
But it came close. It came close.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the walls got breached.
Whoa!
Yeah.
No, but a few years, I don't know when it was, but 8 years ago or something, it felt like, oh, wow. People can't tell jokes anymore.
We kept doing it.
I noticed.
Yeah.
And
yeah, we kept doing it.
You kept the little embers alive.
Yeah, well, it was flames. It's just, when you get people in a club and you take their phones away and just have them just be actual human beings and not be filming everything, right. Just being completely trapped with this idea of capturing something and then putting it online, then you get to have a human experience.
You mean when people live in the present rather than in the future, far away?
That's one of the great things
through a data line.
Going to a good club that uses yonder bags for your phones. Is that it just takes you out of it. Like, at the very least, it's a break. Like this podcast is a break for 3 hours of phones. No one's checking phones.
I love that.
That's very rare with human beings, where they can just sit down and just have conversations for long periods of time without being distracted by something.
Not in my house, but yeah.
It's a real problem with folks.
It's a huge problem. And the one thing I will say about my very unconventional childhood is there was a huge premium on meals and like eating with people, and spending 4 hours at the table was like totally normal in the house that I grew up in. Totally normal. In fact, it was like daily. And that was our primary form of entertainment and mode of communication, and thing that we did for fulfillment and fun. And I still do that. I still feel that way. And we have dinner parties constantly, and there are no phones, and people talk and entertain each other. And it's so much more interesting. I'm not on social media, but if I were on social media, I don't think I would find that on Instagram. And I'm not attacking Instagram, but I don't think I would find anything like that.
No, it's definitely a lost thing. And
it's such an easy thing. It's such a fun thing.
It is a fun thing. Yeah, it's a great thing, and I think people enjoy it. And I think that's also led to the rise of podcasts too, because they don't get that in their real life. So at least they get to be a person who sits in on these conversations.
I gotta say, this is not being suck uppy, because I don't suck up ever to anyone, but the effect that podcasts have had is just incredible, and I never would have predicted that.
I wouldn't
have million freaking years.
I would have never thought it. When I first started doing this, it was in my living room with my friend Brian, and we did it on a laptop. We had a webcam, and we were like,
with my friend Brian.
Yeah, Brian Redband of Kill Tony. You met Brian.
Yes, I did. Yeah. But I just love the phrase "with my friend Brian." Like every backstory, me and my friend Brian. we were down in Mexicali, and me and my friend Brian.
We just started fucking around online, and then we started eventually bringing in guests, and then we eventually got a studio, and then eventually I got a big place in LA, like a real warehouse, and then eventually moved to Texas. So it all just eventually happened.
But it was not. I mean, I was in another part of media for that whole period, and if you had asked me up until the last few years, the future is clearly shorter, crisper, more produced, right?
Right. Everybody would have thought that.
Exactly. Yeah. Everyone did think that, including me, and I hated it. I hated it. I like long form, but I was a long form magazine writer for years, so I thought that was over.
Yeah.
Not over.
Everybody thought that. Yeah. Even my friends, they were telling me how to edit my show. They're like, you should edit that. No one's going to listen to 3 hours. I'm like, then don't listen. I don't care. Do whatever you want. I'm not making any money doing this. It's just for fun.
I love that.
It was just fun for years. For years and years. I did it just with no money. There was no money in it forever.
What year, how many years in did it start to pay for itself?
5.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Long time. It took a while. I mean, it was probably it was existing. Yeah, but about 5 years in, then it started making money. And then it was like, oh, this is a business. I remember very clearly, I was on stage once in Chicago. I was doing the Chicago theater, and I had this story that I was going to tell. I'm like, how many people listen to the podcast? And there's 3,700 people in the place. And they went nuts. It was like, yeah. And I was like, oh. I thought there was this thing that I'm doing where a few people are paying attention. I don't even know back then. I never even knew what the numbers were. I didn't even care.
Well, they may not have been could you even collect numbers
Yeah,
accurately?
you could get downloads off of whatever the provider was that was or the host. You could get download numbers from the host, because then they would use that to inform ads. He gets X amount of downloads per month, and then they would, that's when there was very few people advertising on podcasts. They were, all right, let's give it a try.
But it's one of the great developments between podcasting and Billy Strings. I'm serious. I have hope that it's not all going in the wrong direction, because you can get this view that everything is falling apart. Late Rome, just a matter of time before it really does collapse, and then you see these signs that are not minor, they're significant. That no people. I mean, I haven't met a person in the past year who said, I thought this, but then I was reading the New York Times and I realized that was wrong. Not one person,
right?
But the number of people say, I was listening to this podcast, I was listening to Rogan, and da 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 da. It's really noticeable.
Yeah, that's why it's interesting. It's interesting because you could put people in front of people, and they might not even be right. They might be wrong. But at least now you're having conversations about something you would never have a conversation about before. And even if this person gets exposed as being incorrect, well, now you have a more nuanced understanding of what the subject is about and why people think incorrect things. And you know, this idea of like platforming people is a big one today. Why would you platform that person?
First of all, platform is not a verb. And whenever they take a perfectly good noun and turn it into a verb, you know something bad is afoot.
Yeah.
Okay. Platform. Oh, you mean letting an adult human being talk?
Right.
I think that's not only allowed, I think that's the law.
Not only that, I think it's important for us. It's even important to talk to people that are completely different than you, that don't agree with you at all.
Or it's especially important.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's just masturbatory.
It's
It's
interesting
just you
too.
alone getting yourself off.
But it's also interesting to know why these people think the way they think. And also, there's so many people that if you talk to them online, you'd have these horrible conversations. But if you sit down with them as an actual human being and treat them with respect and consideration, you talk to them like a human being, and you just try to be as friendly and open as possible, despite what your differences might be, you realize most people have a lot in common. A lot. Way more in common than they don't.
But that's the secret that they're trying to hide.
Yeah.
So mind control, you know, the end stage of mind control is censorship, right? But it begins long before that. And it begins by creating false categories that wall off your willingness, that prevent you from wanting to know certain things or talk to certain people. And name calling is the most obvious tool. He's a crank, he's a racist, he's a whatever. You fill it in. And then you're like, I can't listen to that person. And I have to say, your willingness to platform or to have a conversation with Alex Jones, I think was a revolutionary act, actually. Not that everything Alex Jones says is right. It's not. Not everything I say is right or anyone says is right. But Alex Jones is an interesting person. And even if he's not interesting, he has been walled off from the rest of us through name calling. And your willingness to be like, no, actually, we're just going to listen to Alex Jones and you can decide for yourself.
Well, Alex has been my friend for more than 20 years.
Well, exactly. But even if you want but I'm sure you have other friends you haven't invited. Just like, you were not allowed to talk to him. And when you hear Alex Jones talk, you may not agree with everything he says. I don't know that I do. But you definitely understand why they told you couldn't listen to Alex Jones.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I had him as one of the first guests when I came over to Spotify. I was like, let's go.
What did they say?
Well, a lot of people weren't happy. We lost sponsors. It was an issue. But I think it did the job. You know, it regardless of what he said that's incorrect, clearly the Sandy Hook thing was incorrect. You know, Alex, I know Alex personally, so I know what he was going through. And, you know, everybody wants to talk about mental health, and they want to praise people for being honest about their mental health issues and support them on their mental health journey to wellness. Alex has gone through some real issues. And one of the reasons why he's gone through some issues is because that guy is uncovering real shit that's terrifying every fucking day. And he was drinking out of control. And, you know, he's just fucking constantly stressed, freaking out. And when you see so many lies and so much propaganda and so many psyops that are being done on people, you start seeing them where they don't exist. And that's what he did.
Well, and he's also channeling some stuff. You can't call 9/11 in detail because you're super informed.
Before the fact.
He called it.
Yes.
He literally called it in the summer of 2001. He said planes will fly into the World Trade Centers and they will blame a man called Osama bin Laden. We know that he said it because he said it on tape multiple times. And then he said, call the White House and tell them this. Now, that's all we know about Alex Jones. Let's just say that's the fact set. How'd that happen?
Right. How did he do that?
No, he's channeling something.
You think
That's
so?
super. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
There's like no other. I mean, tell me how he did it otherwise. I've asked him about it. How did you do that? At length, at dinner in my barn recently. We were talking about this. How'd you do that? I don't know. It just came to me. And that's real. That is real. The supernatural is real. And I don't know why it's so hard for the modern mind, I guess, because it's a materialist mind to accept that. But and that's not a new phenomenon. It's happened throughout history. There were people called prophets. And there are people who were prophets who weren't called prophets, but there are people who have information or parts of information, bits of it, information, visions of information come to them, and then they relay it. It's not from them; they received it. This is like one of the oldest phenomena in human history. So those people tend to be a little crazy, a little imbalanced, a little different from everybody else. Do you know what I mean? They live on locusts and honey in the wilderness. I mean, that's just like they're not like everybody else, and that's clearly part of what I'm not saying that everything that Alex Jones says is a prophecy from God. It's not, but that was prophetic. And if it wasn't, tell me how it wasn't. In July of 2000, like I lived in Washington in July of 2001. You know, my dad worked in the government. Like I was as well informed as anybody could be about what was going on in the government. I've always been interested in what's happening in other countries. I was aware of Osama bin Laden. I knew about the Taliban. I knew, more than most people. There's not one person who was saying, not one person in Washington, D.C. was saying, at some point soon, they may fly airplanes into the World Trade Centers and blame Osama bin Laden. Like that just wasn't a thing. So if you said that multiple times on camera, there's a reason. Like, and everyone, I've said this to 50 people, what I just said to you, and they all look at me like, yeah, that's stupid. Tell me how it's stupid. Like, tell me how he did that. Like, that's impossible. Actually.
He didn't just do it with that either.
No, I'm aware.
He's done it with a lot of things. And that's one of the more interesting things about him is that, like, he talks about stuff. Like, he talked about, like, I'm going to send this to Jamie because this is one of the really crazy ones that he called. And this is like 2000 probably, I guess 2017. Here it is. Let me find this. Give me a second here. Because I sent it to him like, how the fuck did you call this? Because it's one of those ones where you're like, okay, this is exactly what's happening now. Here it is. Here, 2017. Hold on a second. I'll send you this, Jamie. Come on. Technology, let's go. All right, I sent it to you, Jamie. So this is some guy's Instagram clip that I found that took a clip from the podcast, and he's doing commentary over. Put these on real quick. You got it? Okay, cool. Here we go.
22 years on podcast, InfoWars, Alex Jones, and Joe Rogan discuss what's currently happening right now. Google, CERN, technology, vampire, aliens. In a nutshell, Alex is pretty on point with this message. So let me know what your thoughts are. Is he crazy or is he on to something?
It's really big. So, okay. Yeah, pour another shot of that. Maybe get this out. All right, let me give you my best. Please, deep research approximation. What's going? But am I wrong to still hold out hope that aliens are real? Because I tell you, that's the two guilty pleasures that I still cling to is Bigfoot and aliens. Those are two. Bigfoot, not so much. I wish it was real, but I just don't. Are you ready? Yes. Bigfoot's real? No. Come on, Daddy. No. Are you ready? Yes. I'm gonna give you the biggest one, Joe. There are aliens in this room right now. For real? Yeah, you're not of this world, bro. Me? You're the alien. Oh, wow, I didn't know. Well, here's what the elite believe, and let me be very clear because you'll fit this out of context. I only go with what I can prove. Oh, thank you. And people can't even handle that. There's armies. We're fighting a pedophile conspiracy, but beyond that, it's a vampire conspiracy in that they are interdimensionally sucking the essence of our youth. Right. And they believe they're possessed by an off-world entity. They do? Yeah, and Joe, I've been on air 22 years. I don't get into aliens, metaphysical, religion, any of that. I've studied the elite, and I've also communicated with one of the top people. And if you want to know, I will actually break down right now the best knowledge right now what's happening on the planet. What's happening? The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are a mix. But the good ones don't ever want to organize. The bad ones don't want to organize because they lust after power. Powerful consciousnesses don't want to dominate other people. They want to empower them, so they don't tend to get together until things are really late in the game. Then they come together. Evil's always defeated because good is so much stronger. And we're on this planet, and Einstein's physics show that Max Planck's physics show that there's at least 12 dimensions. And now that's why all the top scientists and billionaires are coming out saying it's a false hologram. It is artificial. The computers are scanning it and finding tension points where it's artificially projected and gravity's bleeding in to this universe. That's what they call dark matter. So we're like a thought or a dream that's a wisp in some computer program, some God's mind, whatever. They're proving it all. It's all coming out. Now, there's like this sub-transmission zone below the third dimension that's just turned over to the most horrible things is what it resonates to. And it's trying to get up into the third dimension that's just a basic level consciousness to launch into the next levels. And our species is already way up at the fifth, sixth dimension, consciously, our best people. But there's this big war trying to, like, basically destroy humanity because humanity has free will, and there's a decision to which level we want to go to. We have free will, so evil's allowed to come and contend, and not just good. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using human technology to try to take our best minds and build some type of breakaway civilization where they're going to merge with machines, transcend, and break away from the failed species that is man, which is kind of like a false transmission because they're thinking what they are is ugly and bad, projecting it onto themselves instead of believing, no, it's a human test about building us up. And so Google was set up 18, 19 years ago. I knew about this before it was declassified, but I'm just saying I have good sources, that they wanted to build a giant artificial system. And Google believes that the first artificial intelligence will be a supercomputer based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity with billions of people wired into it with the Internet of Things. And so all of our thoughts go into it, and we're actually building a computer that has real neurons in real time that's also psychically connected to us that are organic creatures so that they will have current prediction powers, future prediction powers, a true crystal ball. But the big secret is, once you have a crystal ball and know the future, you can add stimuli beforehand to make decisions that control the future. And so then it's the end of consciousness and free will for individuals, as we know, and a true 2.0 in a very bad way, hive mind consciousness with an AI jacked into everyone, knowing our hopes and dreams, delivering it to us, not in some PKD wirehead system where we plug in and give up on consciousness because of unlimited pleasure, but because we were already wired in and absorbed before we knew it by giving over our consciousness to this system, our daily decisions, that it was able to manipulate and control into a larger system. There's now a human counterstrike taking place to shut this off before it gets fully into place and to block these systems and to try to have an actual debate about where humanity goes and cut off the pedophiles and psychic vampires that are control of this AI system before humanity's destroyed. AI? How'd the pedophile?
Yeah, it's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's incredible.
I
didn't understand about it. That was 7 years ago.
7 years ago.
Yeah, okay. So,
no, 7 years ago, no one was thinking AI was going to take over civilization.
So you can see why the FBI decided to destroy him, which it did. The people it's just like what has happened to Alex Jones is proof that at least some of what he's saying is true. Because why is Alex Jones a threat to?
Did you see that interview with the guy from FBI was trying to hook up with that dude on a date?
CIA, yeah.
Was it CIA? Yeah, that's right. And they were talking about how they can destroy a person.
Yeah, I think I was mentioning there too.
Were you?
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, there are a couple things. Okay, so yeah. Again, I don't, the third dimension, I don't know anything about dimensions, okay, so I can't comment on that. But two things he said are true. One is that every civilization, every religion, the Greek myths, every single one, including Judaism, Christianity, Hinduism, has believed that there is sort of, that the spirit world and humanity are like, that there's, they're hybrids.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's just a fact. Genesis 6. So, I don't think that's crazy at all, given that it has been the belief of civilizations that had no contact with each other.
I don't think it's crazy, and I also don't think it's crazy to consider it. I don't think we have a real map of reality.
Well, we definitely don't. And better put than I explained. That's exactly right. We don't have a real map, and it's not crazy to consider it. And it was an entirely conventional view up until fairly recently. that this spirit world, don't use breeds with people, but that everyone thought that,
right? And even the term spirit world is probably a loaded term.
Yeah, of course, they're all
whatever
loaded terms.
it is.
How do you say it in a way that doesn't sound crazy? But the whole thing sounds crazy because we don't acknowledge the reality, the actual physical reality of the supernatural, and it is real. That's the first thing. The second point that's obviously true is that people, weak people, which is a synonym for bad people, come together for strength and safety. They act as one.
Mm-hmm.
The hive mind is specific to a certain group of people, bad people, and that good people don't tend to come together, but they're coming together now. And I just noticed this. I mean, people independently who I know or sort of know, in many cases have long despised, have come to exactly the same conclusions without talking to each other. Mm-hmm. I know that you have this experience all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, I can't believe you think that. How did you wind up thinking that?
Right.
And not just on a specific issue like foreign policy or COVID or whatever, but like on a whole bunch of different things. They're all coming to the same conclusion and they're coming together. And so that does suggest, a big change and a battle. I mean, it is a battle between good and evil. I'm not always convinced I'm on the good side. I've been, an instrument of evil many times in my life, and I'm ashamed of it. But
are you talking about the Iraq War?
Yeah, the Iraq War. I've been cruel to people, probably even already on your show, in ways that are unjustified. That's my instinct to do that. That's a fault, not something to brag about. It's something I'm ashamed of. So I'm not saying I'm always on the right side. I certainly have not always been on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many, many times. But that doesn't change the fact that there is good, there is evil. They are at war with each other, and we are subject to the effects of that conflict, and that we're seeing it suddenly play out in ways that are really, really obvious. There's no political explanation for the trans phenomenon. Nobody benefits. You can say, see these right-wingers be like, really, it's all about the people who make synthetic hormones. They benefit. Yeah, okay, they benefit. It's not driving it. That's stupid. It's not about the money, actually. There's no upside. It's not helping the kids at all. If a child has anorexia, which is pretty common, actually, in this country, and the child thinks she's fat, you don't say to the child, yeah, you're fat. You don't do that. You give the child help if you can. That's hard to treat, but you try. If a child comes to you and says, actually, I think I was born in the wrong body, the last thing you do is affirm that. It's hurting the child. Like, why would you do that? If you love the child, you wouldn't do that. It's really an exercise undertaken for the sake of destruction, for the sake of hurting someone. There's no real upside. What's another phrase description of that? It's evil. And you see that a lot.
Yeah.
And why? Like, what is that?
What is it?
And why is it so obvious to even a completely secular person like me, all of a sudden? There's a reason for that. History is moving really, really fast. We're right in the middle of it. And I probably wouldn't have chosen to be born at the time I was. I'd much rather sort of reach maturity in 1955.
Really?
Well, I don't know. I don't get to choose. I don't like drama. I don't like change. But
there was drama and change back then.
There was, but people didn't recognize. Well, there was a Cold War, of course. There was a Korean War. Okay, but people didn't see it
in their face.
Right. In the way. I don't think.
Wouldn't you rather know?
I don't have a choice. I do know.
Yeah, I'd rather know. I'd rather be right now.
Yeah, well, you've got a much better attitude than I. I mean, sometimes my parents got divorced when I was little, and so I kind of like, I don't want change.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's not up to me.
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I was having a conversation in the green room with the club the other night about this guy from Canada that's HIV positive, that's a trans woman, that's taking hormones so they can breastfeed their 9-month-old daughter. So biological male is taking hormones and is now breastfeeding their daughter off of their male tit. And I said, if I was Satan, if Satan was real, I would do that.
Exactly.
If Satan's real, if Satan was going to do something insidious and unbelievably creepy, he would do that.
Well, I think he is doing that, obviously.
But this guy's a real freak.
Well, but
and
he's
it's
also
like using public money too.
But he's a victim too. I mean,
Sure.
because the thing about evil, the reason that evil is distinct from everything else, it destroys the vessel it's held in, the conduit through which it flows, destroys the person. So, that guy in the end will not thrive.
Right.
He'll be destroyed too. And so that's how you know that it's supernatural. In other words, if I steal your iPhone and sell it and I get an extra $400, like that's kind of explicable. You understand why I'm doing that. I want the $400.
Right.
But if I'm encouraging your kid to castrate himself, I'm not really benefiting from that, actually. There's no material benefit to me at all. There's no real psychic benefit. It's hurting for its own sake. And that's evil. There's no political category that explains that.
Right, and then there's clearly money involved in that.
There is money.
There's the gender-affirming clinics that have popped up all over the country since 2007. You see the map of it; it's fucking bananas.
But why would you want to do that? Why would policymakers want to do that?
Why would anybody want to make money that way, right?
Well, but
Why would
also,
they choose to make money that
people,
way?
it's the most unnatural thing ever because every parent at a certain age feels is like, I like my kids. I want grandkids.
Right,
I want
and you want to protect your children
mine to continue. Yeah.
from bad decisions.
So I always think the politicians who push trannyism on the country, their kids are going trans too.
Yeah, they are.
Right, they're not escaping it. It's like they're burning down their own house.
I would like to see the statistics of people in Hollywood. Like how many of their kids turn trans versus the rest of the world. Yeah, I know some of them too.
Yeah.
But how many of them versus the rest of the world?
Well, a lot more. A lot more.
Which is a morally corrupt business.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like more than we knew, more than I knew. The entertainment business.
It's always been that way. Tarantino was talking to us about this famous old director that had a bedroom in his office where he would bed the starlets. And it was just common knowledge. If you wanted to be in his movie, you had to fuck him. And you'd go into his office, he had a literal bedroom in his office.
We had some of that in television, yes.
I'm sure.
Yeah, quite a bit. Yeah, and I didn't really understand. I didn't, obviously partake in it, or you would know because all my text messages went up to the New York Times. So I'm not hiding any of my own behavior. But I mean, I will say, if I'm being honest, it didn't really register with me. I was like, yeah, it's kind of wild and crazy. I just didn't, I, like my wife, I don't want to blow up my family. I didn't do anything like that, really. But I certainly saw a lot of it. And I just didn't really see it as like horrifying. I just saw it as kind of like, well, creative people are this way kind of thing. But I look back, I'm like, it's really dark.
Well, especially the producer thing, right? That, like the Weinstein thing, that the way they ran the business, that's how it was pay to play.
I worked for Harvey Weinstein for a year.
Did you really?
Yeah, I did.
When?
1999. He had a magazine with Tina Brown called Talk Magazine. I was the head political writer for it, and they had an office at Carnegie Towers in New York, right below the park. And I remember the big I remember he was a pig. I was not like an intimate friend of his or whatever, but I certainly dealt with him. And the big controversy was he was smoking in elevators, and I've kind of supported that, if I'm being honest. But he was considered incredibly insensitive and just like vulgar as a pig.
He looks vulgar.
Yeah, well, that was certainly what everyone thought of him where I worked. Harvey's just a pig, and his brother Bob was a little bit less that way. He was also involved, but yeah, people knew that he was a bad guy, but like
they made awesome movies.
Yeah, and also, but he was just powerful. It's like Harvey Weinstein. Like, I want to fuck with Harvey Weinstein.
Right.
I mean, I didn't really think about it too much, to be completely honest. He was just a guy I worked for, but I don't know. I certainly, if you played the Alex Jones clip for me in 1999, I would have been, and I did see Alex Jones clips in 1999. And then in later years where he was talking about Building 7, and I was very offended. I was like outraged that he would be suggesting that there was something about 9/11 that wasn't above board, that there was, things we didn't know that were being hidden from us. And I was like mad at Alex Jones for saying that. I remember that really well. How dare you?
The Building 7 one is wild.
It is wild. I mean, all I know is 21, I don't even know what year it is, 23 years? Could it really be 23 years? 9/11, 23 years later. What's the justification for classifying any document around 9/11? There's no justification.
Well, the same justification in classifying the documents about the Kennedy assassination.
Well, exactly, 61 years later.
Yeah, or releasing the COVID vaccine data 75 years later.
Of course.
Yeah.
Right, I mean, look, secrecy is different from privacy. Privacy is necessary for the dignity of this way. You've got a door in the bathroom in your bedroom, right? You need privacy to be private thoughts. We have no privacy whatsoever. None. No privacy at all. Thanks to the iPhone and government spying on us all. So there's no privacy, but there's massive secrecy. Secrecy is different. Secrecy abets lying. The only reason to have secrecy is in order to do something that you're ashamed of other people knowing about. That's it's immoral and probably illegal. And there's more secrecy than ever. And that means that there's more lying than ever. There are more crimes being committed than ever. That's the surest sign of it. Why are there a billion classified federal documents in a so-called democracy? Because they're lying to us, that's why. But 9/11, like, what is the justification for that? I don't know the answer. I really don't know the answer, but there is one. That's for sure. Yeah. It's not methods and sources. You think it's methods and sources? Try to protect the Saudi sources? I don't think so.
You know, the wildest thing about Tower 7 is that if you just say it looks like a controlled demolition, people get mad at you.
Why?
Well, I don't know.
Well,
I'm not saying that it is a controlled demolition, but I'm saying if you watch it, it looks like a controlled demolition.
But that happens all the time. Buildings catch fire and they just implode in on themselves. I think it happens every week, right? All these poultry plants and manufacturing plants that keep getting burned through fire. They all, like,
it's the way it went down.
Yeah. So I say, why did they respond that way? And of course, I responded that way. So, and I think looking back, the reason that I did was because if you call that into question, you had to ask a lot of other really obvious questions you didn't want to deal with. And you might arrive at the conclusion that a lot of your most basic assumptions are false and that you've been had. And it's just too destabilizing, maybe.
Right. Well, the real problem with Tower 7 is they go, well, okay, if it was a controlled demolition, how was that engineered? Did they just decide to do that before September 11th? And you know how long it would take to rig a building like that?
Right.
Or was it built into the building? And how would they know it would even work? And how would they do something like that? And how would there not be a record of it being built into the building? Like, for someone to engineer,
and where's the sound signature on the tape? There would be a sound of the explosions.
Yeah,
which is a fair question.
Yeah, so a lot of fair questions. And has there ever been a building that experienced a tremendous amount of damage because two enormous skyscrapers fell right next to it, damaged it, and then massive fire started, and then there's diesel generators that are in the basement, so they have all this fuel, so they have this incredible inferno in the basement that weakens the structure. Is that why it collapsed? Maybe.
Totally possible. A lot of building engineers disagree with that, as you know.
Yeah.
And they don't think that could have happened in the way you just described. I'm agnostic on it. What I know, because I don't know the answer, and I have no way of knowing. All I know is that there's no justification for keeping those documents secret that I can think of. And if there is, tell us what it is. No one has bothered because nobody presses. And it's, add that to the list of outrages.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And then it gives you this feeling of helplessness because there's so many of those. They just pile on. There's always another one.
The U.S. government spied on me, broke into my phone and spied on me, and I couldn't get a straight answer to that. And I'm not a felon.
Well, not only that, they got into your Signal account, right?
Yeah, and then they leaked it to the New York Times, what they found there. So it's one thing to say, okay, we picked up your text exchanges with a foreign national, which is true. I text a lot of foreign nationals because of my job. Why wouldn't I? And that's my right, as far as I'm concerned. That's not illegal. But we picked up your text exchanges, which I think itself is a lie. I think they were targeting me. I think they are now. I know I'm pretty positive they are, but whatever. Leaving that aside, we spied on you. We think we have justification. Is there a justification for leaking the contents of my private conversation to a news outlet in order to discredit me? No, there's no. That's secret police shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not whining. Ooh, I'm a victim. I'm certainly not a victim. But what was infuriating was and I got members of Congress involved because I was pissed and I felt threatened. I couldn't get a straight answer. They were just like, we're not answering those questions, and what are you going to do about it, bitch? What are you going to do about it? I don't possess a drone fleet. There's nothing I can do about it, actually. That's the truth. So when the system breaks down and things like, I don't know, honesty, justice, the law, none of those apply, the people in charge decide that doesn't apply to me, you are literally powerless. And
bizarre that the New York Times wouldn't have an issue with that.
Well, the New York Times does that all the time.
But bizarre that they wouldn't have an issue with the government tapping into your phone.
They work for the government. Are you kidding?
Right.
The New York Times? Yeah, the New York Times is a conduit for the lies of government. That's what it is. It's their tool. And they're perfectly aware of that. I mean, I used to write for the New York Times as a freelancer. I mean, I've been around the New York Times a lot. And there are a lot of really smart people there, for sure. Even now, I would less so now, but there's still, I think, smart people there. There are, I know some. And they know. but they think that it's worth it because they're bringing information. I don't know what they think actually, but no, they're tools of power, and that's like the one thing that you're not allowed to be, even if you think the power is good. Like maybe they all support the agenda of the U.S. government, destabilizing the world and impoverishing their own population. Maybe they're on board with that. Even if they are, they shouldn't do it, because the job of the media, the press, is to keep power in check. You are kind of like the seatbelt, right? You make sure that things don't go too far. So, and they're not doing that. They're acting as a willing handmaiden.
When do you think that switched?
Well, I think it's been the case for a long time. I mean, if you look at what happened to Richard Nixon, which I, of course, did not understand at all, Richard Nixon was taken out by the FBI and CIA, and with the help of Bob Woodward, who was a Washington Post reporter, who had been a naval intelligence officer working in the White House, working in the Nixon White House. And then he shows up like a year later, and he's this brand new reporter. He'd never been a journalist at all. He's a naval intel officer, the famous Bob Woodward we all revere. And he's at the Washington Post, and somehow he gets the biggest story in the history of the Washington Post. He's the lead guy in that story. Well, I worked at a newspaper. I've been in the news business my whole life. That is not how it works. You don't take a kid like his first day from a totally unrelated business and put him on the biggest story. But he was. He was that guy. And who is his main source for Watergate? Oh, the number 2 guy at the FBI. Oh, so you have the naval intelligence officer working with the FBI official to destroy the president. Okay, so that's a deep state coup. What else? How would you describe that? If that happened in Guatemala, what would you say? And yet the way it was framed and the way that I accepted for decades was, oh, this intrepid reporter fought power. No. This intrepid reporter, Bob Woodward, was a tool of power, secret power, which is the most threatening kind, to bounce the single most popular president in American history, Richard Nixon, from office before the end of his term, and replace him with who? Oh, Gerald Ford, who sat on the Warren Commission. Now, how did Gerald Ford get to be Richard Nixon's vice president? Well, because Carl Albert, the Democrat Speaker of the House, told him, you must choose him. We will only confirm him when they sent the actual elected vice president away for tax evasion, Spiro Agnew of Maryland. So you have a complete setup, like an absolute. Gerald Ford, the only unelected president in American history, actually sat on the Warren Commission. Something else that I accepted at face value until I looked at it, I was like, that's completely insane. You didn't want to interview Jack Ruby in your investigation of the assassination? Okay, you're fake. Yeah, he was on the Warren Commission. And so, sorry for the long story, but the point is, like that happened in front of all of us, but the way it was framed cloaked the obvious reality of it. The people who broke into the Watergate office building, from which the name is taken, Watergate, I think it was 6 of them or 7 of them, all but one was a CIA employee. That's real. It's like, look it up on Google. So the whole thing, Richard Nixon was elected by more votes than any president in American history in the 1972 election. He was the most popular by votes, which is the only way we can really measure popularity, the most popular president in his re-election campaign. And 2 years later, he's gone. Undone by a naval intel officer, the number 2 guy at the FBI, and a bunch of CIA employees. You tell me what that is. Those are the facts. Those are not disputed facts. That's not crackpot shit. That's just, look it up.
So why did they want to get rid of Nixon?
There are a lot of theories on that. I mean, first of all, we don't need to know motive to know what happened. They, meaning unelected federal employees, got rid of Richard Nixon, which is the most anti-democratic way to make a leadership change that there is. Okay? I should just say this, I actually kind of believe in democracy. Obviously, it's not working well. Obviously, it's ending globally. There will never be another liberal democracy, unfortunately. But I'm attached to it because I was born here. I really believe in it, and it's better than any other system. So that's why I'm pissed. What was their motive? There are a lot of theories on this. There's an amazing conversations on tape between Richard Nixon when he was still president. I think it was in 1973, and I think it was Richard Helms, the head of the CIA, though I may have fucked that up, but it was the head of the CIA. I think it was Helms. And Nixon says, I know why they killed Jack Kennedy. So Nixon was a student of history, obviously a flawed and complicated person, but a very, very smart person. And he was really interested in why this guy who's been president, just one president before him, was murdered. And he didn't think it was a lone gunman who was mysteriously assassinated 2 days later by another lone gunman. Like, it's so obviously bullshit. And he knew that. And he said the CIA director, who, and you can listen to the tape, it's on the internet, is totally silent on this question. So I think there was the impression, I don't think I know, that Nixon understood that the bureaucracy was really in control of the country. It wasn't elected officials. And that's a massive threat, because it's true. So, and there may have been other reasons too that I'm not privy to. Look, and by the way, I didn't even know any of this, despite having moved to Washington in high school and been around this stuff a lot. I didn't know any of it. And I know Bob Woodward personally. So I didn't, and I know Carl Bernstein personally. I even worked for Carl Bernstein briefly. So I knew some of the actual players in this, but I didn't connect the obvious dots because they weren't framed that way. That's the point I'm making. It's the way that you frame things. You can have all the information available on Wikipedia, which is also controlled by the intel agencies, but there's still information on there. The information can be out there in the public domain. It's a matter of seeing it for what it is, right?
Yeah. So Nixon said that he knew why they killed JFK.
Mm-hmm.
Did he elaborate?
Nope. And it's worth listening to. It's a very weird conversation. It takes place in the Oval Office, which famously had tape recording devices in it. Obviously, this became a big feature during the Watergate hearings. But yes, that conversation, and I may be mangling it slightly, but it's on the internet and absolutely worth listening to. And the CIA director has this kind of sinister silence. So, like, if I'm the president or the CIA director and I say I know why the guy who was just president 10 years ago was killed, the obvious answer would be, well, why? Right. What? You know why he was killed? You've got insight into the assassination of the U.S. president? He doesn't say anything. It's just like a very weird response. Like, what? Just got to throw that out there? Like, if you say to me, we're taking a leak here at the next year, and you're like, I figured out the secret to life. And I'm like, huh, okay. That's like not a good response, right?
Right.
It's a telling response.
Did you hear Trump's take on the JFK assassination, why he didn't release the files?
Yeah, I know what Trump's take is.
He said that if you knew what I know, you wouldn't tell people either. Which is crazy.
Well, and that's his position on the UAP thing as well.
Yeah.
Actually. And that's a lot of people's position on it. I mean, Trump is saying, of course, the CIA had knowledge of it. That is known. It's so funny. There's so many levels and there's so much I don't understand. But the whole JFK conspiracy industry, and it really is an industry, more books written on that than almost any historical topic, is filled with wackos, right? There are a lot of wackos in there. But that fact obscures the larger fact, which is the facts themselves tell an unbelievable story.
Yeah.
And so, whatever, I could get into it at great length. But they're still classifying documents 61 years later. Both Trump and Joe Biden have, in violation of my read of federal law, kept those documents secret. There's no living person connected to the Kennedy assassination. It was a couple generations ago. There's no one person whose secrets are being protected. It's an institution, or maybe countries. There are even countries involved too. I mean, I don't know the answer, but there's clearly something worth protecting. And I know that when I spoke to someone who'd seen the documents, 2 years ago, and I got one fact out of him, which is, yes, the CIA was involved. And by CIA is a huge organization, but James Jesus Angleton, the head of the operations directorate, had knowledge of this, which I think is well known. But that's the view of someone who saw the documents. So I thought that was news. So I went on TV and said that. The next day, I'll never forget it, I went quail hunting. And I was driving back, and I got a phone call from Mike Pompeo's lawyer. Mike Pompeo was Secretary of State, but before then, he was the director of the CIA. And in that position, he plotted the murder of Julian Assange. So he is a criminal as far as I'm concerned. But his lawyer called me and said, you should know that anyone who tells you the contents of classified documents has committed a crime. He's threatening me. This is in my car. With my dog sitting next to me, I'll never forget this. And I said, are you really saying that to reveal that the U.S. government had a role in the murder of a democratically elected president, to say that out loud, that's the crime? What about the actual crime, just murdering a president? Like, you're covering up for that, Mike Pompeo. He had no response at all. And so Mike Pompeo is the one who pressed Trump to keep those documents secret. And so it's like, what's crazy to me is not just that Pompeo did that. I think Pompeo is a really sinister person and a criminal. I think that because the facts suggest that. He was caught. Yahoo News, Mike Isikoff wrote a long piece on this several years ago. His employees went to Mike Isikoff and said, hey, Mike Pompeo was plotting to murder Julian Assange, who's never even been charged with a crime in the United States, as CIA director. That's illegal. You're not allowed. Federal employees are not allowed to just kill people they don't like. Okay, just set the baseline here. So that's who Mike Pompeo is. But he somehow intimidated Trump into not releasing this. Well, okay, that's all bad, right? I think it's criminal behavior. What's crazy is how Mike Pompeo is treated. He's treated as like a Republican poobah in good standing. He fully expects to become the Secretary of Defense in a Trump administration, which is like completely insane. Why would you get criminal and give him nuclear weapons? Okay, that's my view. I think it's a common sense view. And like, he goes to fundraisers and dinners and everyone's like, hey, Mike Pompeo. It's like, no, you're the guy who kept information the public has a right to know secret. You're the guy who plotted the murder of someone who committed no crime. You are the outlaw. You are the bad guy. But no, he's treated as like, like a pillar of Republican Washington. I think it's mind-bending to watch that. And by the way, whatever. That's all I'll say. By the way. No, I mean, people don't say that because they're worried about getting punished. They're worried about someone putting kiddie porn on their computer. Right. Members of Congress are terrified of the intel agencies. I'm not guessing at that. They've told me that, including people on the intel committee, including people who run the intel committee, the people whose job it is to oversee and keep in line these enormous secretive agencies whose budgets we can't even know. They're black budgets. They're the parents. The agencies are the children. They're afraid of the agencies. That's not compatible with democracy. Democracy is a really simple system, even representative democracy like ours. The people rule. They do so through elections. They express their preference through voting. They send their people to the capital city to run the government on their behalf. Whenever you have unelected people who are not accountable to anyone making the biggest decisions, you don't have a democracy. You have something else, another system. I would call it a tyranny or whatever you want to call it. It's not a democracy. So that's like super obvious. It's playing out in front of everyone, and no one cares and no one does anything about it. And I think the reason is because they're threatened. And if you look at the committee chairmen who allow this shit to happen year after year, they're all, and I don't know, people say, oh, they're compromised or being blackmailed. I don't have evidence of that, but I know them, and they all have things to hide. I know that for a fact. And so it's not a stretch of imagination to imagine that, some committee chairman who's allowing warrantless spying on Americans to continue, or whatever abuse they're allowing, knowing fully or hiding the truth about UAPs, ignoring the UAP Disclosure Act of 2023. Why are they doing that? It's not impossible to imagine that some guy with a drinking problem or a weird sex life, and that's very common up there, that's why they're doing it. Because they don't want to be exposed. I don't have evidence of that. I don't have proof of that. Right. But that's not a crazy thing to assume that could be happening. And I said to somebody, a very powerful person, the other day in a conversation in my kitchen, an elected official, holds a really senior position, a very famous person. I was going crazy. I was so mad about all this stuff. And about the warrantless spying and about the funding for these insane wars. And I said to the guy who serves in one of the legislative bodies, I got so mad my dogs were afraid. They're like, well, why are you yelling? Because I don't yell at home. But I was like, all these people are controlled. They're all got weird sex lives, and all these things are hiding, and they're being blackmailed by the intel agencies. And he said, and I'm quoting, I know. It was like, okay, so at this point we're just sort of We're just sort of admitting that's real. Like, why do we allow that to continue?
The having people compromise thing, God, that's an old story.
It's the oldest story.
J. Edgar Hoover. It's all of them. It's Epstein's Island. It's everything.
But look, I don't have any. I'm telling you, what's the phrase the finance guys use? Open kimono. Like, I'm actually telling you all I know. I don't know anything else.
Right.
But I know that the publicly available facts tell a really clear story, which is the government is not acting on behalf of the population. And so it's inherently illegitimate because its only legitimacy derives from the citizens. The only reason the government can do things that it does, kill people, collect money by force, all the powers that it has, come from one place, and that's the consent of the governed. That's the only legitimacy they have.
And that's where it's fascinating, this concept of good and evil. Because when you think about it, if this is true, and if these people are compromised because they're secretly perverts and creeps,
they are though,
and they're corrupt, and they steal money, or all these different things are evil things. Lying, controlling people, engaging in unnecessary wars that are going to cost thousands of lives for profit. All these things are evil things. So if evil is real, evil would want those kind of people to be in a position of power.
Yes, and
evil would want men to breastfeed their children.
Here's the illusion that we fall for time and again. We imagine that evil comes like fully advertised as such. Like evil people look like Anton LaVey. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Black cloak.
Exactly.
Sickle.
Evil is an independent force that exists outside of people, that acts upon people. I really believe that. I've experienced it a lot. And it's obvious. And what vessel do they choose? The weak. It's weak men and women who are instruments of evil. The weaker the leader, the more evil that leader will be. So and unfortunately, we've reached a time in American history where every leader is either a woman or a weak man, pretty much. And so I'm sorry to say it, it's just true. And the weaker the leader, that's what Mike Johnson, everyone's like, oh, Mike Johnson's such a nice guy. Well, I know Mike Johnson, and he's a perfectly nice guy to the extent that he's like polite and seems kind of meek and restrained, and he's not saying motherfucker wherever, you know what I mean? He's got like very sort of buttoned down affect, but he's a weak man. And that's the man you should be afraid of. The people who you should be less afraid of are the, headstrong, loud, don't care what anybody thinks. Yeah, those guys will go off track, but they're probably not going to abet, genocide or blow up the world in a nuclear exchange because they may be obnoxious, but they know who they are. Weak people just become a host for evil, an open, empty building that evil occupies, possesses even. And that's exactly what's happening to Mike Johnson. That's like absolutely crazy what Mike Johnson is doing. But it's not because he's evil. It's because he's weak and therefore susceptible to evil. It's a meaningful distinction that I have noticed.
It is a very strange thing how many weak people wind up being leaders in this society. And particularly because so many people don't want their life exposed. They don't want that eye of Sauron gazing down upon them if they try to run for president.
I get it.
Yeah.
Or the physical threat.
Yeah, physical. I mean, look at what's happening to RFK, where the Biden administration, for the first time ever, denied him Secret Service protection.
It's absolutely
as a legitimate presidential candidate.
Oh, it's absolutely nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, how is that? It's hard. You realize that a lot of the things that we took for granted were actually voluntary. Like, people just didn't do things because, like, that's just wrong. That's not fair. You know what I mean? That's bad sportsmanship. Like, there was a lot of, like, self-restraint involved in running a functional society. You can't just make an infinite number of laws and enforce them. That's impossible. You rely on people to just not do bad shit because, like, I'm not the kind of person that does bad shit.
Mm-hmm.
And once the people in charge decide, well, I'm just going to do whatever I want, not a lot you can do about it. So the Biden administration denies him Secret Service protection, and you're like, how can you do that? I'm like, well, we're doing it. What are you going to do about it?
Right.
Bitch. And, like, the answer is nothing, actually.
What is this most recent bill that they're trying to pass about the ability to monitor phones?
Well, it's just the nightmare scenario.
It's something that they're already capable of doing because they did it to you, and they did it through an encrypted app.
Oh, they do? Oh, yeah.
How do they do it? Do you know how they got into your phone?
Well, there are two ways to do it. It's interesting, and I was with Ed Snowden in Moscow. We talked a lot about this because he's got the technical. He's an excellent and principled person, and his X feed is a really good place to start for people to understand what's happening here. He's paid a huge price for being on, obviously. He's literally exiled to Moscow involuntarily, but there are a couple ways to do it. One, you could hack into Signal, I guess. It's open source. It was created with CIA money, as I'm sure you know. I'm not sure that's how I don't think you need to do that. You just capture the phone itself. You just capture the phone. And the bottom line on digital security is that nothing is safe from state actors who want to spy on you, period. There's no electronic communication that they can't monitor, period.
What about these things like Eric Prince has some new phone out? I think it's called Unplugged.
Yeah, Eric is a good friend of mine, and I have a couple of those phones. I've talked to him a lot about it. He's a really wonderful person, one of my favorite people, actually. But that phone is designed for a different purpose, I think. I know, and that phone is designed to keep Apple and Google from tracking you, which is sort of a separate category. Like,
was this Chairman?
I believe. I think.
Which bill?
What you're talking about?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
House bill
so that's it. So let's
power
just scroll down to what you highlighted. So this is like a perfect example. So the Turner-Himes bill, Congressman Mike Turner and Jim Himes. So who are Mike Turner and Jim Himes? So it's just been funny. Both those guys are the most, and who knows why, and you can sort of fill in the blank on motive. I'm not going to. But those are two of the most reliable water carriers for the intel agencies and for basically the federal bureaucracy in the Congress. Like, these are not people who are working for their constituents. These are people who are working for permanent Washington. I would say these are two of the most sinister people. I know more about Turner than Himes. But so it's not surprising they're doing this. It would permit federal law enforcement to also force any other service provider with access to communications equipment to hand over data. Anyone with access to a Wi-Fi router, server, or even phone, anyone from a landlord to a laundromat, will be required to help the government spy. So that's the story right there. So basically,
warrantless.
Oh, of course, warrantless, absolutely. And in violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution, as if anyone cares anymore. No one does, clearly. But I just remember when I was a kid, and we're roughly the same generation, you remember this too. People would be like, oh, East Germany, like there are more spies than there are people. East Germany was like the most elaborate surveillance state ever created, and of course it collapsed. But we'd always make fun of East Germany or North Korea. Who has more privacy, the average North Korean or the average American? Well, obviously the average North Korean, because there's less technology. The U.S. government spies on its own population more than the North Korean government spies on its. That's just a fact. I'm not saying North Korea is preferable. I'm not moving there. I'm not carrying water for North Korea. What I'm doing is criticizing my government because I live here, because it was better, it can be better, it should be better, and it only will be when we demand it. And it's not some fucking esoteric, like you have to be some crazy civil liberties lawyer or something. Like, every person should demand, just as a starting point, a baseline, that no, you're not allowed to spy on me. I didn't do anything wrong.
Right.
Like, what?
Right.
No privacy, no humanity. You can't be fully human without privacy.
And you also have to take into consideration that these people that are ahead of these intelligence agencies that are requesting data they're just human beings. They're human beings requesting data from other human beings without going through a court, without going to a judge and getting a warrant, without stating a case, without having like some clear national security mandate, something.
Of course not. And there's no justification. I mean, by the way, we had FISA. We've had the FISA, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, since, I think, 1977. So it predates 9/11. Did it stop 9/11? Oh, I don't think it did. Shut the fuck up. You're not protecting us, actually. You open the southern border to anyone who wants to come. You're not checking IDs. You're not doing any kind of biometrics. You're not even screening for COVID. So clearly you don't care about my safety. Stop telling me you do. You don't. You're a criminal. Stop this charade. You don't care about my safety. So using my safety as a pretext for spying on me, this is not going to fly because I'm not that stupid. I may be kind of stupid, I'm not that stupid. No, you're doing this for one simple reason, because this is what organizations do. They protect themselves. They exist for their own benefit. All human organizations, from the Church Bake Sale Committee to the Department of Justice, they all are the same. They're an organism, just like any other. And an organism's main goal is to survive and reproduce, to get bigger. And you just see this throughout the federal bureaucracy. It just so happens that the largest human organization in history is the federal government of the United States. And so all of this stuff benefits, it accrues to its own power. That's like let's say you believed every, quote, piece of science or scientific claim about global climate change. You would not reach the same policy conclusions. You'd be like, well, the first thing we need is ban private air travel, because obviously that doesn't make any sense. And then the second thing we need to do is, whatever. You'd look at it rationally from a scientific, if you bought the premise, which I don't, but if you did, you would. No, you go through every climate, quote, climate demand. Not one of them disempowers large organizations, whether it's NGOs or the government of the United States. Not one of them. They all make the government more powerful. And they all make you less powerful. So that's when you know it's not really about the temperature of the Earth's atmosphere. It's about making them more powerful and disempowering you. And it's not about who runs those agencies. The bigger the agency, the more effective it will be in doing what all human organizations do, which is protect themselves and increase their power. It's like that. It's fundamental. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's not about, elect Trump, it'll change. No, it'll only change when, we're just eliminating the CIA. And we're going to have a small intel gathering service that feeds the president relevant information so we can make informed foreign policy decisions. But we're not going to overturn elections in other countries in the name of democracy, because that's insane. If we believe in democracy, then we're going to let people vote for their own leaders because we believe in democracy as a principle. Right? You just get rid of all this shit because it's not helping us. It's only hurting us. And it would take someone who'd be willing to be assassinated to do anything like that. And so as you're choosing your leaders, ask yourself, does this person mean it enough to die? And that's the same question you would ask about your own dad. Does he love me enough to die for me? About your own husband, does he love me enough to protect me from a home invader at risk to himself? The basic prerequisite for leadership is love of the people you lead and the willingness to die for them. And if you don't have that, you shouldn't be leading, period. It's true in the military, it's true in business, it's true in your home, and it's true in the government. And so no president will fix this unless he's literally willing to die for it. And short of that, it can't be fixed.
I can think of no better way to end this conversation than that.
Joe Rogan, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, listen, man, it's been very fun getting to know you. I think you are you're a controversial character in the world, but you're misunderstood. And I think if people pay attention to your actual work and the things that you talk about, I think you're generally a force of good. I really believe that.
I feel like I'm the most conventional person who's ever lived.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm radical at all. I'm the opposite.
In this crazy time, someone who's conventional and wise seems radical.
Maybe. I'm hoping for a better time.
Yeah, I think a better time's possible.
Me too.
I do. It's just we're in for a rough ride.
Yeah, I'm not disarming anytime soon. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Tucker.
Thanks, Joe.
Bye, everybody.
George Norrie here. I'm pleased to announce that Carnivora has officially launched its pet division.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
Coming in, Michelle.
Thanks, Joe, for having me.
My pleasure.
I love your man cave.
Oh, thank you.
I really do. Awesome.
Yeah, it's fun. So when I heard your story, I was like, this sounds completely insane. And just to fill people in, just explain what happened.
Well, I was born into a cult, a high control group that I didn't know to call a cult because, I was born there. That was my whole experience. My grandfather started in 1931. So my mother was also born into the cult in the 1940s. My dad was, let's just say he was 12 when he first met my grandfather, who would later become his father-in-law, and my grandfather became his father figure. So my mom was married off to this man who was a follower of her father, and I am the second child of their union.
Wow.
And
where did all this take place?
So this took place, that he originally started it near LA in Pasadena, which most people know because of the Rose Parade and other things like that. When he first started it, my understanding is he was a Boy Scout leader. And he was an orphan. He'd come from Oklahoma when he was a young man, and the Boy Scouts didn't allow him to have as much control as he wanted to have over the boys.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah, which is a lot of control. So he left the Boy Scouts, and he took the boys with him, and some of the boys from his original troop in 1931 stayed with him past his death. One of the first boys took over after him in the late 1980s.
Wow.
Or the early 1980s, actually. Yeah, so he was really good at getting followers.
What was his background? Like, what did he do before he did all this?
Nothing.
Nothing.
He was completely, I don't think he graduated from high school. I don't know that for sure. He lied about everything. And he said he had a PhD from Stanford. Later, when it wasn't until I got to college that I noticed this. I'm not even 100% sure he knew how to read, to be quite honest.
Really?
He came from a family where he was the only child that lived out of his particular mother, who was married to a man who was a second marriage, and his first wife had died, and then he had a bunch of kids or whatever. So he had a bunch of half siblings, but no full siblings. And apparently, now this could be lore too, they kind of excommunicated him. He compared himself to Joseph, like of the multicolored clothing and everything. So he was like put down a well, he liked to say, and he escaped, and he came to LA in the height of, the silent films, things like that. He said he was in silent films. There's no chance that is true, but he said he was, and he got some sort of probably church education when he got here, and he declared to everyone he was the prophet of God. He was going to live 500 years, and he was going to lead the army of God in the second coming.
Wow. And that's your grandpa.
That's my grandpa. It certainly is.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You can't pick your grandpa.
No, you can't.
No.
But it was a male organization for a very long time. It was all men, and it wasn't until...
All men?
All men. It was all men. It was from 1931 to 1966 when my mom married my father. No one was allowed to get married there. And they were all presumably celibate, and it was just men.
Oh my God. Presumably.
Yeah, presumably.
It's like prison.
Yeah, if they're not.
For this day.
Absolutely. So I was raised by a bunch of older men who had never been with a woman.
Oh my
see
God.
how well that ended. And but he didn't want his daughter to be an old maid, and she was getting older. She was 24 by the time he married her off to my dad. And at that point, I think the women, like his wife said, it was their fourth child. They had 3 boys first. And so this is his first daughter. And he decided that since the world had not yet ended, that maybe he should marry her off before she either became an old maid or maybe a loose woman. Who knows?
When did he think the world was going to end?
Well, he used to prophesy in 1977.
Want some more fire?
Sure. Love some fire.
I'll keep this over here if you want. It's easy to use.
Thank you.
Push that thing down.
Where I come from, this is a grave sin, by the way.
Oh, a woman smoking a cigar or anyone?
Anyone smoking a
Anyone?
cigar.
Are you allowed to
Especially
drink
women.
coffee?
Yes.
What was the rules?
Well, coffee's interesting because I don't know that they said out loud you could drink coffee, but I don't remember it being forbidden. That the body's the temple of God, and that there's no marking your body with ink, no piercing your ear. I know. I have a lot of ink myself. I wasn't sure if I should show it up. And
no piercing the ears.
Right, no piercing the ears.
What about makeup?
No makeup when I was young.
Yeah.
They also unusually cut off women's hair, at least during the era that I was there. Now there was
cut it off like a boy's hair?
Yes. Mm-hmm. My mom had the exact same haircut since she got married until she died. The exact same haircut. She died in 2022. Yeah, so just a lot of the femininity was considered a temptation to the boys, and since it was supposed to be, they thought it was better to, burn in hell than to lust after a woman. And they quoted some stuff from Paul, in the apostles and the epistles, and that basically you could get married as opposed to lust. And so eventually in the 1960s, they allowed their first wedding, which is 35 years. Think about that. 35 years of celibacy, but all, just a bunch of dudes.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
It is just absolutely fascinating to me how some people develop these groups and how they do it, and like what the characteristics of the leaders are. It's so weird. There's a place out here called the One World Theater, and it used to be owned by a cult. There's a documentary on it called Holy Hell. And this guy had started a cult in Los Angeles. He was a yoga teacher, but he was also a gay porn star and a hypnotist.
That's a nice combo.
It's a great combo for a documentary. The documentary is incredible. You watch the documentary, you're like, what the hell? And he was running from the Cult Awareness Network, so he changed his name. His original name was Jaime Gomez. He changed his name. I forget what it was. He had like 2 different names. So I think one was Michelle, and there was another one. So, and then he came out here to Austin because right after Waco, they were kind of cracking down on cults, and they were trying to find. So they're like, we gotta go. So the Cult Awareness Network was on to him because also family members were calling in. Hey, we lost our children. They're with this guy. And he's crazy, and they've got the people in the woods in LA, and so he moved out to Austin and had his followers build him this theater where he could dance in front of them. Yeah, and so there's. It was like he was a very handsome guy, and he was very charismatic, and he was like ripped. He was a yoga instructor, he had a 6-pack. He's a beautiful man, and I think he also was a kind of exotic looking. So he had this like guru thing going on, and then he was also a hypnotist. So he's like really good at manipulating people's consciousness. And
that might be a criteria for being a cult leader, by the way.
Charismatic?
Maybe a form of hypnotist. Like you have to be able to manipulate consciousness. Because if people, at least your top leaders have to be indoctrinated. If they are not, I mean, some people call it brainwashing, you can call it what you want, but you have to have people who worship you.
Yeah.
It doesn't work unless you do.
Of course. I think we have a very narrow idea of what hypnotism is because of the term. I think the term, you lock on the term like, oh, I want to quit smoking, I'll go to a hypnotist. And I sit here and then your clock, tick-tock, tick-tock. But I think there's like states of mind melding that happen with people where you all get sort of locked into a state of consciousness. And I think it happens in riots. I think, you know what I'm saying? Like the madness of the crowds. There's something real about that. If you've ever been in a chaotic public environment where like fights break out or something like that, there's a very strange feeling in the air that leads people to do things that they would never do before. People that would never pick up a shopping cart and throw it through a Starbucks window will do that now. It's like everybody just loses their fucking minds. And I think it happens at concerts when people are like jamming out together. You all get in the same like mind frequency. And I think a really good cult leader does that too. I think they get these people and they lock them into this way of thinking. And we don't want to call it hypnotism, but I think there's a lot of states that are very similar to hypnotism in that something happens where you enter into an altered state of consciousness. That's probably accessible somehow or another, but you don't know how to get there. But then this song brings you there, or this person brings you there with their talk about the impending apocalypse, and you're all locked in, and it gives people like a sense of belonging and purpose, that you're locked into this frequency that everybody else in the room is locked into.
It's very comforting. I mean, there are a lot of things about a cult that are very comforting.
Yeah. I think that's I think that's the positive benefit of religion.
Absolutely.
It's like this thing comforts you. And even if like it's like some of them's got to be wrong. Someone's got to be wrong. Or if you have 100 different ones and they're all different gods and different people, somebody's got to be wrong. But the one common denominator that they share is that if you do believe in these things, it seems to aid you in life. People seem to be happier. They seem to have more of a sense of purpose. They don't feel lost. You know, like some of the least happy people I know are atheists. And I have a joke about it where I say, you're really dumb for not believing in stupid shit. Because if you believed in stupid shit, if you believed in dumb shit, you'd be happier. That would be a smarter move. Because it's kind of true. And I think that's what's so fascinating to me about these cults is how they do it, how they lock people in. I mean, I'm sure because of your experience, you've probably seen a few of these documentaries, right? You've probably seen.
I definitely have. And, you know, when I watched the reenactment of the Waco one, which is not the documentary, but did you watch the one that came out maybe 5 years ago?
No.
But they showed, you know, the children and how they didn't want to leave, you know, and just how difficult. There was a child psychologist who worked with them afterwards, and I was very interested in that because it takes a long time to undo the level of, I mean, it's one thing to have a faith, right? Like believing in, you can call it stupid shit, but whatever you believe in, it's one thing to have a faith, but to not have the ability to think for yourself and to be trained out of you. So I went to lunch a couple days ago with someone I hadn't seen since I was 3, and he, so a lot of fellow former field members have come out of the woodwork since.
We should tell them Field is the name of the group.
Yes, we call ourselves the Fields. And one of these former members, who I won't name, I hadn't seen. I didn't recognize him at all. I just hadn't seen him since I was a little kid. But several of them have come out who knew my parents and, of course, knew my grandfather before I was born, and then maybe knew me when I was a little teeny girl, and they have lots of stories. Anyway, he was on one of these things we called the trip with a capital T. And what we did on the trip, I mean, there were different things in different years, but this one was in the early 1970s. And he was, you know, doing all the things you do on the trip. But one thing they required, which my father required of us at home too, is to run every morning. First thing in the morning, which you can say there's some good things about this, but you slept together in tents, and then you'd get up and you'd run, and you'd have to beat your time. And my father used to time us as a kid. So like I had to beat my time every day, which is really hard to do, of course, because at some point you're not going to be able to beat your time, right? Like you can't always get better. But at this point, he was 19, and he was beating the time. He said in that time was it in relation to the fastest runner. And so if the fastest guy was going really, you know, fast, you had to keep the same ratio of distance. So anyway, he didn't make his time. There were 3 guys who didn't make their time, and they had to go through the SWAT machine. So my grandpa often made boys go through the SWAT machine. And the simple version, which was done at the actual location of the field, was you'd crawl through the other boys or men's legs, and every boy would spank you. I know.
Oh my God.
I know. They're little. Well, we want to get into all the things you could think about that. But there was a different version that was only done when the boys were separated from their parents. And so when they would go on these trips, and my dad was the original driver. He started driving by the time he was 18. He was driving all around the country, taking my grandfather's boys. So again, my father was not his son. He was just some dude who, like, you know, joined to this cult. And my father would drive these boys around, and he would time them, and they ran and did all those things. And so in this particular case, they did SWAT machine where you have to hold on to a fence pole, and you face the fence, and then all the guys come and they hit you. So they're not just spanking you, but they're hitting you. And so he's getting kidney punches and all this stuff. And he was saying he fell to his knees, and he almost died. He was so bruised up, and he did not want anyone to know this story. He hasn't spoken of it because he's so ashamed that potentially someone might think, why didn't you fight back? And of course I said, but you were trained you trained that you deserved this, you know?
Yeah.
And then apparently one of my uncles, you know, was really worried, wanted to take him to the hospital, but couldn't or didn't because they had no insurance. And this young man, who's no longer a young man, said that, you know, he could never tell his parents. He never to this day ever told his parents or anyone. He and his brother have never spoken of their time in the fields. It is like this big taboo. He got out maybe a year later, but he was, I mean, that was only one of many, many, many stories he told me, but that one just really struck me to feel ashamed of that. You know, like I guess for many years, I too did not tell people where I came from because you feel like you must have done something weak to be a follower. And that's just not true. I mean, if someone gets a hold of you as a child, they can program you to think almost anything, especially if they're good at it.
Yeah, unquestionably. I mean, that's why they have child suicide bombers.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you can trick children.
Yeah.
It's understandable though that you would think somehow or another that other people would think that it's your fault, or ignorant people would think, why didn't you know? Why didn't you leave? You know, or people that never really thought about it, never thought it through because they haven't had to.
Right.
You know?
The friends I went out with were, I mean, I'm calling them friends now, but I haven't seen them since I was a little girl. They were saying, I would have, of course you would drink the Kool-Aid, and when people use that expression, I would have been first in line, would sign up for that. I mean, we all would have, and I mean that, and I was born there and indoctrinated, and I would have completely taken anything that my grandfather or my parents told me was going to kill me. I would have felt that was going to take me to heaven quicker, and everyone I knew would have done that.
Wow.
And the reason you don't hear about a lot of cults, by the way, is because they didn't end up in flames or mass suicide. But that doesn't mean that they didn't prey on, dozens, sometimes hundreds, or even thousands of people, depending on the cult.
I was talking to Mark Andreessen, and he was explaining to me that there's still many, many active cults in California.
Absolutely.
And I was like, what? Like right now? Like people know about them? Oh yeah, they're successful. Like there's some successful cults.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I first
is the field still around?
The field's still around. I've been told it is a completely different organization, and I'm not going to vouch one way or the other. They certainly don't have a charismatic leader like my grandfather once he died, and his replacement was there, and then once he died, I think it has not become secular. It's a very strong religious organization, but they don't have the control they used to. Because like when we were young, they wouldn't have social security number. There was no way to track things. And now, it's hard to get away with.
You have to pay taxes.
Yes, they do pay taxes. And there was a sexual abuse, case that was actually prosecuted. And I think after that, which I think was 2006, I think that they had to really clean up a lot of their practices.
When I'm hearing these stories about these boys and the abuse, that's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking, if there's a bunch of boys and no one's allowed to get married, that's not a good recipe.
No, it's not. And the particular one that got prosecuted was a young leader who was abusing 11 and 12-year-old boys sexually. I say out loud, I said this to my mom. I said, Mom, isn't it curious that no one's ever prosecuted anyone for what they did to girls? And I was a sexual abuse victim there, and it was something I was so ashamed of for so long. And anyway, but there's other forms of abuse that go on. I mean, there's obviously physical abuse, but there's a lot of psychological abuse. There's a lot of ways that it gets inside of you that you're worthless and that you can't trust yourself. And you can't even trust yourself with your own stories. And I have a slightly younger brother who adores you, by the way.
Tell us what's up. What's his name?
His name's Michael.
So Michael?
Yeah. I love him to death. And he was raised, we were all raised collectively, but we were also raised separate from each other. And my biological siblings, we all had different experiences because they don't let you bond. They don't want my sister, who's just a little bit younger. She and I, we loved each other deeply, but we weren't allowed to speak to each other sometimes for weeks or months at a time. And they were just strongly against you forming what they would call allies. They didn't want friendships that could turn into anything that would be a little bit, probably told you, but no, like anything that would form a clique, they used to call it.
Right. Any other groups where another person could be in control.
Right.
Or they could discuss who's in control.
Yes. Or any loyalty to anyone else other than the primary leader. There's a lot of ways that you can indoctrinate people and make them police themselves.
Oh, yeah. That's what North Korea does.
Yeah.
North Korea gets everybody to rat on everybody else.
Oh, yeah. That was huge where I come from. I have, I felt like that was a huge compliment. One of the former members came out of the woodworks after this, and he said, I knew that you would never rat us out. And I was like, man, that's so great. But I mean, it was something we were all taught so deeply.
You have to, no matter if this is your brother or your sister or your mom, you have to tell them.
You have to. Because you're
worse.
It
keeps everybody scared all the time.
You never trust anyone.
God, it's so insidious and yet also brilliant. Like it's evil. It's evil, but it's how did he figure out how to do it? That's what's crazy. And how's he able to pull it off? That's what's always so fascinating to me. That it's not like children. With children, it just makes 100% sense. You're raised there. You think this is reality. And you think that the world outside of reality is all a bunch of evil demons or whatever it is. But if you're an adult, like you're a grown adult, 34-year-old man, and you meet this dude at the auto repair shop, and he hands you a pamphlet, and the next thing you know, you're on a farm somewhere. Like, how do those people
So I can't vouch for that. I will say that the unusual thing about the field is you have to join as a child. There are no adults who join. It's kind of like a pyramid scheme. When you're most people join when they're 5 or 6, and they are indoctrinated, and then they play sports. Like, so for example, they play tackle football at age 5, and so they teach everyone how to, play a game, but it's only the people who are really good at the game that they continue to court, I would say. You could call them groom, whatever, but there's a lot more kids there than will ever get into the inner circles. And if you like the mob or something, like I was born in the inner circle, but there are plenty of people who came out of that cult who honestly weren't harmed by it because they got out young. So as long as you get out by the age of 12, you're probably okay. But they don't keep you unless you're really fully indoctrinated. And most of the people who stay really don't have a family to go back to. And they separate you from your family. And so they do more and more separation as you become a teenager. By the time you're 18, you're signing a commitment for life for them.
Jesus.
And I'm not saying that's happening now, but that was 100% happened, not just during my era, but all the decades prior to me.
So it's not just a cult, but it's like, it's got a sort of a meritocracy built into it.
Yeah, but I think a lot of cults have that.
Really?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you have
But
to have
they
something
kick
to
people
strive
out
for.
that don't line up enough?
Yeah, so cults in general kick people out. In fact, they want you to believe that staying is hard and that you have to work hard to stay. I think the misconception is that they're trying to get you in. Sure, they're seducing you in some way. There's some sort of calling card, whether it's a pamphlet or something else. But once you're there, do I have what?
I know it's a yoga class.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what that guy did.
Yeah. Dancing, but whatever brings you in. But then after that, it's like you're the strong one, you're the special one for choosing to stay. In this particular cult, they always would say, there's 20 of you in this room, 19 of you will fall away. There's only one of you who, will make it into the army of God.
Jeez. It's like the Navy SEALs of cults.
It kind of is. And there is a lot of physical, yeah.
Doing what the best of the best. So if you're a child and you're first of all, how could anybody ever expect a child who gets indoctrinated into that to know the difference? If that's your reality and that's what you grow up with, how could you possibly know? What year are we talking about when you were like 8 years old?
That would have been the late 70s.
Yeah, so nobody knows what the hell's going on.
Oh, absolutely not.
Even in the world.
Exactly.
The whole thing's a big foggy haze. There's no internet. We have like 1/10 of access to information that we do today. And you're also a child and you think this is reality.
And parents were used to their kids being gone all the time. And I think that was not something unusual. Because one thing I hear for kids who went there, people say, well, how did your parents allow that? I mean, parents, they sent them off to the sports place and then their kid got really into it. And then at some point their kid became a teenager and didn't want to come home anymore. And I mean, they're like, well, I don't think my kid's doing drugs, or I don't think that they're like in prison. So it seems like they're doing pretty well.
It also seems like societally there was a shift at some point in time where, what was the year where more women entered the workforce and more women started getting jobs?
So that happened in the 70s. I think 1973 might have been like one of those. I mean, obviously it's starting to happen in the 60s, but there was a lot of women at home in the 60s. Around 1973 to 1979, you had a huge exodus of women out of the home. The women that I come from, I mean, like my grandmother who had my father who joined to the school, she was always a working woman, minimum wage working woman. She didn't have more than 8th grade education. She worked because my dad's father, her husband, had been in World War II and got, pretty severe PTSD or whatever, was an alcoholic and beat her. And so she ran away from him. She just had one child, which was my father. She was living in a chicken coop near LA just with this one son, and she was the first woman to get hired in a factory. But this was in the 1940s. So there were always women, of course, and lots of women of color who were working, but it wasn't the middle class women who were working. But the poor women were always working.
I'm just thinking like latchkey kids at that point back then.
70s and even 80s.
Yeah, it was totally common. All my friends, we just got let out of the house when we were kids.
Right.
You just got on the bus, went to school, walked home from school, rode the bus, hung out with your friends. Nobody knew where you were.
Right. So you could have been in a cult and your parents would have not necessarily known.
I think I would have told them.
Well,
but I could have got sucked into one. That's the point. It's like everybody looks at themselves as who they are today. So if you're a 35-year-old man and you're listening to this today, You're like, I wouldn't get sucked into that. That you can't say that because you're not a 5-year-old boy. If you're a 5-year-old boy, you don't know what the fuck is going on. You're a child. By the time you're 18, you sort of get especially if you're a little streetwise, like, all right, some people are shady. I know what the fuck's going on. Listen to this guy. He's trying to rope me in. I remember there was this Christian group when I was in college that was trying to indoctrinate people, and they were they were like young, good-looking people. And there's this beautiful Puerto Rican girl, and she was always trying to get me to go to parties with her. And I was like, wow, did I hit that jackpot? Like, eventually, I'm going to get a date with this girl. Like, this is amazing. You know, I was probably 19, 20, I guess, 20, 21 maybe. And one day, she invites me to go to this retreat on the weekend. Like, they have some crazy Christian retreat. And I'm like, oh my God, a retreat. Like, she's not telling me it's a Christian retreat. She's just telling me it's like this fun party and this whole thing. And I said, I can't. I have plans this weekend. I go, but if you guys ever do another one of those things, that sounds like fun. So Monday morning, or whatever the day was, I'm in school, and we're all in the cafeteria. It was the day that Trump's airplane, the landing gear, failed to open. And so we all sit down at the lunch table, and I had just seen it on the news. I said, did you see this thing on the news about the plane? It's crazy. Like, the landing gear didn't go out, and so the plane, just on the belly of the plane, skid across the runway, and there's all these crazy sparks. And I go, but nobody died. And they go, oh, praise God, praise God. And I was like, what? Like, what's going on here? This super hot Puerto Rican girl's like, oh, praise God. They're all, praise God, praise God. And then I'm like, oh. And then I just immediately click, you dummy. They were trying to get you to go to their church thing. You thought she liked you. And then they started talking to me more about God. And then I was like, oh, I got to go. I got a class. I got to get out of here. Fuck.
So you didn't get that date?
No, I avoided them. They were in my Italian class. And they were learning how to speak Italian. And I avoided them. I was like, I can't be involved in this. Because they were all glossy. They were all believers. This is not saying that God's not real. This is not saying that Christianity is not true. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you could have got those people with Scientology. You could have got those people with Mormonism. You could have got those people with the Moonies. Whatever. They were just looking for a thing that they could attach themselves to and then formulate their identity based around this thing. And for them, it was Christianity. And it was this like youthful form of Christianity where they're trying to get young people. They're making it like retreats. We're gonna party. They were all socially odd. They were all real awkward people. It was very interesting, though, to me. The person is always curious about human beings. I was like, this is wild. Like, hang around.
Well, I think in high control groups, they do tend to obviously cater to the young. I mean, they're soliciting the young. And I want to be clear, too. I'm not anti-religion. I think high control groups / cults are a whole different experience. And yes, they use religion, but they don't teach you to have faith and to trust yourself in your faith. They teach you to follow someone else's faith.
I used to have a joke about what's the difference between a cult and religion. Where a cult is created by one guy, and he knows it's bullshit. In a religion, that guy's dead. And all the other people that this fucking dude 2,000 years ago convinced. But some religions are really beneficial, and they might, in fact, be based on some kind of true story. I think it's a game of telephone. That's what I think. I think if you tell me a story and I tell Jamie the story, and then Jamie tells someone out in the lobby a story, by the time it gets to me all the way again, it's going to be screwed up, right? Sure. Now imagine this over thousands of years of just oral tradition, and then writing in lost languages like ancient Hebrew. They wrote them in Aramaic on animal skins, some of these stories like the Dead Sea Scrolls. And then they eventually translate them to Latin and to Greek and to Roman and to English and to German. Like, what?
Lost in translation.
Also, like, what did they know? Like, how much did they know? They had some ideas of, like, the formation of the universe. The beginning there was light. It sounds a lot like the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Sounds a lot like if you would tell the Big Bang to your kids and your kids would tell it to their kids, and you're going to do this for 1,000 years. At the end of it, you're going to get some real people are gross. They always like to like twist things around and make things, they add their own little spice to a story. Like, you ever have a friend who tells a story, like, hey bro, that didn't happen that way. Like, you didn't say that. You fucking ran for cover. Like, everybody's got their own version of a story. Well,
Yeah, we all embellish.
if you've got oral traditions, 100% for sure, you're going to have a lot of that, especially when you have high control groups, like your grandfather. Your
And you think about
grandfather
the translations too, like even when the monks were translating all that, and like like they were scribes and they were inscribing it, like all of that too, there was an agenda on a lot of that. And so
100%.
and then when we read the King James version of the Bible, I mean, the king pronounced it to be so, and so anything that was left out, I mean, there was a lot left out, right? And what was canonized because it was perhaps dangerous to the particular regime that he was running. And so, not to say that there's not
you get to decide.
Yes, I know. You get to
decide what God meant.
Yeah.
I think God didn't mean any of that. Take that stuff out. My problem is never with religion. My problem is purely with human nature and what we know about humans. If there was a way that you got religion through some sort of non-human source, like if you achieved your experience through a non-human source, I would go, okay, well, maybe there's a place that you can go and you could actually go meet God. There's like a portal you walk through, you meet God. But as soon as you're letting people tell you a story, people are full of shit. They just generally, at least a certain percentage are full of shit. And the people that want to control people have a much higher likelihood of being full of shit. Because to really do that correctly, like if you want to be a president, like you gotta lie. You gotta lie. It's like really important. So the people that are like good at that job are generally full of shit. And so then you have a problem with the interpretation of the past, right? And you're seeing that right now in universities. Like people are trying to reinterpret certain events because of the way people feel about socio-political issues today. So they're trying to reinterpret history, take down statues. There's a lot of like craziness that's going on today. But that's like a microcosm of the ancient history of human beings. It's not that God's not real. It's that people are full of shit. And so there's a lot of wisdom in a lot of these ancient religious texts in particular, which is really fascinating. Like how much did they know about the human experience? How much did they know about how you need to live your life in order to be harmonious with the universe? How do you accentuate positive experiences? How do you leave the world a little bit better than it was before you got here? And that's
have you read the whole Bible, by the way?
I did when I was a kid. I actually had Bible class in Florida. When I moved from San Francisco to Florida, I was 11 years old, and it was a complete polar opposite experience of the country. I lived in San Francisco with two parents that were hippies in Haight-Ashbury. So we were in the middle of we lived near Lombard Street. We were in the middle of the hippie anti-war revolution of the 1960s. And then I moved to Gainesville, Florida. My stepdad was going to, he was becoming an architect. He was a computer programmer, and then he switched careers, became an architect. And so he's going to the University of Florida, Gainesville. And so we were there. So now all of a sudden I'm around alligators. There's fucking alligators everywhere. I was like, are you people retarded? Why do you have giant monsters everywhere? This is so ridiculous. So we had alligators, super weird, swampy weather, and religion. Religion was in the schools. Like in public school, you had Bible class. And they also paddled you. It was the first time I'd ever been hit by a teacher. I got in this fist fight with this kid and they whacked us with a paddle.
Can I ask you an alligator question?
Yeah.
So when you were in Florida in the 1970s, were you there in the late 1970s?
It was, let me see. So I was in 67, I was born. So in 73, I was in San Francisco. So 75, 76.
Okay. Did you know of someone whose name was Ross Allen in Florida?
I have no idea. I was 11.
Well, he was older. Like he was an alligator. Yeah, he was an alligator wrestler. He had an alligator farm.
Alligator wrestlers. What's the lifespan of those fellas?
I don't know when he died, but yeah.
That doesn't seem like that would work out so well.
Well, they probably defanged them. I don't know.
Even that, they're just gonna break your arms off.
Speaking of which, I need more fire.
Oh, so yeah, just grab that sucker right there and pull the top back, flip it around the other side, like this way,
This
way,
way?
this
Okay.
way, the other way.
This way.
No, the other way. It's upside down.
Oh.
See this? There you go. Now
All
see
right.
the top?
Uh-huh.
Pull it sucker back like that, right there. Yeah,
This will
and then
make
just
fire.
pull it down.
Pull it down. I know. I cannot believe how
Is it
bad I
open?
am like that.
No, it's not open.
Okay.
You got to open the top. Flip that top. No. Look, see this?
Oh, with my
Look at
hand.
it. Oh my God.
I know.
There
I
you
know.
go. You got it.
Thank
got
you.
it.
See, I feel like I
Okay.
came here to learn this.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a little weird because it's all black, and so it kind of blends in, especially if you're like us and your eyes are probably going as time goes on. Like
But now I can do it myself.
there's not a chance in hell I could ever do one of those clasps on a bracelet, those little tiny bracelets, like them little clasps. Like my wife tried to get me to do one of those. I'm like, I don't even know what I'm seeing. I have no idea what that is. I see blur. I see golden blur. What the fuck that is? What were we just talking
Well,
about?
you were talking about learning the Bible in school, but
Oh, yeah.
so one of the things that a lot of people who have read the Bible or they have read a portion of the
I
Bible
definitely
is,
don't think I read the whole thing.
well, yeah, that's the thing. It's not very many people do, and that's why I asked, because a lot of it is kind of tedious history, and there's a lot of he begats, and there's a whole line, you know, of Christ, all the ancestors, and the whole delineation of all that, and where I come from, we were encouraged to read like a verse of the Bible, but they would always tell you what it meant.
Right.
And so I kind of went against, I used this little pen light and like did it like late at night, but I read the whole thing cover to cover when I was 8. And if you read like every single book in order, you start to find that there's a lot of really beautiful, you know, places in the Bible, but there's a lot of stuff that's really violent. And then there's a lot of stuff that contradicts itself. And it's because it was written in different time periods by different authors in different languages. And it also has historical context. And so generally there's a lot of stuff that people leave out when they teach the Bible because it's really hard to explain.
Like what stuff?
Well, there's, for example, I mean, this one's taught a little bit, but David, King David, I'm sure you've heard of him, like as of David and Goliath, but then he became a powerful king. And he saw this woman this woman is often talked about, Bathsheba. He sees her bathing on a roof. And where we came from, we were taught like she shouldn't have been bathing on the roof. No, I don't. Right. Anyway, he demands that she come to him, and she is the wife of a soldier of his named Uriah, a top soldier. And he commands her to lie with him, and she becomes pregnant. And then King David, who is the same guy who had the slingshot of David and Goliath, decides that he's got to figure out how to get her husband back so that her husband can go sleep with her, and her husband won't do it because he's loyal to the army, and he comes back, but he sleeps like at the floor of the castle, you know, trying to
Wait a minute, he's trying to get the husband to go back with the wife?
so that the pregnancy will seem like it's his.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So
in the Bible.
In the Bible.
Dirty David.
Yeah, exactly. And it doesn't even end there. So Uriah won't do it because Uriah is loyal to David.
Oh boy.
And so then David sends him to the front lines to have him be killed.
Oh boy.
So that he can marry his wife and get away with that child's not being a bastard child, illegitimate.
Oh boy.
And then God kills the child because, you know, he needs to make the point that David was, and think about poor Bathsheba. She's just been like run around. Her husband gets killed, all these things. Her kid dies because God was punishing David.
And her husband got killed because he was loyal to the guy who got her pregnant.
Absolutely. That's not a story a lot of people hear.
Oh my God.
But you can fact check that one if you'd like.
Oh no, I believe you. I'm good at that. I'm good at just like, yeah, now I'll go argue it.
I mean, there's something I talk a little bit about in the book Forager, which I encourage everyone to read. But in that book, I talk about as a kid that I looked up this whole long, you know, he begat, and there's only 4 times that it mentions a woman who a child came out of. Like it's all the male line. But occasionally they'll say so-and-so, you know, Boaz through Ruth, or David's the father through Bathsheba. So Bathsheba ended up having a child who became Solomon, who we know, a lot of people know these, of being the wisest man who ever lived, and he wrote Ecclesiastes, and yeah. And so there's 4 women who are named. And as a child, that was really interesting to me. And I would ask, you know, what are these 4 women in the line of Christ? And no one would tell me. And so I started doing the research about that. And one was a prostitute. One, here's a story you want to hear a lot. Want to hear another Bible story?
Sure.
There was a woman named Tamar. And she had been married to one of 3 sons. I think there was 3. And her husband died before giving her a child. So, as was the custom in the time and perhaps the law, she married the brother of her dead husband. And that man would not give her a child because he didn't want to have a child in his brother's name. And so they're allowed to have more than one wife. But this woman was not allowed to have a child. So he does something they call onanism. So he like spilled his seed on the ground instead of inside of her so that she couldn't have a baby. And so God gets really mad because Onan will not impregnate her. And so Onan gets killed too. And so then her father-in-law decides not to marry her off to the youngest brother because two of the brothers are already dead, right? And he doesn't want to lose his only son. So he just vanishes her, and she has nothing because what does a woman have at the time? She doesn't have a husband or a child. She has no ability to make a living in the world. And so this man is, the father-in-law is really unkind to her in a way that she decides she needs to take something into her own hands. And so she dresses up like a prostitute and goes to the side of the road. And as he's traveling on the road, she puts herself in front of him and offers her services. And he sleeps with her, and he does not have payment on him for some reason. And so he gives her his staff, which is a token of his word or something. So at least he's paying his prostitute. And she gets pregnant from this. And he orders her when he finds out she's pregnant to be stoned to death and to be killed and executed because, you know, she's not allowed to have a baby outside of wedlock. And she said, okay, but let me just return this staff to you that I got from the father of the baby. And so then he ends up protecting her, and she gets to have the child. And that child is in the name of Christ.
Whoa.
So really interesting things. I don't know what you're supposed to learn from that story. When I was a kid reading this, I would ask, and of course, no one really wanted to tell me because she was rewarded for that. That's the interesting thing.
It's good. The stories are crazy. It's just if you're being honest and if you believe in God, but you also know that people are full of shit, you have to put all this stuff through a filter. You just have to. And it doesn't mean that there's no God.
Of course.
It doesn't mean that. It means there's probably something in these stories, but we have to be real careful with what that something is.
Well, and I don't profess to know. I don't know why.
They condone slavery. The Bible condones slavery, like flat out. It's in there all the time.
Yes.
Women are essentially second-class citizens. And you know what I found out recently? That there was a woman before Eve.
Depending on who you ask.
Yeah. So what was that one?
Well, that's not in the 66 books of the Bible that most people are taught in the Protestant tradition or the 69 or whatever in the Catholic tradition. That's part of the Apocrypha. So these are books of the Bible that didn't make it into, you know, Christianity as such that we...
The editor's cut.
Today. Yeah, it's an editor's cut, exactly. So that's not considered the word of God, what you're reading. That is considered, or what you heard. It's like word on the street.
Word on the street.
Yeah.
I heard it on the internet, but yeah.
Okay. That's a street these days.
Yeah, it is. It's the best street.
Yeah, which is not to say it's not true. I don't know the truth. So I'm a yoga teacher, among other things. And one thing that I say all the time when I'm teaching, which is a really common thing as a yoga teacher to say, is whatever I am giving you right now is a suggestion. So listen to your body, do what's right for you. If this doesn't feel right to you, please don't do it. And then you offer modifications, etc. And what high control religion does, and I'm not saying all religion, I'm saying the culture religion, doesn't give you the option of listening to your body or opting out of anything. This is the interpretation of the word of God. And the one thing I will say is I don't know why Tamar did what she did and why Onan did what he did. You know, I don't know whether or not the stories were transcribed accurately or not, even if they were. That is a different culture, right? And I wasn't there.
We don't even know if OJ did it.
Right, so how are you going to know what happened to David and Bathsheba?
I mean, we're pretty sure he did it.
Well,
but I was just reading some story that OJ hired thugs to. There was another thing of some thing that he said that he hired thugs to kill his wife and Ron Goldman. So this is really recent, is my point. And there's a bunch of versions of it. And it depends on who gets into power, whatever version gets propagated.
Right.
Like if there was no internet and no independent journalism, and they never had to account for the fact that Iraq never really had weapons of mass destruction. If the people in charge, if we're living in 1963, how long does it take before people figure out that Iraq didn't have those weapons? How long?
Did we ever find out?
I don't know. I was going to say, you might not ever find out.
You might not ever find out. It took forever to just figure out that the Gulf of Tonkin was a false flag. It got us into Vietnam. I mean, it took decades for that to come out. And now it's widely accepted. So our own history is sketchy as fuck. Our own history, our real absolute history is sketchy as fuck. And that's why conspiracy theories are so fun.
Oh yeah, of course. And in a sense, a cult is just a whole conspiracy theory. I mean, but they control the narrative.
Right.
Completely control the narrative, and no one's allowed to question it. And if they do, they're excommunicated. And one of the ways you know something is a cult is that they will always tell you that anyone who left, it's different than outsiders. I mean, outsiders are people who maybe have never had access to the truth. But people who are quitters, they literally call them quitters where I come from.
Quitters.
Quitters.
That's a good
Yeah.
name.
I know, it really is.
Nobody likes quitters.
Right. And so quitters were just anything they said was of the devil. And so you were not allowed to talk to anyone who left. And that's really common in cults.
You couldn't even talk to them.
No.
That's a Scientology thing too, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think it's really common in any high control group, I'm sure.
Hmm.
Yeah, because you really do need to control the narrative. And you can't let other stories get in there.
Yeah. Wow. God damn. It's so interesting how these patterns reoccur all over the world. You know, there's a guy in Australia that says he's Jesus, and he runs this whole cult in Australia, and he has this woman who he says is Mary. But the problem is there was another woman who was married before, and it didn't work out with the original Mary. So he tells this new lady, I was wrong about that other lady. You're Mary. And so...
Do you know that they say that the translation for Mary actually was woman?
Oh, wow.
And so that the word possibly just means, I mean, you think about it, there's so many Marys in the Bible. Like
Right.
people talk about Mary Magdalene or Mary, Mother of
Right.
Jesus, or, you know, that it perhaps it's just the translation for woman.
Jesus as a historical figure is controversial. There's people that say there's absolute evidence for Jesus, but then there's people that say, do you know like how much historical record we have on people that lived thousands of years before Jesus? You know, there's people that lived that they know what they said, they know where they ate, they know where they went, they know so much about them. But the Jesus one is kind of, there's people that say yes, there's historical documents that show he existed. And then there's a bunch of documentaries that you can watch. Like, boy, the evidence is kind of sketchy. It seems to be a thought, like a recurring thing in many religions. It seems to be like Hercules, right? It seems to be there's a bunch of these that are like real similar to that, like the child of a god, you know, that comes down to fix everything.
There's a lot of traditions where you have a virgin birth. That is
Yeah.
true. And I am certainly not here to tell anybody what is true or not true, but the Gospels that are written about Jesus were written after, right? Not during. And that was, you know, common. I mean, Socrates never wrote anything down. He told
Right.
stories to Plato.
And how long after his death?
Well, I think the first one, now I feel like I am not a historian here, but I think the first one was like 100 years. And so you have Apostle Paul who wrote, but he only saw Jesus after, like he was on the road to Damascus. And so he saw Jesus after Jesus had been crucified and risen. So what he saw was a ghost of Jesus. But the other, you know, Gospels were not written by anyone who had seen Jesus in that way, even though they were the versions like, when you have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, these are the versions that they were told. So I don't know, maybe 100 years?
Yeah, so this is where belief hits for people that are listening to this right now. Because there's going to be a certain percentage of people right now that have their hackles off. Because someone might be insinuating that maybe all this Jesus stuff is not legit. And that's not what anybody's saying. What we're saying is these stories were written down 100 years after he was alive. And people are full of shit. That's it. It doesn't mean that he didn't exist. Because if someone did exist, like if the early emergence of humans in the world, let's imagine what they mean by this story. If the early emergence of humans in this world were put down here to figure it out on their own, like a bunch of lock-key kids, like latchkey kids from the 1970s. Figure it out on your own. I'm going to give you ways to live your life. Tell everybody, but I'm hands off. I'm hands off. I'm an afterlife type of guy. I'm not going to come down and explain it again, pop out of the clouds and freak everybody out. I did that once. I did it once. I'm done. You guys killed me. So I'm just saying, live your life this way. If that was a real thing, what would be any different than the Bible? What would be any different about if a real event like that actually happened, where the Son of God came down and explained to mankind what they're doing wrong, and lived this amazing life and taught so many people, and they spread his wisdom and they spread his information? It wouldn't be any different than the Bible, because you're still, even if it was like very clear what he was saying, and very clear what he had done and the impact and how they all knew he was the Son of God. By the time 100 years go by, people talking about it, who the fuck knows? Who knows?
Yeah, but you know what Jesus did really well? So Jesus didn't write anything down, right? Like, he was a storyteller. Jesus told a lot of parables, and those are easier to remember. So if you listen to like the Sermon on the Mount, or these various things, it's possible that some of these stories, which they can be interpreted more than one way, but to say that, have you heard the expression casting pearls to swine?
Yes.
Okay,
what does that mean?
Well, in the story of the prodigal son, there was this, and Jesus tells this story, right? So there's these two brothers, and one brother stays and does everything that his father wants him to do. And the other brother says, give me, the son, he says, the younger son says, give me my inheritance now. I don't want to wait till you're dead. Just give me my inheritance now. I want to go have experience life. And the father gives his younger son his inheritance. And this young man who is raised well goes out and hires prostitutes, does all the things, right? And lives this loose life. And he finds that he runs out of money. And he is in a pen of pigs, and he is willing to eat what even the pigs won't eat, like the leftovers. And he is face down in the mud, according to the story, in the pig pen, and says, even if I was a servant for my father, I'd be treated better than this. And so he goes back, etc. And his older brother is really upset because the father brings the son back and treats him, just so grateful his son's returning to him. And his brother says, or an expression like, you're casting pearls to swine. I mean, like, my brother is a pig. My brother is like, from the pig pen, and you're giving him something that he doesn't deserve. And that whole story, I mean, you can interpret it any way you want, but this idea that you tell stories like this and someone can say, God is willing to take you back, and perhaps even better if you have experienced life, and that just being obedient isn't the only way to live a life. Maybe that's I don't know what the real interpretation is, right? But like, when you read a story like that, or you hear the story, Jesus didn't write it down, but if he told that story, then now people come to that and they think, what does that mean? Does that mean when I find myself in a pig pen that I can repent and go back? What does it mean?
Isn't it funny that Jesus is a storyteller?
Yeah.
Because a storyteller is a person who stands in front of people and commands attention. And we know how that goes. Right?
Yeah, well, you're a storyteller.
Well, sort of.
You don't think you're a storyteller?
I talk shit on stage, so it's just jokes. And
but those are stories.
Some of them are stories, yeah. Some of them are just making fun of things. Yeah. It's different than someone who like tells you stories and imparts wisdom. Like if someone's standing in front of a group of people imparting wisdom, that's a very bizarre relationship. It's a very slippery position for the person that has the podium. Very slippery, because you could start believing all this nonsense. You could start believing that you're different than everybody else. You could start believing that you are the Son of God. Even if I'm not even talking about Jesus. I'm talking about someone today. Even today, in this day and age of the internet, if you started doing something like that and you're schizophrenic, you could believe it.
Lots of people believe they're the Son of God right now.
Yeah, 100%, legit. And then lots of people believe that other people are demons. There's a lot of like real funky beliefs that people hold on to. And if someone, like I said, if someone was a charismatic leader and they pretended to be the Son of God versus someone who's actually the Son of God, 100 years later, it's going to be very difficult to parse out what's what.
Right.
Which is a problem. Which is a real problem. If you're going to like put all your eggs in one basket, you got to pick a religion. They're like, boy, if you're agnostic, like, which one of you guys is right? Because some the Hindus right? Maybe are the Buddhists right? I don't know.
Some people would say that the Buddha and Jesus have an awful lot in common, and if there is a right, that a lot of those beliefs are going to overlap, and it is right to live a good life is to treat other people the way that you would want to be treated, or to And
Try
to
be
love your
nice,
neighbor.
Love your neighbor. Yeah. I think there's universal truth in all that stuff. I think the source of it is fascinating. Like, what are the universal truths? But we have to look at things through a filter of reality. In the filter of reality, we know human beings are full of shit. So you have to put that in there. You have to put that with everything. You can't just say they wouldn't lie about religion. Stop. That's nonsense. It doesn't mean that God's not real. It doesn't mean that Jesus didn't exist. Because maybe Jesus is the ultimate. It's like, this is the last word, and then we're going to let you guys figure it out on your own. And maybe if God exists, okay, let's just as a thought experiment. If God exists, why would God engineer an animal to be at the top of the food chain that is so filled with greed and wants so much power that it's willing to take over enormous swaths of land with giant machines and murder anybody who gets in their way, and it's all justified in the name of nationalism? Why would God universally impart that kind of sensibility on species? Why would God tolerate it? Why would God tolerate crime and murder and all the horrible things that we see today? Why would God want any of this stuff to go on? If God is so all-powerful that he created the universe, is this just a first draft? Did you try say
the idea is free will, right? I mean, that's the answer to it, is that in the garden, when Adam and Eve didn't know the difference, and then they partake of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that by the choice to do that brought sin into the world. And once there's sin into the world, then humans always have the choice to follow the light or follow darkness. I mean, that's the party line, right? That it is human choice.
Right. My point was that maybe God's ultimate plan is to make things as fucked up as possible so that it forces people to figure it out. It forces an evolution of consciousness. It forces us to go to the light. It forces us, because it's the only way we survive. Like, it could be like a test. Like, the entire human species, the entire civilization, the whole thing. It's just some gigantic test to see if you get it right.
Did you ever read A Wrinkle in Time when you were a kid?
Whose book is that?
Nana Wrinkle.
I've heard of it. I don't think I read it.
Okay, but I don't know if it was Tom Schools. The kids read it for years. I don't know when it came out, 70s probably. But she says in an interview later that she thinks that in the end, that God is waiting for every single person to choose to believe and to choose to follow. And that the light, so in A Wrinkle in Time is a story, there's science in it and a lot of things, but that when you see the light and you're drawn to the light, that you might be tempted by the darkness, but when you really know what light is, that you'll always choose that. And so that at the end of the day, that we're all going to see the light.
But even if you don't believe in religion, if you know like good experiences and bad experiences in your life, and when you're happy with yourself and when you're upset with yourself in your life, you generally know like there's a direction that you really want to be moving in. And the more life experience you have, the more stupid things you do, the more you learn. And so the more you get a better database to draw from to understand what each individual choice means in the greater picture of your existence. And as you go further and further, you go, if you're living a harmonious life, you go almost naturally towards that direction. Try to be nicer to people, love your neighbor, have more peace in the world, don't be murdering people. And that's generally like how most religions want you to believe. It's like the origin of it is there's some sort of a guidebook for being a human. That's the origin of it, it seems like. They were just trying to you can't just let people be feral. You got to give them some guidelines. And one of the best ways is someone's watching all the time. There's a dude in the sky, but maybe he really is. Maybe there really is something that watches everything. It might not be watching, but it might be like integrated into the entire existence of the whole thing.
Maybe that's what the prodigal son is about.
Yeah, maybe.
He goes and has all these experiences, finds himself like making every mistake possible, and then sees the light and goes back to his father.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He goes back to the kingdom of righteousness.
Yeah. There's wisdom in all these things. And there's these people that lived and were writing things down on animal skins while they're engaging in wars with spears. It's fucking wild-ass times. And they were trying to sort it all out. Have you read Meditations, Marcus Aurelius?
Yes.
Isn't that wild stuff?
Yeah.
It's wild how brilliant this guy was 2,000 years ago. Like his understanding of how to live a life is so valuable. And his concept of forgiveness, like forgiveness, he's a fucking Roman. I mean, this dude's like this badass soldier. And he's like, it's very important to forgive everybody. Even forgive your enemies. Like he had this incredible wisdom about just like maintaining your objective perspective of the world. It was really interesting. So we know people were smart as shit back then.
Yeah. Yeah.
And if you go back 2,000 years before him, people started writing all this stuff down.
Well, people had a lot stronger ability to concentrate, obviously.
Right, they weren't distracted.
Right.
No
But even
TikTok.
but even before things were written, people really had command over language and oral traditions and their memory. They had to remember. Like you think about, where to find whatever it is in your forager, where to find the hunt. That
Right.
all of these traditions have to be passed down for humans to stay alive. I mean, they're really fragile creatures.
Right.
And to think that before there was anything except for spheres, like how did humans stay alive? They stayed alive because they could remember. They could remember what could kill them.
Yeah. Well, just like we used to be able to remember phone numbers.
Yeah.
You remember?
Yeah, even back then. I know.
I had so many phone numbers in my head.
I still remember the phone number of the field.
Wow.
I do because it was the one place, right?
Wow.
That was my home.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. My mom was a survival trainer. She trained people to survive, and she trained us to survive. And one of the big things was surviving the apocalypse. But some of the survival techniques are actually really valuable. And that's the thing about forgiveness or anything else. Like, even if somebody is telling you something that is in their own best interest, doesn't mean it's not true, right?
Right.
And that there's so many truths in anything. And so learning to survive, like literally off the land or in the desert or things like that, was a really harsh training that I had as a kid, but it taught me to look around everywhere that I've been ever since and to pay attention. And I mean, that's a gift. I think about that when I think about forgiveness too. Like part of forgiving people is because on some level they taught you a lesson.
Well, even in cults, they can give you valuable skills.
Sure.
I mean, if someone could teach you survival techniques, how to survive it. If you're really worried about the apocalypse, you need to learn how to survive the apocalypse.
Sure. So, they do it for good intentions.
Yeah.
And some of it pays off a little bit.
Well, do you remember the one in Los Angeles that had billboards up and with a very specific date?
What was the date?
I don't remember. But I remember there was this Thai restaurant I used to go to on Ventura, this great Thai spot. And right above it was this fucking billboard that it was giving you a very specific date, like repent, the end is here, and it's going to be this time. I'm like, is this like the most brilliant album release? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like some rock band has figured out a way to make something go viral before the internet. I guess the internet was around then. It was not that long ago. I want to say maybe 8 years ago, 10 years ago.
Was it? Wow, that's pretty recent.
Here it is, 2011. Judgment Day, May 21st, 2011. Cry Mighty Unto God. Monday through Friday, live open forum on familyradio.com.
And what happened on
So
May
yeah,
11th?
that was only
Do we
13
know?
years ago.
Jamie, what happened on May 11th?
Nothing. Fucking zero. These people are out of their mind.
Like Y2K was a little like that too.
Well, also December 21st, 2012. That was the end of the Mayan calendar.
Oh, right. Yeah.
My license plate used to be December 2012. DC 12, whatever it was. But that was the end of the long count of the Mayan calendar, and all the kooks thought that was the end of the world. So we actually did an end of the world show in Los Angeles with my friends from Honey Honey Band, my friend Suzanne, Joey Diaz, Doug Stanhope. It was wild.
And what did you
Nothing
do?
happened. Nobody died. We had a good time. And the world keeps going. But there's it's just a long calendar. It's a very bizarre, ancient calendar that they don't really fully understand. So to say that was the end of the world seems a little silly.
Well, when they give these dates, like when my grandfather gave the date of 1977, they can also say anytime it doesn't happen that the calendars are wrong.
Ah, how convenient.
Yeah.
Do they have a good calendar? Can I see that calendar?
Well, but the point is like, oh, well, with the Star of Bethlehem and all this, like maybe that was redated because Herod didn't want us to know like when Jesus was really born because he was killing all the babies and he didn't really know the date of Jesus' birth. That's why he was killing, all the young boys as opposed to just that one, et cetera, et cetera. So
back to the lady who was around with Eve. Who's that lady?
I assume you're talking about Lilith, but that's not in the tradition that I read.
But Lilith was supposedly, I didn't even know Lilith existed until like 2 years ago, I think.
Oh, wow.
I was like, what?
Has that changed your life in some way?
Who the fuck's Lilith? Yes.
Okay.
It was an eye-opener. I questioned everything after that.
Okay.
What is the Lilith story exactly?
So again, I was not raised on the Lilith story at all. I don't know, Jamie, do you know the Lilith story?
So the Lilith
I've
story.
heard some, but I feel like I've misquoted.
So the Lilith story, they decided was BS, so they left it out of the big book.
She's been interpreted as Satan.
Oh, Satan.
Well, sure.
Of course, she's a lady. She made me do terrible things.
Yeah, well, you did that too.
The original Hebrew word from which the name Lilith is taken is in the biblical Hebrew, the book of Isaiah, though Lilith herself is not mentioned in any biblical text. In late antiquity, and how do you say that word? Mandaean? How do you say that word? Do you know? Mandaean? Mandaean and Jewish sources from 500 AD onward, Lilith appears in Storolus incantations incorporating a short mythic story in various concepts and localities that give partial descriptions of her. She is mentioned in the Babylonian Talmud, Nada, Shabbat, Bava Batra, and the conflict of Adam and Eve with Satan as Adam's first wife. And in the Zohar Leviticus 19a as a hot, fiery female who first cohabitated with man. Wow. Many rabbinic authorities, including, there's another word, Maimonides and Menachem Mary reject the existence of Lilith. Interesting. So Lilith is controversial.
Very controversial.
Like all hot ladies.
Exactly.
But the fact that she was the first.
Yeah. I mean, again, that's not the tradition that most Christians are taught. I mean, it's considered part of the Apocrypha. So, I mean, I don't have any idea what the truth is, but she has been vilified even more than Eve. Although, if you think about it, Eve's pretty vilified too. I mean, she caused the downfall of humankind.
She's the reason why we're all here.
That's right.
Yeah. It's I mean, what's the root of that story? That's the real question. Like, what was that? What was the original thing they were trying to convey?
I will not
original
take a stab on that.
Yeah, but at least Christianity has like an origin story. An origin story for everything, for the universe, for people. And when you didn't have science and you didn't have any understanding of cosmology, you need something. We need something. It's thousands of years just staring at the stars. Anybody know what the fuck's going on out there? I know.
Yeah.
There's Thor. He lives up there. And then there's Zeus. He's running shit. Yeah.
Well, looking at the stars is storytelling too.
Mm-hmm.
In the beginning, there was the word.
Well, I think that's one of the things that's really screwed up human beings. And I don't think in any small way is light pollution. I think our inability to see that we are in this celestial, majestic cosmos, this thing. It's not just black with a few bright lights. The whole thing is lit up, and it's the most magnificent thing you could ever see, but we sacrifice it almost for everyone that lives in cities. If you live in cities, you don't go anywhere and see it, you sacrifice a humbling spiritual experience of just staring at the stars. And I think it's spiritual poisoning. It's like just like if you have vitamin deficiencies. I think you have a spiritual deficiency, just a natural, universal spiritual deficiency from not seeing the stars. I think it puts our place in the universe in perspective like nothing else can. Because it's there, it's real, it's not a concept. It's not something that you have to use a microscope or a telescope to see. It's right in front of you, and it's absolutely spectacular on a clear night in the mountains where there's no light pollution and you see the stars. You're just like, wow, is that up there every night?
Did you used to go to Joshua Tree when you lived around LA?
No, I didn't.
Oh, the Joshua Tree is still so magical for that reason because there's no lights.
I've heard it's incredible out there.
Yeah, it's not too far from where I am, and when I feel that I need to commune with something greater than myself, you just go there and you just lay down and look at the stars.
Light pollution is spiritual poisoning.
Agreed.
It really is, and it's a big factor, I think, in how lost we are, and how we're not like consistently humbled every night by the majesty of the stars. If we were consistently humbled every night, I think we'd be generally like, you could tone people down a little bit.
There's something really healing about looking at the stars, and there's also the ability to literally not be lost if you know how to read the stars, right? So that is something I was trained by my uncle, who was, somewhat of an astronomer. But to look at the stars and to always know where you are. And if you know how to read the stars, you can never be lost.
So you could like navigate with the stars, like if you're in a boat, could you do it?
Could I do it? I don't know if I could do it very well from a boat, but I could do it because I know how to put like a stick in the ground and to see the difference in the way that the sun goes, so that you can see where you are. Because you got to know where the North Star is, obviously, but then you also have to know what time of year it is to some degree. So if you're lost or you think you're lost for a matter of months or years, you would need to have some sort of idea where you are. And if you're in the desert, it's hard to tell seasons. But if I was on land, I could do it. Yeah.
So you'd have to like add up the days.
Well, you don't even have to add up the days. You just have to know what season you're in, and you can tell that by the angle of the sun.
Right, but if you get lost.
Well, sure. Although you don't
get lost
have
for
to
years.
do that. You might just never
So you
know.
guys are getting prepared to be lost for years.
Yeah. My mom used to have this phrase. I think she made it up, but it's survive fear, survive with faith. And so she taught everyone that those 5 letters stand for what you should do first. So the first thing, what do you think the first thing you should do if you're lost? Or you think you're lost?
Get to a high space to look around.
Well, the first thing you should do is shelter. Because the first thing you should do is shelter. If you don't have shelter, you're going to lose your body heat. Depends on where you are, of course, but if you're anywhere that gets cold, and sometimes you don't know it's going to get cold. Desert doesn't seem like it gets cold. Have you been on a desert night?
Yeah, they get cold.
It's very freezing. So shelter's the first thing. And then fire, because the warmth is really important.
Right.
So survive fear, so it's shelter, and then fire. And then the thing is signaling. So if you want to be found, you put up a signal. If you don't want to be found, you need to know what creates a signal for people who are looking. So, for example, like if you are in the desert, you try to find dark rocks to put SOS. But if you don't want to be found, you try to never put a contrast. So you try not to have anything that would contrast with the color of the land from a plane, that a plane would see as contrast.
Jesus.
So there's a lot of fun stuff like that.
So they were preparing you for hiding and for surviving.
Yeah.
And who are you going to be hiding from?
Well, so after the second coming, when everybody goes up to heaven who's good, all that's left is the demons in the world. And there's 1,000 years of terror that will rain upon the earth till the blood rises to the horses' bridles.
Wow. And you guys were preparing for this when you were little kids.
Yeah.
Whoo! Demons.
Yeah. So
but if you're a good person, you're going to heaven, so you don't have to fuck with these demons.
Yeah, so that you probably heard some of the stories, right? That there's a whole books on these like Left Behind series.
Yes.
So like who gets left behind?
Yeah.
But
Didn't they do a bunch of movies?
I think so.
I think Kirk Cameron did it.
Maybe.
I heard they're amazing.
Okay, I don't know, so I can't speak to that. But yes, there's a lot of that because it's part of a lot of traditions. And the idea, though, is that some people are left behind in order to try to learn the last people, like all the people, sort of like Noah's Ark, right? Like Noah's left and he gets on this ark and like it's his job to, why didn't God just take Noah to heaven, right? But like he gets this boat and he gets his family and all the animals and he gets to like steer clear from the flood. Or you have Sodom and Gomorrah, you Lot, the only good person left, and he wants to like help the people in the town, or Jonah and Nineveh, where he's like told to go tell the people they're bad, and then like, God saves the people anyway. So there's a lot of stories of God changing his mind. And yes, I know a lot of Bible stories.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of stories of God changing his mind.
Yeah. So if you leave some people behind who know how to lead the army of God, you can then proselytize and bring people into true faith and righteousness. It's also kind of like, I don't know, a way to keep people a little bit isolated if you're trying to teach them to do something that other people don't know how to do. And I was very ashamed of knowing like that kind of thing. So it's the kind of thing I talk about in Foragers. Like I spent a lot of time really feeling like I couldn't acclimate to the regular world like later, because it's like if you're always looking at, I'm sure Navy SEALs feel this way, but like you're always waiting for disaster.
Right.
Yeah. And you're always thinking preemptively, and what can I do to avert this disaster?
How did you get that out of your head?
That's still in my head, Jeff.
For real? Really?
Yeah.
So right now you're preparing for the end of the world.
Well, I walked in your lair and I'm like, okay, there's all dudes here. Where's the exits? Like, no, but I mean, to some degree, I'm not actively preparing, but I feel like it makes it really hard to trust people when you've been trained that the people that you think you can trust are going to betray you.
Right.
Right. Yeah. Wow. Really hard to get that out of your head.
I had a friend who was a Mormon, and when they left, she was like in her 40s, and she said she became really susceptible to any kind of like spiritual people, spirituality, like con people. She just had this trusting nature from being like a strict Mormon her whole life, and all of a sudden cut loose.
Yeah.
And didn't know to distrust people.
Absolutely.
It wasn't programmed in.
Because if you're only around people who are homogenous and that like you're taught, was that like everybody in your group is trustworthy, you don't see the signs. You don't know. You don't know the red flags, as people would say.
She also said like she found herself to be susceptible to people telling her things. Like she just had like this automatic inclination to not question and believe things that came from being strict religion.
Right. Why did she leave in her 40s?
I don't know.
Oh. That's a tough time to leave.
Yeah. I don't know what the story behind it was exactly.
Yeah.
I never got into it.
Well, that's the thing about cults, is it does make it really difficult to survive on the outside. And I certainly know a lot of people have taken their lives after being excommunicated from the field. And I had a dear friend, the first person who ever told me that, used that word, that it's a cult. And I'd been out for years, and I didn't. It's not like I'd ever heard the word, but I didn't apply it the way we were raised. And he had written, newspaper articles. He's a professor, etc. And he took his life because it was really, really, really hard to live on the outside. Yeah, and there's been many others who have done that.
And there's also people who are ashamed once they reintegrate into society. They were part of that. They got duped into this nonsense. And
so you hide it. Most people, it's not like you're telling people and they're laughing at you. You're not telling anyone because you're scared they're going to laugh at you or judge you. And so you spend your life in shame, hiding this truth that honestly doesn't make you a bad person at all. And probably many people would understand, but you don't talk about it. I didn't talk about it forever.
Not just that, but everybody's susceptible to it, whether you believe it or not. Especially if you were a child. Yes. Everybody's susceptible. This ridiculous idea people have that, I would have known better. Like, I don't think you would. I really don't. I think you would now, but you're you now. You're 35-year-old you. You're not that you that was 5 years old.
And if that had been consistently perpetuated onto you, you wouldn't know.
Right.
So there's a story we were raised with, which is a really common biblical story of Abraham and Isaac. And Abraham is told to kill his son, his only son, and he's told to take him up on an altar and slaughter him, and the way that you would slaughter an animal. And Abraham makes Isaac do this hike up to this mountain where he's going to kill him. And God has told him he must do this, and so he ties his own son on this altar and brings up the knife to kill him, very dramatically. The story, comes, and as he's plunging down the knife, an angel comes and grabs his wrist and stops. And God said, "I just wanted to make sure you'd really do it."
Yeah.
And this is the story I was raised on, and both my parents and my grandfather were very big on you will kill your child if God asks you to. That's what you're supposed to do. And I said this in the book, and my brother, who, we really haven't talked about these, we do have now, but at the time we hadn't really talked about this. This is all of a year ago. And he said when he read it, he thought, no, it's not that our parents would have sacrificed this. They did sacrifice this because they believed that somebody else would take care of us. And we were raised very, I don't know if communally is exactly the truth, because there wasn't necessarily anyone who was checking, but there was random people who, in my case, a lot of men who just raised us because our parents had more important things that God told them to do. And so there's a lot of ways to sacrifice kids. There's a lot of ways to think that, God is talking to you.
Yeah. Yeah, you could apply that to other aspects of culture.
Absolutely.
It is Is there like groups of people that get together that have survived cults that have an ability to like help each other through this?
So apparently there are, and I didn't know about this until the last year.
Oh no!
There's a whole huge group of people who have come out of like Hasidic Jews, like Orthodox Hasidic Jews. But there's also Steve Hassan. He's a doctor who spoke on Megyn Kelly when I was on that show too, and he has something called the Bite Method, which is just basically says that there's like these really 4 major ways of control that cults do. They control your behavior, your information, your thoughts, and your emotions. And so he has these deprogramming systems and counselors and people who can help you if you've been in that kind of high control group, even if it wasn't religious in nature.
Yeah, I've talked about him before.
Have you talked to him?
Yeah. It's
I think he's a Mooney, right?
Yes.
So,
the whole thing of like his excommunication and how he got free of it. When you were breaking free, what age were you?
17.
You're 17. And what was it like trying to integrate with regular people out there in the world when you were 17?
I don't think I did that very effectively at all. So
how could you?
Yeah, I just couldn't. So I got married.
What was the experience like? Of all of a sudden, you go from being this incredibly controlling religious cult that thinks the end of the world is coming to regular world.
So it wasn't entirely all of a sudden. I had a childhood illness, an autoimmune disease, which was probably, there's no genetic nature to these diseases, but where your body attacks itself. So it's quite probable that my body was just like, I can't take this anymore.
Stress.
Yes. And also there's a lot of deprivation, sleep deprivation, when you're in survival training, a lot of extreme deprivation. So
how long does survival training go for?
Well, because I was born there, and also because I was sick, and because of other things. Like I was trained for a very long time. Like pretty much, we moved up there full time up to the mountain, which I talk about in the book Forger. We moved up there when I was almost 8, and so I was up there until I left.
And you were foraging?
Yeah. There was other things going on too, but so I got sick, and then I was hungry, and there was a lot of other things happening, and so I found a way to start house cleaning for people, and that's how I got out Christian college and stuff like that. But I was a house cleaner, and so that was kind of a foray into learning about how other people lived, even though it wasn't like I was invited into their family, I was invited into their thing. But you can learn a lot, when you see a refrigerator that has food in it.
What was it like just cleaning people's houses, just seeing how these weird people lived in the outside world? Did you ever see The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt?
I did, yeah.
Hilarious.
So many people were like,
it's
hey,
you.
I made a show about you.
It's kind of you.
It is. And you know what? That is very much the way that she's just confused by the smallest things. It's funny the way that they depict it, but it's also kind of dark. I actually liked the dark humor in that.
It's a
very
great show.
And Handmaid's Tale too. I got a lot of calls about that one. They're like, hey, we made a show about you. But I think that there's real truth to the things that confuse you. And I didn't have any friends. I went to college. I didn't know how to have relationships. There's a lot of rules, apparently, unspoken rules about, the dance of friendship. And I had never made a friend because I was born with the people I was born with, and I didn't know how to do that.
Wow.
I didn't know how to date. I didn't know how to be. I didn't know any of the rules, and it took me a very long time to learn them.
What a crazy crash course. Were you open about your past to these people?
No, absolutely not. I wasn't open.
They just thought you were weird.
Yeah. Once you called me an ice queen.
Oh boy.
Because I was just really separate. I didn't know how to, and I didn't drink or smoke or do any of those things because I was so afraid of losing control. I was so afraid that if I also felt like I was in a huge hole that I had to dig my way out of in order to find a way to live in the outside world. And so I couldn't afford to, I didn't know who to trust and who not to trust. And
wow.
Some of my friends now, even, and my friends have become my family, and my brother's like that too. And he has just the most amazing friends with his family. And they will still call me feral. They're like, you still don't know how to. I still don't understand the point of utensils. I can do it, and I know which fork to eat from, but I don't want to. You
want to eat with your fingers?
Yeah. I can eat with utensils, but it's not if I'm not in polite company. I mean, with my hands. Yeah.
Isn't it interesting that eating with your hands is thought to be gross? But some things you have to eat with your hands. If you're eating ribs. How are you gonna eat ribs? If you eat ribs with a fork and knife, you're a fucking asshole. If you got a big old Texas beef rib, You have to eat that thing with your face.
Yeah.
You have to get in there.
Yeah. So
You have to use your hands. Isn't it weird?
Yeah, it's interesting, and it's just cultural, right?
Yeah.
But there's something we do in Western culture because we're so in our minds instead of our bodies. We're always separating ourselves. So we need this like piece of metal that keeps us like from the reality that we're like fucking eating an animal or you know whatever it is we're devouring. And somehow it's more polite if you have this piece of metal between you and it.
It's bizarre.
It is. And
but it
so,
definitely keeps your hands cleaner, you know, and it's easier to pick the food up. And you feel like, you know, look at me, I'm in a restaurant, I've got a napkin tucked in here.
Yeah. A lot of rules have to have on your lap, and you know.
Right, and which side is the salad fork, which one's the regular fork.
Yeah, starting the outside in,
Yeah, it's bizarre.
Yeah. So when you are learning these things, you have to like actually memorize them. You know, like when you don't come from it, because you're like, there's a lot of rules, and all of them have systems, right? So I'm very actually fascinated by microcosms. You know, like the microcosm cultures of like any sort of culture has a lot of rules attached to it.
Sure.
And, you have to,
well, you must be hyper aware of that.
I feel like I am, yeah.
Yeah, you have to. Just, yeah, but patterns that people just take for granted. You're like, oh, interesting.
Yeah, I'm always watching.
The thing about like not knowing where the forks and knives go to me is one of the dumbest ones of all time. Because it's like a sign that you're a cultured person. If you know where the fork, it has to be proper. Like what are we doing? Do you want to have a boring ass conversation with a bunch of people, or do you want to sit down and have a meal and talk? Like that's the fun kind of like what the fuck are we doing? Like who are we impressing? Is the queen coming by? Like, what is this? Why would you want this?
Well, haven't you experienced, though, that sometimes when you get rid of all that, you just have a much more intimate conversation? And I like to eat on the floor. I like to sit on the floor. And I have this beautiful rug in my house, and I'm like, if people will do it, I invite them to sit on the floor because it just feels more organic to me, and it feels earthier, and it feels just like, I don't know, it just removes all the hierarchies. And
have you ever seen those Middle Eastern guys all sitting around an enormous plate of food, and they're all just sitting cross-legged, just digging in with their hands and eating with their hands?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if your hands are clean.
Yeah, well, the whole idea is you never shake someone's hand with your left hand.
Right.
And that's the hand you use to wipe your ass.
Right.
So they think we're gross because we use paper. We just smudge it all over the place.
Well.
And they got a point.
They
got a really good point. Like, it is one of the grossest things. If you get one of those bidet toilets, you will never go back. You'll never go back. Like, how gross is it to just smear it all over the place? So you're allowed to eat with your hands. You're supposed to eat with your hands. It's just a normal thing. Like, most of the time it's normal. How do you eat popcorn? You use a spoon?
I feel so validated right now.
Yeah. How do you eat popcorn? Do you eat popcorn? Okay. What do you eat with your fucking hands?
And bread.
Yeah, bread. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly, bread. Who's cutting bread with a fork and knife? That's ridiculous. You eat it with your hands.
Yeah.
I guess it's just the messiness of it. But I think if you can get people to act proper, like the conversations that can like stay in the lines, you know, maybe that's it. Maybe, you know, if you go to an inn and everybody's eating chicken legs and drinking beer, like they're going to have crazy stories.
Yeah.
It's going to get uncomfortable. Just keep people, make them wear their nicest clothes. So they don't want to get messy. Give them a fork and a knife and keep everybody proper. And everyone's trying to impress everybody else with how proper they are and how much they know about fine dining. May I see this sommelier to make a wine selection? You know, all of it. It's like,
I remember the first time, you know, someone came to pour this glass of wine or whatever, and then the guy is supposed to like take a sip of it to tell the guy if it's okay. And I'm like, what kind of culture is this? Like, I mean, also, and what are you going to say if it's not? Like, what kind of...
By the way, that is the most bullshitty moment you ever have in a restaurant. Is when you swirl that thing around, take a sniff and sip. Unless you really know what you're doing, 99.9% of the people doing that have no fucking idea what they're doing.
Absolutely. And I don't know if this is a fact, but I have never had anyone offer it to me. They always offer it to the man, and the man decides whether or not it's a wine good enough for the lady.
Oh, that's interesting. No, I've definitely seen women get it.
Really?
Yeah, if a woman orders a bottle of wine, it's generally like whoever orders it. I've seen that.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah, but I think maybe that's just modern today. Maybe that's like a new thing, you know, with women's liberation and stuff. Like, people don't want to be presumptuous, so they'll offer the
No
woman
one
a taste.
has ever offered me a taste.
Interesting. Even if you've ordered the bottle?
Maybe I've never ordered a bottle.
Maybe that's what it is. I think it's generally the person who orders it.
That may be.
Yeah.
But I also didn't have any idea if that was.
Because if I'm around a group of my friends and we order a bottle of wine, if I ask, they always bring it to me. But if one of my friends asks, they always bring it to them. Yeah, I think it's generally the person who orders it. But I don't know. I think it's probably just rules. But I would imagine that like women get offered less. I would imagine if I was like an old school sommelier, I would assume the lady would not be making the choice.
Do you know anything about Sikhs?
Sikhs, the religion?
Uh-huh.
Not too much.
Which is really more culture than a religion. But this is about wine. I didn't change the subject. So they have this, they do not drink unless the person they are with is drinking and they don't want to be rude or whatever. So they're not allowed to order wine. But if you order wine and you pour it for them, they can drink. And that's the same thing about smoking. They also never cut their hair. There's a lot of things. But I have a Sikh friend, and he taught me. I couldn't figure it out at the beginning because he'd be like, "Why do you keep asking me to order?" And he'd be like, "You order." I said, "No, you order. I don't know what I want. You know, like whatever." And he'd be like, "No, you need to order the bottle of wine." And if I ordered it, even though he told me to order it and he was paying for it, then he could drink it. And
what a goofy rule!
No,
what a workaround.
That's the thing. I mean, there's just all these cultures have different traditions, and
yeah.
Do
you know what Sikhs do have? They have this crazy yogurt cannabis mixture.
I did not know
that's supposed to be bomb diggity. What is that stuff called, Jamie? Yeah, Duncan talked about it. Like they have
you
some.
had it?
No, they have some like edible THC yogurt thing that's supposed to be insane.
Oh, he's giving it to you.
Okay, many different ways of making bhang lassi. The traditional method is to blend fresh cannabis leaves, plain yogurt, a pinch of sugar, and nuts like almonds and pistachios, along with spices and ginger powder, fennel seeds, cardamom, and peppercorn, and water.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a concoction.
Click on that. What does it say at the top?
Oh, wait, why
The
did you not
world's
try
oldest cannabis treat. Yeah, I probably should try it.
I think you should.
Yeah, but I guess these guys take that stuff and get blasted.
Yeah, so it's a really old and rich tradition, and they are very humble and kind people, the culture, very pacifist, and et cetera, et cetera. But probably that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, they're chilling.
Yeah.
They're in a good headspace. Yeah, it like, so that's an example of a group of humans following a pattern that seems to be beneficial. Like it seems to like they got a harmonious relationship with each other.
They do, but their workaround, we can joke about the workaround, but the thing the workaround does means that when they associate with outsiders, they don't stick to their own custom. They accept the customs of the outsider.
Right.
And so
they work around it by the other person having the...
Right, but they participate in it.
Right.
And because they participated, they don't keep themselves as narrow-minded. I mean,
Right.
cold people, they're definitely, no matter who pours you that glass of wine, you're not allowed to drink it. My dad was in the military, and he was like, I mean, he was drafted, but he was like, no one could get me to drink a sip of alcohol, et cetera, et cetera. Like, he was very proud of his ability to be separate. And so it's really difficult to have friendships in a cult, by the way. You think that it's so great because you're all in unison, but one of the things that people who have gotten out, maybe there's still family members there, is that the people who are left there, they don't have any real friends because anybody would report on anybody. There's no loyalty. You can't tell a joke. You can't laugh at a joke. You can't there's really a lot of things that are forbidden that are, I think, required for friendship. And so I had to learn that when I got on the outside. And I look back and I think I was really impoverished by knowing people and moving in unison and having comfort, but not really having the experience of trust.
And so how long did it take? And what steps did you go about to sort of like create your own version of the world?
I feel like there's really good ways to do this, and I did not do any of them. I mean, I was in college, so whatever, I learned things academically, but what I didn't learn is like in my body. I feel like I had 4 children really quickly, get really young, and then I think I raised myself with them. I used to do this thing when my babies were little where I was reading about other cultures because I didn't even know like what an American culture really was. And so I read about Japan, for example, which at the time they were saying basically you don't say no to a child till they're 5 because you want to give them a sense of autonomy, and then you start putting the structure there. So anyway, I had these index cards and I put them all over my house, and they said that they had the values that I wanted for my kids, like resiliency, humor, agency, whatever. And then on the back, I would put the techniques. So for example, I didn't put restraints. Like I didn't use playpens or whatever. I just tried to create a safe environment. And then I did these things like they should be able to find me, but I should always be present. So I would say, hi, I'm going to be working right here in this room, like to a 1-year-old, right? And be like, anytime you want me, I'm right here. But then like remove myself from sight so they felt that they were in control of the relationship and just all this stuff. But I did it so cerebrally, you know? And so I think by raising them, I raised myself.
Wow.
But it did take me a long time to have friends, though. I don't think I had friends till my 30s because, like, any genuine friends, because I didn't know how to be vulnerable and I didn't trust anyone. Like, I would be friends with somebody for like 6-7 years before I'd mention anything about where I came from.
So, how did you figure out how to open up?
I'm still working on it.
Still working on it? I thought you're doing great.
I'm trying it with you, Joe.
Well, just the fact that the way you communicate about it, you're so open about it. And I mean, I can't imagine what that's like. I can't imagine what that life is like. Your childhood was like being 17 and just being out in the world on your own, trying to decipher what the fuck the outside world does.
Yeah, and I didn't understand parents either, like people's relationships with their parents. Like I didn't ever have, like my dad never bought me a meal in my life. Like he never, even later in life when I reconnected or whatever, it's like I would always have to pay. There was never this sense that my parents were giving us, you know, like it was always us giving to them. And I felt like I didn't understand. I feel like I still have a little struggle with it. It's like, why are they taking such good care of you? You know, it's like this, I don't know, a disconnect as far as what it looks like to be a family. And my definition of family is wider than biology, of course.
Right. Because like your grandfather wasn't really your grandfather, right?
He was.
He was your grandfather.
He actually was my biological grandfather, but the other kids that we were raised with all called him grandpa.
Oh, right.
And so I didn't know the difference, but he was my actual.
So there was a lot of people that were family, but they weren't related.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, of course, once I left, I had to make new family as well, and my friendships with my family.
Well, it makes sense that it would take you into your 30s because, like, you have to relearn life. So you're going through 1 through 17 again.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes you that much more time. Did you see the movie Poor Things?
No.
Okay. Well, just this idea that if you put like a child's brain in an adult body, that's what that story's about. It's kind of like a Frankenstein sort of thing.
Who's in that movie?
Emma Stone. Emma Stone
is it a recent movie?
Yes.
There's a bunch of those. Like she did one Oscar.
Yes.
Like I pay attention.
But it's not about religion. Well, she calls the guy God who created her because his last name's Godwin. I think it's Godwin, right, Jamie? But she calls him God. So there's like a religious parable, but it's not specifically about religion. But I think that's what I was like. I was like which I feel like I'm still recovering from. But
what year is this supposed to be taking place in?
It's surrealistic, so it's kind of Victorian, but it's sensationalized. It's almost like Diego Rivera crossed with like, oh yeah, because part of it's in black and white, and then she starts seeing in color.
How do I not know about this?
Yeah, I don't know how you don't know.
I'm so out of the loop. There's just too many things to pay attention to. I feel like I just
taught you something.
You definitely did. But there's just too many things to pay attention to today.
Yeah, there are. There are too many. But in any case, it's a adult brain put in, a child's brain. It's actually her unborn fetus that gets put into this body. She dies, and so the baby dies, or the baby doesn't quite die, so that brain gets put into this adult woman. But in any case, that's what I felt like.
Wow.
I felt like I was this adult body who just had an infant brain, and I think it just took me so long. So I feel like I don't come from an era too, like kind of like the way that movie's depicted. It felt like there was no music. I don't relate to the music of my generation because I never heard it. And so people, people our age is sort of like everyone should sort of like the same kind of thing. And I didn't go to concerts when I was a teenager ever. I never. So I didn't have any idea what that felt like, and so I don't associate with that with you, for example.
Did you guys listen to any music?
I sang a lot of hymns.
Hymns.
A lot of hymns. Mostly
just Christian hymns, right?
All Christian hymns. But John Wesley, there's a lot of, I don't know if you know who John Wesley is, but he wrote a lot of hymns. And, like in the, I think 1600s, can you fact check that, Jamie? But it was, he wrote so many songs, and I knew all the lyrics. So I knew how to sing in harmony, and
so when you were kids, like when you guys would rock out, you just rock out and sing hymns.
Well, yeah, pretty much.
So when was the first time you heard another song?
The thing that I got ultimately kicked out for was going to a movie with boy who was raised with me. He was a young man. He had left, and he was a college kid, and I was 17. And I went to the Color Purple, and there was music in that. And
were you allowed to see movies?
No.
Had you seen one before?
No.
Color Purple was the first movie you ever saw?
To my knowledge, yes.
Wow.
So that really changed my life. And then I started watching movies when I got to college.
What was it like going to a movie at 17 for the first time?
Magic. Like the most beautiful church. It was so beautiful. It was just the darkness and then the way that the screen lit up, and it was so beautiful. I
think we take it for granted, right?
Yeah, it just made me cry.
Ew, wild. And that was the first time I heard other music too.
Yeah, and so I didn't start listening to popular music. Though it took me a while to like acclimate. Even once I got out, like I knew that other people were doing it, but the first time like I maybe bought a CD, for example, I think I was 30.
Wow.
Like I just didn't, because I had babies young, I did all that in my early 20s. I had all these little kids, and I was doing, the mom thing and trying to get myself educated so I could, make good money and take care of everybody. And it just felt like there wasn't time for that. So I didn't have a youth. And so I met a music critic when I was in my 30s. I'm actually putting this in my next book, which is actually called Prodigal Daughter. And he introduced me to the songs it was in the early 2000s, and he introduced me to the songs of the 90s and taught me the derivations of, the beats and the lyrics. And he had come from a pastor father, so he understood, religion in relation to music. And it was just this wonderful music education. So I did all that. I mean, I really think I came into understanding music in my 30s.
You're almost like an alien.
Yes, very much.
Like an alien version of a human being that they dropped off at 17 years old. Like, what? What are you doing here?
It's shocking to me how long it takes to figure it out. Even when you think, you can learn to, you know what it is? I could learn to code switch, and I could learn to be presentable on the outside. Like I could learn which fork to use, really quickly. That you can learn, but you can't learn to feel the other things that other people feel.
Right.
And so you're always just a little bit disconnected. It's like being kind of in a bell jar or something. Like there's always a distance between, or there was for just a long time, between me and someone else. And so, for example, my brother, who loves you, as I told you, I went to his birthday party recently, and they're like, "You have a sister?" Like he never even talked about his family. They didn't even know. He's like, "Yeah, she just wrote a book. You should read it so you could figure out where I come from," because he never told his very best friends who he had been friends with for over 20 years. Like he never told them. And I think that, and he looks really normal, like he has, but he didn't have the ability, I think, to really maybe gauge the way that it affected him. Yeah. And we as a family, siblings all kind of went different directions because it's painful to go back and relive it. And it just feels like you're always going backwards if you try to be around where you come from. And you just want to live in the world and, find a new identity.
Wow.
So there's long-term consequences for coming out of something like this.
Oh, for sure. How could it not be?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many things that can happen to a child when they're young that will screw them up forever. But the fact that you had no understanding of the outside world and you fully believed all this stuff that you're being told, you'll learn how to forage and survive in the woods, and then you get released. And then you're out in the world because you went to see The Color Purple. Crazy. It's such a crazy story.
But the outside world is really complicated because there's so many different belief systems out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you, were you at a rush to try to find a new one?
I was in a rush for everything because I didn't think I was going to live very long because it was still inside my head that I was breaking. I mean, even now, to be honest, writing about this, so this is what the former field people have said to me all the time. It's like nobody's ever talked about this publicly. We're trained, once you're in the field, you're always in the field. It's like being a Marine or something. These are our brothers and sisters in arms, and you never allowed to talk about this. So to come out with the book, it was the first time that anyone has spoken publicly about this particular cult. And I was raised, of course, to believe I'd be struck dead by lightning if I ever talked about it. And so there were so many years that I think it was just so painful to even think about
Wow.
I think, where I come from. So, I mean, I'm kind of going around in a circle to answer this question, but I felt like it's been very recent that I can own that as being an essential part of my identity.
Wow. How did you, do you attribute it any specific, like, is it meditation? Is it yoga? Like, what is it that sort of has allowed you to kind of regain your life?
Have you heard the expression or the word biophilia?
No.
So biophilia is the love of living things, and it's not specifically environmental. It was coined in 1973, I think, by Eric Fromm, and it is the love of living things. So it's not just humans, but it's animals, plants, whatever. And so I think that because I was raised understanding the natural environment, I really feel like when I've been lost in the world, and or you think you're lost, I don't know if we can ever truly be lost. I think that we're just learning what's around us that isn't working. Like, that's always information that can, if you know what to look for, there's always information that can get you where you want to go. You just need to know where you want to go, right? So I feel like putting my feet in the dirt. So kind of like, but like being in my body and being on the earth. And I think yoga helps with that, even if you're not doing it on the grass, although I do teach outside sometimes. But like, if you can find yourself, like what you're connected to, that feels solid. That feels like something you can believe in, right? Because it's not about an idea. It's like, I am held by gravity right now.
Right.
Like, this gravity is holding me into the earth. And this earth, like, it is capable of nurturing seeds. Like, things grow out of this earth. Like, we forget that, I think, sometimes in our contemporary culture, that everything comes out of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that one of the practices, I do meditate, but I meditated before I came here today, but I think that, like, if I can be under a tree, and like on the earth in some way, then I feel like that, I guess it's that neuroplasticity thing, like I can always grow. Like there's no point at which I'm separate. And I think there's that part of practice of being like, no, I'm truly connected. And all the things they taught me was a way of keeping me separate. But I can always go back to the source itself.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about the sky and the light pollution being a spiritual deficiency, I think we have that also from the forests. I think there's something that connects us when we're in the wilderness. There's a feeling that you get when there's a humbleness that comes about you, a humility that you have to accept. That the wilderness is so vast and powerful and amazing that it puts you in check. It gives you like this feeling of connectedness to everything. We think when we're living in cities and we're getting Ubers and we're going to restaurants, we think we're disconnected from nature because we've kind of set it up that way. We set our own little hamster wheel up over nature. But we're missing something by doing that. We're missing
because we
something.
are nature.
Yeah, we are.
We really
nature.
are. Like, we are nature. We just create our forks. Right? Let's
Yeah.
go back to that metaphor and that literal thing. But we separate ourselves from the reality that we eat straight from the earth. And, most people, they eat animals that like are alive on the earth. And that thing was a living creature.
Right.
And you were devouring it. And that is so primal.
Yeah, life eats life.
Yeah. And we all come from the wilderness. We really do. Like for like hundreds of thousands of years, we way, I mean, just it's astronomically like longer that we spent foraging than we did.
Civilization.
Yeah, within agriculture. I mean, agriculture is relatively new.
Yep.
And so we all come from that. So when we get there, I think it is something that is inside of us. And I think we would all benefit. At least I benefit. I shouldn't preach this to anyone else, but I think we benefit when we connect to it.
I think all human beings share that. The only people that you have to be like really, really neurotic and like a crazy city dweller, like, get me out of the woods. I hate it out here. It's so quiet.
There are a lot of people who are like that.
They're smoking cigarettes. Bobby, when we fucking going home? This is terrible. There's got to be people like that.
There are.
People that are just like, well, there's people that get acclimated to those particular cultures too, right? There's people that, I mean, there's a thing that they do in their city that they can't be without. And they need that thing.
They think they need it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. But they like gambling addicts. I have a friend who's a gambling addict who lives in Vegas. I'm never leaving Vegas because he wants to gamble all the time. So if that's the place, that's the place for you. You can't get that guy to live in the woods. There's no card games out there.
No, but there's a lot of adrenaline if you're looking for it.
Oh yeah, it's a different kind of adrenaline.
Yeah.
But it's also, there's a lot, like I said, the humility that the woods give you. It's, first of all, it's so hard to just get around. It's fucking hard to get around where there's no roads and shit. And everything's
Your
up
GPS
and down.
doesn't work.
Yeah. But you actually can get GPS out there.
Not everywhere.
Handheld.
Not everywhere.
What do you mean?
Well, I suppose if you have a specific device, but your phone is not going to work in plenty of places. And
I wonder.
I know those places phones don't
But the
work.
new phones, don't new phones use actual global positioning satellites so that it works even without a cell phone signal? I think iPhones do that. I think Samsung phones do that too.
Not everywhere, do they?
I think they do. Is it limited?
Like you can send one, not like one, but like if you're stuck.
No. You misunderstand what I'm saying. No, you misunderstand what I'm saying. Yeah, there is satellite messaging, but what I'm saying is GPS coordinates that your maps work. I think your maps still work even if you don't have cell phone signal.
You can't put in, I can tell you this, if you're in a forest, it's not going to tell you which way to go because it hasn't been mapped in that way. Like, it's not going to tell you turn left in 50 yards.
Right. Yeah, you get GPS, but you don't get directions.
You don't get directions. You're going to have to try something else.
Siri, tell me how to get home.
Right.
Right.
You're going to have to find some other ways to identify.
Yeah, you'll have to actually look at the terrain on your GPS unit and figure out which way to go.
Yes,
you can do that, but you can pick like a waypoint, and it'll actually steer you towards a waypoint.
And what if you don't have your device on you?
You're fucked.
No, you can actually.
Oh no! I'm not. I mean, you're fucked. I'm fucked. You're not fucked. An iPhone's GPS will work fine without cell phone coverage. Your phone will know where it is, but you will not be able to see your location displayed on Apple Maps without a data connection to download the map.
That makes it a little bit tough to get around.
So it knows where you are. The GPS will work fine. But so could you just download the map of the entire country and leave it on your phone? So I know you can do that with certain apps. Like there's Onyx Hunt. It's a map application for wilderness hunters, and you can use that. You download areas, and you have them regardless of cell phone service, so you can tell where you're at.
That may work, but most people on this planet have not done that.
Yeah, you're fucked. Yeah, you're fucked. If you don't know where the North Star is, you don't know how to figure out what north, south, east, and west, yeah, you're in trouble. You don't know where the sun rises and sets. Some people don't even know.
No, you're right, they don't.
They don't even know. They have no idea. A lot of people live in the city. Which way does the sun set? North? I don't fucking know. They don't know. Probably north. And they just start going there. They think they're going north. They're going deeper into the woods.
And another thing about like going deeper in the woods, like humans are prone to circular movement. So if you don't know that, you will just keep walking in circles. And so you could see the north and you could keep walking like kind of towards it, but you're going to veer slightly and you're going to find yourself right back where you came from.
Not good.
It's not good. And you have to figure out a strategy to keep yourself from doing that because you will naturally, they've done all sorts of studies on this and humans walk in circles.
Why do they do
That's
that?
what we do. I don't know. Why do we do that? It's something in our brain. We don't really understand what it is to walk in a straight line. Like, you could get real, like, prodigal son about that too, I think. But
getting lost in the woods has to be one of the most terrifying experiences.
Do you know what you should do if you get lost in the woods?
What?
The first thing you should do is stop moving.
Stay
put. Yeah, stay put. You really need to create a shelter and come up with a plan. You really, just walking around, you're not going to get out. Yeah, people have died. I mean, you probably heard this, but like on the Appalachian Trail and stuff, they'll like go off the trail for like 10 feet or something to pee, but it's like in a bush or whatever, and then they lose track of where the trail is, and they will die 20 feet away from the trail because they moved around and they exerted all their energy and whatever. If they had just stayed put and waited for the sunrise and did, whatever. And then they figured out a system like by watching the sky, or if they had we should all download all the maps. Make sure we have GPS on our phones. But people just, there's all these stories. My daughter was telling me that one of the nurses, and she's so capable, she and her sister took her daughter, so it was like the two sisters, so the aunt and the mother and the teenage daughter, and they were staying in a KOA, like they were camping, and they went just on a little hike out, right next to the campground, and her husband knew which campground she was at. They died just 100 yards away because they didn't have any idea how to do basic survival. Actually, the teenager lived because the mother and the aunt gave her all their clothes and they covered her and everything, and she survived and they both died. Yeah, horrible story.
Oh my God.
The things that people don't know about the wilderness. So stay put. If you're not good at this. Yeah, there's a lot of tragic stories.
Jesus. It's so unforgiving out there.
Yeah.
And so many people have no idea how to even navigate. And you can't. Most people are out of shape. You can't even walk up hills.
There's that too. But
get stuck out there, you're fucked.
But we survived as a species out there. So the thing is, it really is about knowledge. And I mean, living in a city would be impossible for prehistoric people too. Like, just, I mean, cars are so fast. Like, how do we avoid
getting mugged so quick?
Yeah, they would definitely get mugged.
If they had a car, they wouldn't lock it. Yeah, they would never figure out how to drive a car. No one's going to teach them.
Oh yeah, it would be so. I mean, can you imagine moving at those speeds? But the point is, you can understand the wilderness, but people don't. And then, in a sense, they're not humble enough, right? They don't understand that there's something terrifying if you don't know what you're facing.
And it's interesting that the disconnect from nature that we get with cities enables people to create things where you don't need nature anymore. Where you get supermarkets, trucks, all those inventions, everything's coming out of cities. And it's all getting constructed, built, put together by a group of people living in cities.
And it all comes from nature, but nobody sees that because it's so many steps removed.
Right. But whatever it does, it removes you further and further from nature.
Yeah.
Like all the things that we make remove us further and further from nature, shield us from nature.
I feel like a lot of the high control group culty things is as far removed from nature as possible too. I mean, like, my mom was really an exception in this way. My dad didn't learn the survival stuff. It was just my mom. But there's this idea, I think, that if we could understand our true nature, we'd be a lot less susceptible to all sorts of control, right? Because we would understand that we don't have control and that no human, who professes to have the ultimate wisdom could possibly have it, because we would be so attached to understanding the cycles of nature. Like, everything is prey and predator, and like everything's part of a much larger system. And if you saw yourself as part of that, it'd be really hard to fully believe any one person could be the son of God in today's age. Like that they profess to be the prophet or whatever. You would have a lot more cynicism, I think, if you understood nature.
Yeah,
we're just so removed from it.
We're very removed from it, and that's also a problem of protecting your kids, right? Then your kids aren't going to meet a bunch of creepy people, or they can recognize creepy people in the future. I met a lot of fucking psychos, so I know I see them coming. I go, oh, I know what you look like. I've seen one of you before. You're out of your fucking mind. And if you don't know that, and you're a 17-year-old kid who just gets released from a cult because you went to Colored Purple, and all of a sudden you're out there in the world, like, how'd you figure out who to trust?
Oh, it took me a long time. In fact, I've been physically assaulted. I've been physically assaulted by people I had no idea were dangerous. Like, you were some guy and, he's like, oh, I'm having this backyard barbecue or whatever. And then there's nobody else there and you don't know to leave. You're just like in the backyard and he grabs you. I mean, my bones have been broken. Because I didn't understand. I mean, I could fight back to whatever degree, but you can't fight back about somebody who's 2 or 3 times your size, it's just really difficult. But I didn't know
that people were dangerous.
Right. People were dangerous in that way. Right.
Wow.
So it takes.
God, what a wild experience. That would make a hell of a movie. Because like The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt is like really funny.
Yeah.
But like a real.
It's more fun when it's funny.
Yeah. Well, she's hilarious. That show's hilarious.
It is. I really love that.
The gay guy, the roommate. Oh my God. What's his name again?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I saw it.
That show is excellent. It's such a funny show.
Well, I did. So after Forager came out, I was approached to create a shopping agreement, whatever. So I did write a screenplay for Forager that is different than the book, but it is about all of this. So we'll see what comes of it.
Well, I hope they make a movie out of it, because it's such an insane story. It's just kudos to you for getting through it and becoming the person who's sitting in front of me today.
Yeah.
Because it's a wild ride.
Yeah, it's been a long journey. But it's nice to be on this side of it, I'll tell you.
How many cults are active right now in the country? Do we know?
No, we certainly don't know, but there is such a thing as a cult directory, which you had mentioned too. So when I was I did a local television right at the beginning when the book came out, Frank Buckley, and the woman who was his producer, he was asking at the end, it's like, oh, I didn't know this cult existed. How did I not know? And she said, well, I did my fact checking before we booked her, and it's in the cult directory. And he's like, what? There's a cult directory? And the field is actually in the cult directory. And I didn't even know that. I was like, oh. So it's been reported. So I think a more interesting question actually is, why are these cults not shut down? I mean, there's a bunch of them. Like you said, someone told you there's just tons of them. They're active in California, and I don't know if those are the freedom of speech that we have going on.
Isn't the real question, like, how do you define a cult? because Scientology has tax-exempt status in the United States, which indicates that it's a legitimate religion. Because they sued the IRS.
And they won.
They smart. They got thousands of dudes threatened to sue the IRS, and they filed lawsuits. And I guess the IRS caved and said, "All right, we don't want to deal with all this."
Well,
which is really powerful of them.
It really is. But also, if you declare yourself a religion, then you do get tax exempt status. But I think what makes a cult is, there's like the Steve Hassan thing that we talked about, but this is really, really high control. But the question is, unless the abuse is reported in real time, it's really hard to find. And the people who are in the cult, A, don't recognize it's a cult because nobody's in a cult calls it a cult.
Right.
And then B, are loyal to the cult, so they're not talking.
Right.
Like, you can't just go in and ask people, they're not going to tell you.
Right.
I would not have told you. I would not. There's no way. When I was there, when I was 16, I would never have this conversation.
Right.
Not publicly. I wouldn't have had it privately either.
Yeah, you don't think it's a cult if it's the truth. If you think it's the truth, you think this isn't a cult. We're just the people living the right way.
Right.
Yeah. But
there's a lot of people who believe that, I think.
Yeah.
About themselves.
They believe that about religions too. The fact that people want to say that there's certain people that talk historically about the Christian religion and they refer to it as a cult. Like just historically. Like this is the Christian cult. And this is what they did. Like, as you would say, this is the Hindu cult, this is this cult, that cult. They don't think of it as, we have this problem like religion, cult, different things. But it's groups of people that have very specific rules that you need to live by that's mandated by a higher power.
Yes.
Like, if you just break it down to what the ingredients are, like, you can tell me it's a steak, but it has all the ingredients of a carrot cake. I think this might be a carrot cake. No. We call it a steak. But it seems like it's got carrots. It seems like a carrot cake. And that's religion and cult. Like, there's this very blurry line. So Scientology should win that lawsuit. So who's to say? Like, what, their Mormons aren't legit? Or they are legit? Okay, so they get tax exempt status, but Scientology doesn't? Why?
Yeah, I don't think you can come up with a legitimate reason why. And in all these groups, Scientology and Mormonism too, there's these inner circles that are much, much more devout. So there's plenty of people who define themselves as Mormon or Scientologists who aren't living this really narrow life, but the people at the center are.
But that's the question, is like, how hard is it to form a religion? Is it really easy? Like, how easy is it to get that tax exempt status? How many people do you need?
I can do it.
I bet you could do it.
I feel like I could do it.
I bet you could do it for sure. But it's one of those things. It's like, how many? You would imagine that everybody would be doing it. It's a great way to just trick the government.
Sure.
You don't have to give them any money.
Yeah, I think someone did that, right, Jamie? Like a spaghetti monster or something, and actually created the Church of that.
And they got tax exempt status for that. The flying spaghetti monster. Well, it would be really hard to argue, especially when you're dealing with something like Scientology. When you have a science fiction writer who is, he's the most prolific fiction writer of all time. L. Ron Hubbard he wrote more words down and had them published than any human being that's ever lived.
I think he was a Boy Scout too, actually.
Was he?
Yeah, we should check that one, but I think he was.
My favorite is when he's in the Sea Org and he's got like this military jacket on and just gave himself a bunch of medals. He's got like this stacks of medals.
Have you gone to the museum?
Which one?
I think there's more than one, but there's the one in Hollywood.
No, I didn't. I've met with them before. I got audited, where you hold on to the cans. And
I did that. And you could feel the energy.
I was filming a television show in San Diego, and we were near a park. And I wasn't as famous back then. I could get away with it. They didn't know who I was. And I sat down with this dude, and he went through the whole thing with me with the e-meter, and was telling me. And I realized somewhere along the line that he's just a dude who joined Scientology. And now part of his job is to go out and convert, but he's not very good at it. Like, he's not.
He didn't convert you?
No. Well, not only that, he's not good at selling it. He was very non-enthusiastic about it. Because I would have thought that like all the cult members were like super pumped to get you to join, but this guy was just like lost. Like, I guess this is my people now, and hold on to the e-meter. So it was interesting. It's like he wasn't even so like it reshaped in my mind. It was like every person trying to indoctrinate you into this cult is going to be like really charismatic and really locked in. No, those are the leaders.
Right.
They get the regular folks to go out to the park and annoy people and get yelled at. You fucking wackadoo. Like,
yeah.
So that's the guy that I met.
The people at the top don't want to do that.
It was very weird.
I feel like you could be a cult leader, Joe, if you wanted to be.
I don't think it's that hard.
I feel like you could.
I don't think it's that hard.
If you decided it was one of your life
Yeah.
goals, hit me up and I'll give you some like tips, and you'll be
I'm not
you'll
really
be there
interested.
in another week or two.
I'm not interested. If it's a cult, it's a cult. You can leave anytime. There's no requirements, and just say you're in. Then you're in. Okay, you're not. I don't care.
Yeah, wow.
The Pastafarians have tax exempt status.
But the Scientologists do. If you read the fucking story, anybody that reads that story, the story of the Thetans and the volcano and the aliens and the spirits,
it's really interesting.
It's crazy. It's crazy. If you read Lawrence Wright's Going Clear, it's a very fascinating book that sort of details the whole history of L. Ron Hubbard creating it. And he was basically a crazy person who was self-diagnosing, and so he was like self-counseling. He was using all these self-help books and psychology books, trying to figure out how to live a life. And that was Dianetics.
Yeah. You've read some of that, right?
Yeah, well, I bought it. I in the 1990s, they had those infomercials where it was the volcano and the books were flying out of the volcano. It's so funny. And I didn't know that it meant, like, I didn't know the whole story behind the volcano, where, like, the aliens throw the fucking frozen souls in the volcano, all that crazy shit. So I just thought it was a self-help book. And back then, I was really into self-help books. I bought, like, Anthony Robbins audio cassettes and all that shit. I was into things like that. And so I was like, oh, that seemed like how to maximize your life in this commercial. I'm like, oh, interesting. So I bought it online or on the phone. I think back then you called. It wasn't online. And they never stopped sending me shit. They sent me shit for years. For years. It was invitations to this and invitations to that and, half off of this and free that and come here and meet with us. And they just wouldn't stop. They just bombarded me with stuff.
Well, you would be a good get if they could get you. So you had all these iterations of like these self-help, stages of all these things through all of it, right? All the ways that you have self-helped in a sense. So what has been the most useful to you in being the kind of person you want to be?
Time. Time's a big one. Learning over time, experiences, introspective thought, making decisions based on truth rather than based on what you want to believe, and just the accumulation of life experiences, like a life well lived, and then psychedelic drugs.
Yeah,
those have been very effective. Those are the big ones. The psychedelic drug breakthroughs are the ones where you I would say that it's like Control Alt Delete for your brain, and then your brain reboots with a